to keep the aircraft flying for as long as it's planned to be flown for, when you say 5,000 hours or 7,500 hours. And one of the things that happens, and just kind of when we were talking about like when stuff goes in for deep maintenance, is it's at that point that the engineers at the depot effectively will go through the LIMS log and they'll go through the ADF log and go, right, that fan, right, the aircraft's down anyway for a month, let's fix that. Let's fix the fact that there's a crack in the tailplane or there's a crack in such and such. And that's how we manage those things that are, and obviously in wartime, right, things become even more like, it might be the case that there's certain systems that you will not fly the aircraft without. So I would suspect something like a radar warning receiver. But if the aircraft, it might be that the aircraft can't drop, let's just say, for example, JDAMs. Okay, so the deficiency there would be the aircraft can't drop JDAMs, so we'll use it in an air roll. And that might be acceptable in wartime, but it'd be less acceptable. Like, it would be something that we would probably fix in peacetime. All right. And that's how maintenance works, kind of in peacetime and kind of in wartime as well. So I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, it does. I mean, in civilian aircraft, we have the same sort of thing, that there's a special checklist you go to if there's a defect, and you go down and it tells you, yes, you can go, no, you can't.
Yeah.
It's, it's very much that. It's what I sweetly call the go or no go list.
Yeah, I believe, since I've never flown, like, I'm not a military pilot, right? But I believe that aircrew have the same sort of thing. Like, there's a go, no go, and that's why they'll have, certainly NATO forces. So I remember reading about Allied force back in '99 over Yugoslavia, and one of the go, no go things was whether they had aircraft carrying arms in the formation or that kind of support. And if they didn't have that, they weren't going over Bosnia or over Yugoslavia. That was because the level of risk for ground-based air defences were such that NATO would rather scrub the mission. And there's other things like, so it might be the case that in peacetime you would never go flying without both night vision goggles and forward-looking infrared, just for example. And that would be a go-no-go thing, and that's why ground crews usually will have spares. So you might, the flying programme might call for a combat air patrol with 2 aircraft, but your chances are we'll have at least 1, if not 2, ground spares. That'll be aircraft that are all warmed up, and if something doesn't work on if there's a no-go system that doesn't work, then the pilot jumps out of that aircraft, runs to the next one, and jumps in that. And I know in some sorties, just from what I've read, that you'll also have things like airborne spares. So the tasking might call for, let's say, a 4-ship aircraft to strike the target, but you'd actually launch 6 just in case there was anyone unserviceable. And at a certain point in the mission, if everyone's still serviceable, if the primary 4 are serviceable, then the other 2 go home, or they're retasked to do something else with their weapons. And that's kind of built in, or as much as possible, that kind of stuff's built in. A go no go for the military might be, no singletons. So that means that, like, you might be planning to launch as a 2-ship, and if your wingman goes unserviceable and there's no a spare available, then the mission's cancelled, because the risk of getting caught just as a 1 single aircraft is so much greater. So it's all kind of risk based, and it changes between wartime and peacetime. Certainly in NATO militaries it does. So yeah, it's interesting seeing the kind of parallels between military and civil aviation. Certainly.
Well, they always say nothing in aviation changes quickly. So, Mark, thank you very much. I mean,
no worries. Sorry, I've run through. I've rather long.
Thank you.
Amazing, really amazing. Difficult to even ask questions. You preempt most of it. So thank you, Mark. Rich.
No worries.
Rich, can you hear me? You have your hand up. If you have a question or comment, please go ahead. Rich, are you still with us? Well, I guess Rich might be not hearing us. So, Chris, you have your hand up. Please go on.
I'm happy to go, but I think Roos was before me. I don't mind. Okay. Well, I think most of my answer was preempted, but one part is still here, and that is the maintenance. Already, Poland is maintaining tanks and armored vehicles for Ukraine. So there is a precedence for doing it this way without being combatant. So it wouldn't be a problem to fly them anywhere else. And this is one of the main reasons why F-16 is on top of the wish list from Ukraine, and Gripen is on second place on the wish list, because they're no less than, I think there are at least 10 countries within flight distance for an F-16 that can service them. And I'm pretty sure that, like the Norwegians one, they will be serviced in Norway, because they have the right parts for that version, and they have crews that are experienced on those very airplanes. And same goes for the Danish or the Dutch ones. Why should someone else service them when there are crews that are familiar with aircraft? And there are three countries that can service Gripens within a single flight to Ukraine. So this is a major important part of why they're on top of the wish list.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, indeed. It seems that the ubiquity of the platform, the F-16 platform, plays nicely with the support and the logistics training. Opening up all of those possibilities for the planes to be serviced out of the country, for replacement parts to be plentiful, and so forth and so on. So all in all, it's the right decision. The only thing which one could bemoan is that it's been implemented so glacially slow and so late in the game. But it is what it is. Bruce, you wanted to ask a question. Please go. Oh, Chris, do you have a follow-up?
Well, actually, I think Rich is back now. Gents, I'll go after him.
All right, Rich, please go on.
Hello. Yeah, sorry, I had to leg it. My little girl had a bit of a nightmare, so I had daddy duties to take care of. Just wanted to come up quick in terms of the questions that were being asked earlier in terms of maintenance and everything else. Mark covered it pretty well. I agree in terms of the basis that because of when in-depth maintenance is going to need to happen, so anything that's not readily easily fixable on the line or at main base, as they call it, because they're not going to have room to do everything in a small hardened area. They're not going to have the capabilities and the sheer room to do all this depth maintenance, so they'll have to send it somewhere. The most logical thing is that those bases are somewhere near the border with Poland, so that in the eventuality that they can't be flown out, or pieces of equipment can't be flown out, they can be taken by road or rail relatively inconspicuously, or as much as possible, because obviously that could lead Russia to where that air base is, and that's something they need to take into consideration as well, and I'm sure they will. In terms of, to try and answer the question very succinctly, and it is a bit of a simplification, but it is pretty accurate for anyone concerned in terms of time taken to train ground crew, engineers and the like, going on the proviso that experienced pilots will be going over to F-16s for the obvious reason of you haven't got the time to train people up from scratch. That's a different kettle of fish. You want experienced pilots going over to F-16s so they can be in the field running sorties as quickly as possible. The exact same thing is true with aircrew. You can only do so much. You can't pull obviously all your experienced people away from your MiGs, your MiG circuit. You have to keep that in line. But effectively, on the same proviso, cross training from one aircraft to another, one aircraft type to another, or a completely different aircraft. If they're all starting from a standing start, the pilots and the air crew, for the maintainers will generally be done within the same time, if not sooner than the pilots. That's a general rule of thumb that you can take to the bank. And it's just a little bit. It's a little bit of inter-service banter, but it's still accurate, Mark. I did have a chuckle when you said the simplest thing you could teach someone to do is refuel an aircraft, which I agree with for the most part. But the only thing I would say is there was an RAF refuel unit that was ordered to number 2 spot in an airfield in the desert, which will remain unnamed. Back in, when was this? Like 2011. I'm technically still waiting for that RAF refuel team. So it may not be the simplest thing to teach people, but that's maybe something different.
So was that because they never turned up in the right place, or just did they turn up to the actual aircraft?
Put it this way: when my senior pilot rocked up in the cabin after waiting, I think it was about 20 minutes. By which time he really wasn't happy, to put it lightly. I mean, it was bollocks when he got out of the aircraft, but an unplanned time. But they were just watching films.
Wow. See, you should never get in the way of a game of yuckers. To be fair, with ground crew, that's bad form. How inconvenient to turn up during when you're watching films and stuff.
It's really bad, and he didn't even have a wet or any biscuits either. Just came in with a stinking attitude and me in tow, and just rebriefed everyone and went for it. But yeah, and then they still took 10-15 minutes, which was the best bit. I was like, that was brilliant. He wasn't fun to be around in the bar. He was fun for us to be around in the bar that night, but not for any RAF folk.
We aim to displease. We aim to displease. That's brilliant, mate.
Yeah, this is all amazing discussion. Just a thing that's come up recently while we've been on air in the last couple of hours. Sometimes you see something which just boggles the mind, and this is one of those moments today. There's been some satellite photography released of Engels Airfield, which is one of the long-range bomber airfields. I forget exactly. I think it's the one near Saratov, somewhere relatively in the south of Russia. The one that's, I think, most within range of Ukraine that has received either rockets or drones at one fairly early stage. Anyway, there's been some satellite images produced in the last day or so of these strategic bombers that have had their wings covered in a very novel and unconventional form of anti-drone weaponry. And this anti-drone weaponry is basically a load of big vehicle tires just literally laid out on the wings, the entire length of the wings just covered with vehicle rubber tires, in an attempt to presumably provide some sort of shelter from the aircraft from drones. And it's just absolutely bonkers. What as if the sort of military incompetence, sending untrained and unequipped troops in, and just the level of total bungling idiocy seems to be you just never know what they're going to do next. How on earth this has come about, it just makes you think. But it's supposedly a Tu-95 strategic bomber, and there's literally a picture of it, and the entire length of the wings is basically covered in these vehicle tires, laid flat, presumably to provide as much protection as possible. But it just strikes me as something that's not really likely to work, and somebody has dreamt up in a lunch hour because they haven't got anything else. But anyway, I don't know some of what some of you air guys think of this. Can't imagine the RAF or the US Air Force doing anything similar. It's just madness.
Well, I think there might be a run out of, well, maybe the money required to build the shelter for these things have been stolen. So somebody got creative before. Absolutely bonkers. I've seen the picture. And I think, one thing could be said for those tires. When they catch fire, they burn pretty well. So even a marginal strike which just manages to light up one of these might, burn down the whole fucking plane, which is good. So I think that has to be applauded. This initiative has to be applauded. But I will leave it to the professionals here. Mark, Chris, please go on, guys.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just going to say every day I give thanks to all of the gods that they're so effing stupid, and that I think you just have to do that. But I was just going to go back to something which I also heard said earlier. And I think so. One of you guys, I think, said that somebody else had said that the F-16s would make any difference, which I think is total rubbish. And that, and I'm sure Mark and Rich will give you the more technical version and that. But I just was going to say to you that as far as I'm concerned, getting the F-16s in will definitely push the Russian Air Force back. And I could try and explain the technical reasons for that, but I won't bother. But actually, I'll tell you this very quickly so that Mark can come up. But I did read a very interesting, rather geeky article which said that the mere appearance of F-16s in Ukraine is going to cause the Russians to start losing planes. And the theory behind that, and Mark and Rich will no doubt comment on it, was that basically as soon as the Ukrainians have got F-16s, that will mean that the Russians have to mount more combat air patrols, right, wherever they're positioned, whether they're up front or whether they're back a bit, right? And the mere fact that they have to do more air patrols than that is going to lead to the attrition of more and more aeroplanes, right? Particularly since their ability to maintain them is absolutely garbage. So there is a long version of that story, but since there are hands up, I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Chris. Mark.
So yeah, I agree, right? With what Chris was saying, right? I mean, ultimately, right? There's a whole kind of thing where the Russians will have to fly more sorties. But I actually think I think what's more likely to happen, Chris, is that they'll not fly more sorties. They'll just fly less because they'll not want to risk assets that are scarce. And I think that what leads me to think down that line is remember when some magically, and I can't remember if it was ever confirmed that it was a Patriot, but remember when Patriot was introduced, and then there was like those two Russian issue, I think it was 34s, and the helicopter all got hit, and then there was another two helicopters got hit just away up in the north around about Belgorod kind of area, and then there was a noticeable drop off in Russian air activity where they thought there might be Patriots lurking. And I think that has that effect, that psychological effect on them. And on an Air Force, now, I've been honest, right, and Rich might probably agree, I think in an Air Force that's professional, I think that is less of an issue. But I can't honestly put my hand on my heart and say I think the Russian Air Force is professional, right? It's awful. It's just like the entire Russian Armed Forces, right? And I don't think the Russian Air Force has had a stellar war. Right, the stuff I've saw they've been poor in just about everything they've done, and I think that what you might see though is I think that increasingly, and this will be interesting, that you might see once the F-16s have that impact of pushing the Russian Air Force back, will we see more use of those rudimentary GPS guide bombs, the JDAM their version of JDAMs they've been using. That might be one thingy. But then again, you've got to ask yourself the question, can the Russian electronics industry keep up with the pace they demand? Questionable. Just like I was looking, I seen as well those pictures of those bears with the tires on their thingy. It's just like, what? Like I'm kind of sitting there going like, what the hell? Right? Why would you do that? Right? Do they think that by putting those tires there that any, let's call it, any drone mounted munition, a drone dropped munition, right? I'm thinking about these sort of quadcopter types will simply bounce off the tires. Well, given that the tire's got a great big bloody hole in the middle, it's hollow in the middle, there's as much chance it will miss the tire and just hit the wing of the aircraft and then go bang. So I honestly can't fathom what the thinking is behind that, right? It's weird. If it was me,
there's a lot of vodka involved in this thinking, I believe.
it's a lot of something, right? But it's no common sense. Let's put it that way. I just think, like, what would you be doing that? Like, I'm trying to even think, is the aircraft unserviceable and they want to make a decoy, or like I can't figure out what that's all about. And if it was me, right, and I was trying to defend something like that, what I would be doing is I would be looking at putting a large net over it, right? And if you put a large net over it, right? So let's say we take something like one of these quadcopter types. If there's 5 aircraft spread out underneath a large, and it would need to be a large net, right? Then you wouldn't know exactly where the aircraft was, hopefully. And if you do that, then there's a good chance that you might miss the aircraft and not drop on top of it. If it's some of the other sort of bigger ones, well, you've kind of got the same problem. But the tyre thing, that's just bizarre. It'll be interesting to see if that continues. Like, is that something that will continue, or has this just been someone's had too much vodka in the mess at lunchtime and thought, I know what I need to do. I'm getting it in the neck from my boss in Moscow. I need to do something to protect these aircraft. At least if this all goes wrong and doesn't work, I can say I did something. Or is there something else there that they actually think it's a good idea? And if it's just if it's somebody having had too much vodka, chances are it'll tail off. Do you know what I mean? Like in the coming weeks. But if it's something more than that and they think they're onto a winner here, then you'll probably see it continue. So it'll be interesting from my point. I think it'll be interesting to see if that continues, or has it just been a daft idea that somebody's had? Sorry,
I don't know. We shall see. But again, tires burn pretty nicely, and you need some initial heat to start it burning. But once it's burning, it will damage aluminium pretty bad. Really, it will make all the surfaces underneath completely unusable, brittle, and basically will burn down the bloody thing to the ground. Even with
doesn't make any sense.
No, not really. I mean, you could try to put some woods around it and then, make them dry specifically to burn better or something like that. I don't know. It's lunacy. But we are mere mortals. We can't know what the those vodka driven minds have thought. Well, we shall discover. Anyway.
No worries.
Erfind, you have your hand up. Please go on.
Yeah, thank you. We discussed this earlier today. It's very simple. If you are a lieutenant or whatever rank you have on this Engels airfield, you got a message from Moscow, protect the aircraft. And you do it. If you don't, and the aircraft is destroyed, you not only get fired, you probably get shot too. But if you have protected them, you just get fired, because this is Russia. You get a message, you do it. They don't say how and why, and they just say do it. And I respond, yes, we have done it. We have protected the aircraft. Mission complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess the dysfunction of the society. Somebody on this page said it a long time ago, many moons ago, that the army is actually a reflection of the society. And we know how dysfunctional the Russian society is in many aspects. So why shouldn't the army be functional then? Yeah, we will just see that in many areas. Well, Chris, you have your hand up. Please go on.
Playman, you basically took the words out of my mouth there, right? Because I was just going to relate a story that a cybersecurity guy from Ukraine told me early in the invasion, and that, which was that what the Ukrainians did was they didn't put tires on their planes. What they did was they got one of these like massive printers. And they printed out like a number of sheets that were like huge sheets, joined them all together and then pulled them over their fighter aircraft, right? So that when the Russians looked down on them, what they thought they saw was a destroyed building. Well, in fact, what in fact was there was a fighter aircraft, right? Yeah. And this managed to keep Russians fooled for a very long time, actually, right? And the other thing I was going to say, I mean, I've never been to Ukraine, and I've certainly never been on the Ukrainian airfield, right? But I was always led to believe that there were actually a lot of underground hangars in Ukraine, and I thought in Russia as well, but apparently not.
Well. That's I even lost my ability to comment on that one. Really, Mark, please go on.
I think Rue might have been before me, so I'm
Oh
happy
yes,
to
Rue.
yield.
Yes, Rue, please go ahead.
Yes, well, it wouldn't be the first time you open a crate in the army and there is something completely different in them than the crate says, or the one delivering the crate says it's in them. And well, it happened to me in Sweden at least once, and I would suspect that in Russia, where there are any number of people that might find a buyer for these maybe camouflage nets that were supposed to be in the crates, could have sold them and replaced them with used tires. This wouldn't surprise me at all.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I've seen somewhere a tweet a week or two ago about the food the Russian soldiers. There was some sort of a canned meat or a canned soup, meat soup, and when they opened up the can, there was just clear water in there, nothing else, just really water. And apparently, all the whole delivery to this particular unit was containing this nutritional food for them. Apparently, somebody really skimmed off the beat and sold it off, and just canned water. So why not just, instead of masquerading nets or what have you, just old tires? That works. Yeah, absolutely. Mark, now it's your turn.
I was going to say, certainly I've seen some pictures and videos on YouTube and Twitter of what goes in Russian rations, and I'll never ever complain again about what I was fed when I was in, because compared to that slop, we were like cordon bleu compared to that. Yeah, I did wonder that as well, if perhaps that they have actually paid for those camouflage nets or whatever it is 3 times over. Just they've never ever bothered to build them because it's all been skimmed off. But what I was going to say, what I was going to mention, I think it was Chris mentioned about underground hangars, right? So here's the thing. they're not necessarily underground, right? They're called hardened aircraft shelters, and they're built above ground. And for want of a better phrase, if you look at, you'll find them all over both East and Western Europe, because NATO built a whole shed load after 1967 when the Israelis wiped out nearly 3 Arab air forces within 3 hours on the ground in the 67 war. Everyone in the West thought, well, everyone looking went, maybe lining aircraft up wingtip to wingtip isn't really the best thing that's going to ensure the longevity. So what they did was NATO and the Soviet Union, Russia, Warsaw Pact, whatever way you want to put it, they built these things called hardened aircraft shelters. And the ones that the Russians have, and I've seen pictures inside them and stuff, and I'll be honest, I thought our ones were poor, but theirs are just like everyone else in the country, just built by the cheapest bidder. They certainly didn't have any of the sort of bits that were built into the NATO stuff. They are predominantly, one of the problems that the Russians and the Ukrainians by extension have is they built hardened aircraft shelters to fit aircraft such as the MiG-21 and the MiG-23 Flogger. So they were single-tailed aircraft. So they kind of based their sizing off that. In the 1980s, what actually happened was they designed things like Su-27 and MiG-29s. And the problem is that they don't fit because the archway is too small for them. And then it didn't really become a problem because everyone threw in the towel during the Cold War. So the Russians didn't have to rebuild them all. So they're not underground hangars as such, but to give you a sort of generic, I'm a geek that actually is interested in this kind of thing. A hardened aircraft shelter, a NATO standard hardened aircraft shelter, is 3 foot of concrete with reinforced steel beams on the inside. They are designed to withstand a hit from a 500-pound bomb, either directly on the shelter or a 1,000-pound bomb, which is probably the vast majority of Russian airdropped ordnance. They're designed to withstand the 1,000-pound bomb going off outside on the sort of concrete area called the pan. Inside there, what you've got is you've got enough space for 2 aircraft at a push. In there, there's a little sort of cabin where guys like me would sit with turnaround crew. At the back, you've got a big opening so the aircraft can actually start up with the doors shut, the main doors shut. And the crew can sit, get the aircraft ready for flight, and then they open the doors, the jets taxi straight out, straight onto the taxiway and down onto the runway and away, so that it minimises the amount of time that the aircraft's exposed on the ground. The other things that the shelter has, so inside that shelter, there will be a limited amount of tools to turn the aircraft around. There'll be spare weapons. There'll be at least usually 1 or 2 loads of spare weapons for the aircraft. So as soon as the aircraft's back, it's turned around on the pan outside, it's pulled back in with a winch into the shelter, doors shut as quick as, so that, again, it minimises the time the aircraft's exposed to the ground, to the outside. The fuel bowsers, they will turn up and they drive into a sort of special little garage stuck on the side of it. And the fuel's actually pumped underneath, under the floor, into the aircraft. And that's so that the fuel bowser, you don't have to sit with the door open and have the fuel bowser right next to the aircraft. It's a kind of sort of security thing. So you'll find if you look up, like, I don't know, RAF Bentwaters or RAF Lookers or whatever it is, you'll find that these areas, these shelters, there'd be like a dozen in one side of the airfield, and then at the opposite side there'll be another dozen. So one squadron will be in one area, one squadron will be in another, so they're spread out round about the airfield. The whole idea of them is that also there you have a building that's got spares and tools that the engineers need. That's all under 3 foot of concrete. You've got a hardened personnel shelter for the ground crew, which means that all the squadron engineers can live, sleep, shower, in there, and that's chemically protected against those kind of threats. So if somebody dumps a whole load of sarin or whatever on the airfield, then we can, like, the idea is that the hardened aircraft shelter and the squadron can still fight through that. What you'll also find is there's also a separate facility for the aircrew, and that's also got all their briefing facilities built into that. But it's completely and utterly, it's almost like an above ground bunker for both the ground crews and the aircrew. And then around usually on airfields, those hardened aircraft shelters have got their own security perimeter, and a guard force will be posted at the 3 exits onto the rest of the airfield, so that even, and that's far away. Usually they're built as far away from the rest of the airfield as possible. Other things on the airfield that we all hardened up were things like the bomb dump. A lot of the fuel installations were all buried or hardened in order to minimise the vulnerabilities of them. And if they do get hit, they don't cause problems for the other parts of the airfield, if you see what I mean. So I don't know if that helps you get an understanding of what they are, Chris. Sorry if that's rambled on. As I say, I'm a geek about this kind of stuff, so sorry.
No. That's exactly what I mean. But hardened and camouflaged, and I was just while you were talking of that, I was just like Googling, secret underground hangars and stuff like that. There's any number of videos of these things, not necessarily in Ukraine or Russia, but the first one I looked at was in Croatia, built into the side of a mountain, massive secret, hangar, right? And so like, what are these Russian planes doing parked, out in the open? I've just got no idea.
So the problem, sorry, Chris, I was going to say the problem you've got, right, is the hardened aircraft shelter thing, right? The problem is that there's a limit realistically on how big you can make those shelters, right? So when I'm talking about things that are like F-16 sized. That's the kind of aircraft that you would fit in there. Maybe a wee bit bigger, but that kind of sort of what we call tactical aircraft. The problem with things like Tupolev 95 Bears is they're much larger. Okay, so there is a limit on how big you can make a hangar. The way that you protect aircraft like the Bear and things like, for us in the West, things like airborne early warning aircraft or tanker aircraft, right, is you disperse them both around the airfield, right? So you would have an aircraft every 500 meters parked up, right? You might be able to construct some HESCO kind of bastions or walled berms, that kind of thing between the aircraft, right? But you also disperse them across different airfields. So let's just say we'll take the UK. Okay, the RAF operates all of its tankers from one RAF airfield at the minute. But I guarantee in wartime you'll find that they would be split out over as many civil airfields as you can possibly imagine, right? Because you're just trying to limit the amount of time, the amount of aircraft that are caught in the one place at the one time. So they don't have them. What I find strange isn't the fact that they've got them all on the airfield, but time after time you see satellite imagery of Russian aircraft still parked up reasonably close together. And that's what I find quite surprising, more than anything else. But there is a limitation on the hardening side. That airfield in Bihak, I know the one you mean. It's really interesting. Weirdly enough, there's no many countries. I think Taiwan's got some underground airfields, and Sweden had some. And I want to say
Switzerland as well.
Switzerland, yeah, that was the one I was thinking of. Sorry, my apologies to Swiss and Swedes that are listening. But the problem is you've got to have the mountains there to actually make that work for wanting a better thingy. So yeah, they are interesting, but I think that the mountain ones are certainly unique to certain environments. But I think that's the problem you've got with large aircraft, is you can't quite build those hangars that kind of size. I think I'm right in saying that the Americans had some built very specifically for the U-2 fleet at RAF Alconbury in the 80s, but they were like so expensive and so super specialised that they needed that protection. So in theory you could. The reality is you can't. dare I say. Sorry, I'll stop yapping on.
Well, that's a fantastic insight into sort of military operations and capabilities that most people like myself and others just simply don't have, because we don't have the experience or the knowledge or the sort of expertise of understanding how these things are managed. So thanks very much to both of you there. We've got Roos up next, so you want to go ahead, Roos?
Yes, this is just a piece of wishful thinking. I'm really hoping that while that airfield got crates full of spare tires, there is now a guy sitting in eastern Ukraine waiting for all the spare tires for all the tankers that he's supposed to service, and wondering, where did they go? Why did I get camouflage nets?
It wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah, we know that they've had severe problems with the quality of the tires they've got, which are these rip-off knockoff Chinese cheap things, which just haven't been up to the job. And the mentality of the way the Russian system works is sort of everybody, it's a top-down thing. So everybody does his order, fulfills his order without thinking of the big picture or how his actions will affect anybody else. So to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me at all if these are not old, burnt out used tires or whatever, but they're actually, new or usable tires. And because somebody's been given order to, protect this aircraft, for example, they go and sort of pilfer or obtain these tires, which might not even be sort of dead ones. They might be ones that are actually needed, by other parts of the military as a far greater priority. But because this guy's been given this order, that's what he does. And you often find that the sort of dysfunctional, top down, nobody's prepared to question anything because they might get a bullet. Whereas the far more sort of NATO-led or rather NATO-style Ukrainian military, where, for example, this new commander, spoke to his men and said, "Look, who's prepared to put themselves up to try and take this place and actually get volunteers who will want to do it and are prepared to do it and don't need to be sort of dragooned into it." Having a sort of an understanding of how the Russian psychology works, as I do, having spent quite a lot of time there, albeit not recently, it's just a totally different way of doing things, and people do what they're told, irrespective of how kind of crazy it might be. The fear of not doing it, or what the consequences might be for not complying with whatever order they're given, if they've got no other way of fulfilling the order, they might just do something completely bonkers and off the wall because it's the only way they can be seen to be complying with whatever they're being required to do. It's a bit mad, really, but I think that's often how Russia actually functions, or rather dysfunctions. Anyway, that's my take on it. Anybody got any comments on that?
Sorry, I should have put my hand up. Apologies. If that's all right for me, just to kind of chime in. One of the things I was going to say, right, and I don't know quite what to make of this, but what people I don't like, again, it might not become apparent right off the bat, but see these Bear bombers, right? These Bear bombers are part of the Russia's strategic forces. They're strategic assets. And what that means is, right, they've got about, I think it's like 50 or 60 of these bears, which sounds a lot, and it is compared to, other air forces, right? But these, if you kind of listen to Russian propaganda, right, then, the West is the threat, NATO is the threat, and it's the Russia's nuclear weapons and stuff that are there to protect Russia and all that kind of jazz, right? But I mean, like, effectively, the Russians are squandering something that's supposed to be part of the shield of the motherland against NATO. So they must either be fairly confident that NATO is not going to attack, which we know that's the case, right? But if you listen to their crap, it's like a squandering of strategic assets. And, the Tupolev 22s that they attacked and destroyed 2 of them, they've only got 40, right? Which is a lot, but it's not a lot in the grand scheme of things when you compare that to the number of B-1Bs, B-52s, etc., that NATO's got available to it. So I like, they must be fairly confident either that the land-based nuclear deterrence is going to work against NATO, or they're just not that bothered about NATO. They know NATO's not actually a real threat. I just find it really kind of a weird kind of way of thinking. Maybe it's dysfunctional thinking, I think, as Peter was saying. But yeah, I just thought I'd kind of bring that up. These are strategic assets that Russia's basically peeing away in the wind for no lot of gain in Ukraine. And it's weird. It's just weird. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah, no, that's a good thought. I mean, it's absolutely bonkers, really, because especially when you consider the amount of border that Russia has, stretching over 16,000 kilometers or something crazy. Okay, the Arctic, they're not likely to get invaded from there, but they've got a huge border with China, all the stands, and south of the Caucasus and that, and plus all the way now. Right the way up to Finland. In theory, trouble could come from any direction, and frankly, it's more likely to come from within and on their near neighbours, whom they've, oppressed and repressed and genocided over a lot of time. But I think you're right. They need these blooming things, and they're effectively seeing them thrown away. But I think it's sort of hubris that they just never crossed their minds that Ukraine would have either the capability or the nerve or the daring to actually attack them at their own airfields. Clearly, they weren't prepared for the drone attack at Pskov, partly because it's 650 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. And the same, I think, the first time when the Engels thing happened. Saki Air Base, that's nearer, and maybe they should have been expecting that, but it just seems to be a combination of false arrogance and lack of preparedness, and having the wrong battle plan, and not anticipating how a sensible enemy with more than a few brain cells would actually respond in this situation. And from the sound of it, it's going to get worse. I see there, or better rather for us, that I see there's a post today online saying that Ukraine are working on their own drones and missiles with a range of up to 1,500 kilometers. And if that's the case, then they'll almost put in Alenia airfield in Murmansk in range, I would have thought, or not far off anyway. And that will put Moscow well within range, and almost as far as the Urals. So that will really, if that happens quickly, and they can get the production sort of up as fast as possible, I think over the autumn and winter, the Russians could be in for a very nasty time, and they're certainly deserving it, because they put the Ukrainians and the civilians through absolute hell. And if they do suddenly get a taste of their own medicine, I don't think there'll be many of us who'll be too upset about it. particularly as we know it will be on military targets and not on residential targets. And the Ukrainians have done a very good job of, systematically going after what they want got rid of off the battlefield with very limited weapons, knowing that they, might have 20 targets, but they don't have the means of eliminating all those targets. So, yeah. Right, Mark, again, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I was just going to say it's almost like I can't think that I don't know why this surprises me. Right, it shouldn't after 15 odd months, but it does. It's like the absolute lethargy for the Russians to change tact when something's not working, and we see that like through loads of things. So like again, if you think about a NATO military, when something doesn't work, they adapt the tactic. And they usually do it pretty quickly, and usually a lot of that's driven from the bottom up. I could think of loads of things where, like even going back to 1991 in the Gulf, where it was like, right, this isn't working, or let's try this, or let's do this differently, or let's employ this platform in a different way, and it worked. But the Russians just seem to after the first drone attack on the airfield, you'd be thinking, right, okay, let's put something in place to stop that happening again. But they don't seem to have done that. They just seem to have plodded on and like kept getting whacked. And I mean, this has happened loads of times with other stuff during the war, right? It's not an air thing. But it's just phenomenal how lethargic and poor the Russians are to adapt to stuff. It's just weird. Not even weird. It's just mind blowing. Mind blowing. And I don't know if that's because I kind of grew up and like, I don't know if it's because we've been fed all the BS of how great these 10-foot Russian tall men, soldiers are with their armatas and all the other crap, right? Or is it just an sort of informational bias? Like, do I assume that a Soviet fighter squadron works the same way as an RAF one because that's what I know? And that's possibly part of it, where you end up overestimating the enemy because you put your own bias in how you operate. I don't know. But it just constantly, every so often, I'm like, man, like, do you know what? I think back to like when I read about the Cold War and stuff, because I'm luckily old enough to remember really the Cold War, and I think, did we overestimate them? Like, why were we even scared of these people when we see how poor they are? Like, why were we bothered about Russian SS-21s in Kaliningrad when we see how absolutely awful their army is? Do you know, it's just, I'm constantly blown away by it. Sorry, I'm rambling, but I find it mind-blowing as to how poor they are. And you'd think they would be changing their tactics, but they do to a point, but it seems to take them, luckily for us, a hell of a long time to change and adapt. Whereas NATO armies and air forces and navies wouldn't exist if we went down that, if we kept banging our heads against the brick wall doing the same thing time after time, because we wouldn't have enough assets left to actually do it, either people or platforms. So yeah, just constantly blazes me. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I think it's largely down to really appalling leadership and really appalling management. Those of us who have spent time working and living in Russia, the Russians just have a different mentality. They are simply used to top-down management. And even at school, the discipline is drilled into them. I mean, the British, we are naturally sort of people who question things, and we're naturally a bit not rebellious is the wrong word, but we're sort of we're kind of mavericks in a bit of a way, and we just don't necessarily believe what we're told. We'll sort of not be afraid to challenge it, whereas that sort of attitude is just completely squashed in Russia, whereas in the UK it's almost nurtured and brought out, and that's actually good, because I wouldn't mind betting if there was a problem in a NATO type army, and one of the junior guys stood up and said, look, this is bonkers, it isn't working, or I've got an idea, I wouldn't mind betting that he's not going to get a bullet in the head or the back, and he's not going to get sort of sent to Siberia. He might get told, well, there are reasons why we do this, and he might get explained, but the chances are whoever was in command would at least listen, provided it was put over in a constructive manner, and it was a sort of suggestion to sort of say that there are better ways of doing this, and the hope you would want to think that the management would listen and would take on board ideas, particularly if they can enhance the overall mission, and would understand this guy is not just criticizing them on a personal level, he's actually trying to improve the effectiveness of the unit or whatever. Whereas I wouldn't mind betting in a Russian military situation, you just do not have the audacity to question a senior officer, management or whatever. And of course, this runs all the way up the whole up the military hierarchy. And of course, at the very top, nobody has the audacity to question the jerk sitting at the top in the Kremlin. And this is where he's being fed a load of crap and is not seeing the real picture. And he probably doesn't realize that he's losing all these aircraft because people are too afraid to tell him. They're trying to dress it up with only one aircraft when it's actually 4 or whatever, because they're all afraid of getting bullets in their heads. And when you see how the Russians sort of the whole education system, the work ethos, the management system, they're very hierarchical. And it's all top down, and there's no sort of filtering up from the grassroots, that the people at the bottom are just at the bottom of the pile, and you sort of have to work your way up the ladder by corruption or by knowing somebody or nepotism or whatever. And of course that promotes the most incompetent people as well. And I think perhaps people who haven't lived and worked and sort of experienced the Russian way of doing things tend to be surprised and astonished by this. But some of us who have lived and worked in Russia, it doesn't come as a massive shock. I've got to be honest with you, even though I've sort of worked in the railways in Russia, or within the sort of sphere of railways in Russia, and it's a similar sort of thing. It's very top down. It's very sort of organized like the military, with huge numbers that you can't sort of keep track on individually. So you have to have this rigid system, and this rigidity is what is just becoming a real problem for them once it comes up into contact with reality, and particularly a war situation where the fog of war and the plans of the enemy get screwed up. Your own plans get screwed up on contact, and they're just not geared to sort of dealing with the situation and improvising and changing and being adaptable and flexible, which I think the Ukrainians have shown themselves as far more sort of adept at sort of dealing with what is obviously a really horrendous, difficult situation, with them outnumbered in terms of on every level, in terms of equipment and even the numbers of troops and everything. Yet they're able to make progress by sort of playing smarter and by doing better tactics and understanding what they're dealing with. And of course, the Ukrainians, because they've lived with it for years, they understand the Russian mentality, totally, completely. And you've got these people in the West trying to lecture them. They understand about the negotiation. They understand that the Russians are now trying to freeze the conflict by far too late, going for peace talks when they're now on the back foot, and why it's absolutely essential this is not allowed to happen. Yeah.
Just a quick remark. You're absolutely right about all of your observations. I mean, you're telling us about your observations, so reality. But one thing I wanted to say is the following. Part of why the Russian society works as you described is because the Russian society, actually, if you look at their history, they've never went through something similar to the Enlightenment period. They never went through a renaissance. Their society stayed in the medieval age. It's predominantly a society which is feudal in nature. This is an early medieval society with all of its, all of its attributes, if you like. The complete top-down, the complete disengagement, the complete lack of critical thinking. And people in the West, they think about Enlightenment and the Renaissance. They think about values, moral, philosophy and stuff like that. But it's not only that. It's the ability of people to think rationally and question things. That's part of the Renaissance, part of the Enlightenment, right? So if you take that away, you end up with what Russia does: complete top down, no questioning. If you dare say something, you get a bullet in your back. And so everything flows from the top to the down, and from the bottom comes nothing. And you end up with this type of things, putting like tires on a plane's wings. Stupidity and limited the adaptability. But these are all the signs of a medieval society, really. So, yeah, absolutely spot on observations. Cheers, thank you. That was all I wanted to just to interject very briefly.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks. Yes. Got hands now. I didn't see who was first, Oyvind or Ernest. So
yeah. I just so Oyvind here. I just for the fun of it, I checked about tire production in Russia, and all the big one, Bridgestones, Continental, Nokia, Dunlop, all these big who produce quality tires, they are out of Russia. So here's the twist: the guy on the Engels airfield, he got a order to get tires. So he run in the local area and confiscate all quality tires, put them on the plane, and then later when he got the counter order, he sell them on the black market, because nobody will steal tires putting on a warplane. So this is the twist. Thank you.
I think I don't remember the order, but I think Renee, then Ernest, and then Mark, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, thank you, Plamen. So I just wanted to comment on Peter, what you said, on Plamen, what you said. First, Peter, on your list, how to get ahead in Russia, or let's say in the former Soviet space, I would rather say. I think I agree with everything on your list, but I think there's one important point more. And I don't know when you were in Russia. I was there in the early 2000s. My impression was always to say yes is a possibility to rise from the bottom to a very serious position. So it's not just nepotism or something. It's not this feudal structure, which we maybe know from, let's say, Spain or Portugal or whatever. I think it's different. Saying yes was very important to move ahead. And then you moved up by saying yes, and you made other people say yes. So this is just an addition to what you said. And Plamen, I disagree with you bundling the Renaissance and the Enlightenment almost entirely. I think if you look at the Renaissance very strictly, that, like, let's say, moving away from religion, religious freedom, no longer looking at religion as the center point of how you find values, then yes, I agree that the Renaissance was not happening at the same time in Russia, but it for sure did happen. There was for sure a moving away from religion in a very broad sense in the Soviet space. And regarding the Enlightenment, I think I completely with you. But what I always felt was interesting about the Enlightenment in Russia is that it was an import. Just as it was to suddenly, instead of just pouring down the vodka, is starting to sipping it in St. Petersburg. So it was kind of Western European curiosity, which found favor, I would say, in the elite, but it was not a grassroots movement. There was nobody writing encyclopedias based on enlightenment. But I think your statement there was too broad, and you bundled these two terms in a wrong way. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think I do agree to some extent, to be honest. I wouldn't necessarily bundle the Renaissance and the let's say the divorce between statehood and religion and this sort of process with the, well, let's say the Enlightenment and the associated, let's say, scientific, philosophical, and other advancements. The one thing I guess I'm just using it as a watershed example, not necessarily in the strictest term and definition of the two terms, just because I think what it's important is the society as such stayed in a very early development stage. If you look at the Soviet system, it's also so. For example, the feudalism, literally the peasants in Russia were freed somewhere in the late 1800s. I think it was the Tsar Alexander II who freed them from being owned by the nobles.
Serfdom, you mean, right? Serfdom.
Yeah, serfdom. Yeah, yes, exactly. This is the term, serfdom. So they have been freed from serfdom somewhere in the late 1800s, 1870 or something like that, very late. Then very short thereafter, they got into the whole Soviet system, and that's not necessarily better than serfdom. So this society hasn't had a second of a free or democratic existence. Before the expansion of Russia, if you look at their history before the 1600s or so, they have been subjected by the Mongols and various other sort of, well, they were part of the Central Asian statehood tradition, which is satrapic, which is anywhere near to the ideas of ancient Greece and Rome and democracy and so forth and so on. And let's not forget, democracy is not a young term. It existed way before that. But Russia has never had a encounter with this concept in its existence as a state. So I would argue, not in a very strict scientific terms, but I would argue their society hasn't gone through the transformation and the development most or all of the Western societies have gone through. And I was using Enlightenment, Renaissance just as a boundary, as a watershed moment, if you like.
Got you. Now I understand you better. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. It's me where I put it. Yeah, you're right. I used very loosely and very imprecisely those terms. So yeah, thank you.
Can I add another question to you? And I mean this kind of with a lot of humor. Don't you think that, at least in the Soviet times, there always was a space for democracy and enlightenment, but only one single space, and this space was the kitchen? I just would like you to reflect on that. This is meant with humor.
I guess there's some truth in that. There's some truth in that in these societies, and I'm talking loosely not only about the Soviet Union, but all of the satellites, the truths were spoken only in a very close circle, predominantly in the family. Although we know that in the Soviet times, family wasn't necessarily a guarantee that you won't be you know, somebody wouldn't tell on you to the authorities about your blasphemous thoughts. But it is true that open discussion and open dissent wasn't possible. So it was only possible in the kitchen, around the kitchen table with your closest relatives, who you know wouldn't go and tell the police or whoever, FSB equivalent, KGB or whoever, about what you think about the regime. And that those societies, they were built on top of rumors. Rumor mills were quite excessive, and political jokes to some extent existed. So yeah, I think there is a quite a bit of truth in what you're saying, and hopefully I have the same interpretation which you have, but I'm sure you will tell me now.
No, you do, and because my impression as a foreigner, both in Russia, in Ukraine, I lived more in Ukraine, longer than Ukraine than in Russia, and in some satellites, but I would say in the stance with some different flavor, was that I met people on the street who were, you're kind of what you would expect, especially in wintertime, gray, very stern, looking on their feet when they walk and so on. And you meet the same people in the kitchen that are completely different. They're opinionated, they're happier, they're engaged. So what I want to say is that the root of kind of the human behavior of wanting to discuss and to express was always there. It just never left the kitchen. And that was for me always a fascinating thing as a foreigner, let me say it like this. But I have totally the same interpretation as you have.
Well, it's it's totalitarian state. It's a totalitarian society. So suppression of political or dissent of any kind, not necessarily political, just any type of dissent, has been on top of the agenda of the authorities. And because you mentioned the kitchen table, I think there were some projects by Stasi to even invade bed space. We know that they had a massive listening operation, listening to nearly every single phone in the bloody DDR. It was known to the authorities. And again, totalitarian regimes, totalitarian societies, they have as a first order of business the suppression of any dissent of any type. So yeah. And we see that in Russia today. I mean, this is in the heritage of their state currently. So Peter, I lost track of the order. If we finish this subject, I don't know. Was it I think it was Ernest.
Yeah,
first,
Ernest next, and then Current.
Okay, Ernest.
Good evening, Plowman, and thank you very much for hosting, and Peter as well. I really enjoy listening to when you folks are on. So thank you for being here and for volunteering, and everyone else for making it a great and fascinating conversation. Oyvind and Roos and Renee and Chris and Current, everyone up here. Hello to Alan and Robin. Just wanted to encourage people to retweet and share the space. It's 6 minutes past 7 Eastern time here in Florida. We've got about 390 people listening, so do take a second if you can on your device if you're not driving. Retweet, share the space. Go to MriyaReport. We look about ongoing fundraising initiatives and closed out projects in the past with materials delivered and training delivered, etc. Shout out to War Dog or Nuclei if you're listening, and all our Ukrainian friends. And that was it, just to say to people to retweet, share the space, and visit MriyaReport.org. And thank you, gentlemen, for being here. It's great to listen to you.
Thank you. Very kind words. I hope, at least on my part, I haven't ranted too much to scare people away, but enjoyed enormously the wealth of knowledge on this space. And it's not the co-host, but it's you guys. You're giving the real appeal of the space. Thank you. And thank you, Ernest, for the kind words.
Yes, I agree with that very much so. It's our listeners and contributors that speakers that really make this place bringing a wealth of different perspectives and different experiences and knowledge to the space that we can't really provide ourselves. We just sort of steer the conversation as we can, and you know, some of the stuff is really quite amazing, thanks to all our speakers. And so thanks very much to everybody. Ernest has just reminded me to say retweet this space. Thank you very much. I haven't done that enough this session. I think we're about to hand over to the next host. So in anticipation of that, I'll say thank you very much to everybody for listening tonight. It's been a great conversation. We've kept it flowing on a wide variety of subjects relevant to what's going on at the moment and the situation in general. Thanks very much. Best wishes to everybody. Hope to see you again soon. Good night, and as always, Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Slava. Thank you, Peter. Current, please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. As usual, to weigh in with my Soviet opinions as a person who actually spent the first 20 years of her life there. So in terms of, I wanted to comment on what Renee said. There was not really separation of state and religion. There was a replacement of religion by the state. You kind of worshipped the Soviet authorities like Grandpa Lenin, Stalin, whoever was in charge at the time. That's what you worshipped, pretty much, if looking at it in retrospect, I would say. And in addition to that, the kitchen table humor during the Soviet time, you couldn't really even trust your own family. One of the things that was worshipped is Pavlik Morozov myth of how a son betrays his own parents in order to report them to the authorities because they're not quite behaving or speaking the way that the Soviet citizens should be speaking.
Yes, thank you, Current. I believe this is a very important, it's actually very, very important statement, because if you think about it, all of the symbols, if you look at the symbolism of the, you know, the party houses, the whole sort of state apparatus in the Soviet Union and satellites. I have to emphasize this is not only the Soviet Union. This sort of approach was applied to every single Eastern Bloc member. The religion was the Communist Party or the communist ideology, and therefore dissent is not accepted. People, you cannot question God. You have to believe. If you don't believe, if you question, you're a non-believer. You're a heretic. You're talking blasphemies. So, and that's how they reacted. That's very apt comparison. Actually, I think it's really it hits me as a very, very important observation. So thank you very much, Current. It's yes, amazing. But I guess this is as well how dissent has become, or even constructive criticism has become a heresy in the society. And let's say currently, I don't think Putin is being viewed as a religious figure or a saint or something like that, but still, he rules based on the same system. On dissent is a blasphemy. Doesn't matter where it comes from. You have to agree. You have to believe. And therefore, as the previous speaker said, in this society, you made a progress only when you said yes, because you can't say no, otherwise you're a non-believer, right? So it has a very, very similar attributes to a religion. One religion which is based on I don't know what, and the moral principles quite distorted in reality. So yes, Very interesting. Karen, please go on.
Basically, he's their glorious leader, the same way that Lenin and Stalin and Brezhnev was. He's doing everything to protect their lives. They don't know that they're worshiping him, but this is part of the obedience. That's part of the society. There is no other way. There's no other way of thinking about that because everybody else is against them. And he's the only one protecting them in what they've been indoctrinated into.
And it's interesting that nowadays, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia is turning more and more into creating the narrative about the orthodoxy and the fact that Russia, or not the fact, but the narrative that Russia is the keeper of the orthodoxy, the one who is saving the orthodoxy from the evil and debauchery West, the only place where the true Orthodox values are preserved. And in this narrative as well, Putin and the Russian state plays a huge role in reality. So yeah, it's a very apt observation, really. I think it's worthwhile. Somebody should really think, take it as a reason to do a study of it. But thank you. Oh, Karen, go on.
Sorry, just wanted to bring up that Marx's statement of religion is opium for the people is actually what was also applied in the Soviet Union, except you cannot entirely, people want to believe something. What the Soviet and socialist ideology is you replace it, you supplement instead of religion, because other of the worship of the state, or you don't realize that you're worshiping it, but looking at it far removed from it and with knowledge and experience and exposure to the rest of the world, you realize that that's how it functions. Yeah.
I mean, this is interesting because religions are exclusive to each other. So you can't be, believer in two different religions. So you have to believe in the one or the other. You can't have two. And therefore, the communist religion actually displaced the church quite aggressively, whereby now they're trying to merge with the church and use the church as a pretense or a narrative. But during the Soviet times, the Soviet ideology was to replace completely the church and the Christianity, if you like, due to the fact that, as I think it's fair to say that religions they're not inclusive in the sense you can't be member of two religious groups. You have to belong to the one or the other due to the nature of the thing, right? So yeah, very, very, if you start thinking about it, there are many attributes which are clearly of religious nature or arranged to work as that, right? So yeah, fairly interesting. And this is actually another reason for the lack of flexibility in this in this society, and the dogma, because you can't. If the dogma ceases to exist, then the religion ceases to exist as well. So you have to upkeep the dogma. So you have to say yes, and the infallible guy on the top cannot be questioned. So we see what this yeah, well, again, Current, please go on, and if I'm talking, please just say something.
No, I feel like I have to raise my hand just to be polite and sort of to get back to the whole religious aspect. most of the people, and it's not to denigrate people, it's our nature that they can't, there's a cognitive dissonance and a huge discomfort within it, where you're the only one responsible for your future. It's very uncomfortable. So it's very, yeah. And they're exploiting that human nature of needing something higher, more responsible, something that you answer to without experiencing cognitive dissonance and discomfort to control people.
Yes, I think the idea of the communist or the Soviet organization was about control, as it is clearly not about moral or anything else, but it gave them pretty good control over the people of their own people. Because let's not forget, I think in the Soviet times, the internal enemy was way worse than the outside enemies. And it's not a coincidence that Stalin actually murdered more Soviet people than the Second World War, I believe. And definitely murdered a lot of Ukrainians, if we think about the Holodomor and what happened there. People attribute it to mismanagement and what have you not, but it's a deliberate act, and it's a deliberate act to control, to create this grip, this iron grip of its own population, so that there is no dissent and no ways to break out of this control. So, having said that, I believe my replacement is being prepared. So, as well, say thank you very, very much, guys. It has been a tremendously enjoyable evening with all of the experts and the professionals here and all of the ideas. I really thank you very much. And with that, I will hand over to Alan, and I believe Michelle or who is going to replace me.
Robin is coming up.
Robin,
to replace
sorry.
Plowman. And thank you very much, and thank you, Peter, also for carrying on this fascinating conversations, really, because there's never ever one conversation here at MriyaReport. There are many. They're always enlightening, and they always rely on listeners who become speakers. So if there are any listeners down there who want to become a speaker, welcome. Just tap on the little mic button and request to speak. We'll bring you up. And you know, the other thing that MriyaReport relies on, listeners promote themselves to donors. It's no different than Ukrainian patriots in occupied Ukraine who promote themselves to partisans, Ukrainians who take an active part in resistance, in helping Ukraine liberate occupied Ukraine. We're no different here. I was once just a listener, a sometime speaker, and was promoted to co-host. I was once a listener and sometimes speaker, and I promoted myself to become a donor to MriyaReport because I know how important MriyaReport's work is, sending humanitarian supplies, non-lethal military supplies to Ukraine. $5, $10, $50, $100, $500, whatever you are able to give, it all makes a difference because there's a listener just like you listening right now who will promote himself or herself from listener to donor. So go to MriyaReport.org, MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button. Do it tonight. Ernest, go ahead, please.
Well, good evening, Alan. Thank you for giving the shout out to MriyaReport.org. I encourage people to go ahead over to the website, read about the initiatives of material and medical supplies delivered, and drones and such like, and the current fundraisers that are ongoing, you can chip in and be a part of. It is a registered charity here in the United States, which is quite the standard. It's the highest standard available for people who wish to do charity. So you can get a tax receipt for your IRS submissions next tax season. Also, your company or your firm or your employer might do charitable giving matching scheme, where they also like to give the charities that you let them know you give to. They might match what you tell them, and they too can get a charitable discount. Either way, just spread the good word, retweet the space. I was going to say, Alan, without being too self-referential, how wonderful it was for Peter and Plowman to hold the floor and to be co-hosts, and I'd encourage people to give them a round of applause to welcome Alan and Robin, and also to thank Peter and Plowman. And what did you think, Alan? I thought it was absolutely riveting stuff.
I loved it. I was listening all of this time, and Peter and Plowman really should be up here for 6, 7, or 8 hours at the time. I mean, we get too few hours of their co-hosting together. But it made a real difference to Robin and to me. But what really makes a difference is how Peter and Plowman guided the conversation. Absolutely a great session with you. Thank you very much. And welcome, Robin. We're just 30 minutes away from tonight's book club edition, the MriyaReport book club. So all of you listeners, you have 30 minutes to delve into On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder.
Yeah, that's right. Although, as Alan has pointed out before, this is not a graduate seminar. There will be no final exam. So if you haven't read it, stick around anyway. It's a very accessible book. Tonight we're going to be talking about words and expression, and how important words are in keeping a democratic society.
So we're going to skip around a little bit on tyranny tonight. We started last week by driving straight through the book from prologue through chapter 1, chapter 2. I think that's as far as we got, Robin.
Yeah, the issue was we'd have to take the next 6 months to finish it. We do have a few other books that we want to get to. So we are going to skip around a little bit, but as I said tonight, the idea is the organizing idea is speech, and speech in the sense of how the Supreme Court uses it, which includes certain actions too. I hope it'll be interesting. It's been fascinating to me to go over it.
Well, I think it will be interesting. And Robin, you really took the time to write our study guide tonight, which I really appreciate. I usually just try to keep things at the top of my mind. It doesn't always work. Sometimes the top of my mind seems to open up, and my thoughts escape like bees from a hive, or flies from wherever they come from, etc. Or birds from a roost, and then I'm left empty-headed.
Well, that's a common occurrence for me, Alan. That's why I write things down. But hopefully we'll get through without too many brain freezes in the meantime.
So, just to bring folks up to date on some activity tonight, there is an ongoing air raid alert in Ukraine again tonight. It's a nightly occurrence, really. So in Poltava, Kharkiv, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, and Donetsk regions, there are Russian ballistic missile attacks, a threat of Russian missile attacks, and this has been reported by the Air Force of Ukraine. So it's news we will continue to follow as the night unfolds.
Yeah, and it looks, Alan, like as usual, it's beginning in the east, and it's slowly creeping across the rest of the country. So yeah, as you say, this is a nightly occurrence now. I wish they would run out of missiles, but they don't seem to. Have we have have not been listening all that consistently today, but I was wondering whether we could revisit the issue of Alexei Reznikov being replaced as defense minister.
I'm not sure how much that has been talked about. So President Zelensky has announced that he is replacing Alexei Reznikov as defense minister. I think a lot of us have come to get to know Alexei Reznikov. I believe he's been defense minister since 2021. So really since Russia launched its genocidal invasion. He's being replaced by Rustem Umerov, who is currently the chair of the State Property Fund of Ukraine. Umerov is 41 years old. He's a former member of the Rada, which is Ukraine's parliament, and this new appointment by Zelensky is in fact being submitted to the Rada for debate and a vote later this week. The other thing that struck me as interesting, Robin, is that Umerov is of Crimean Tatar origin and served from Crimea. Well, let's see. He served in Parliament, not from Crimea, but he served in Parliament from 2019 to 2022. But I think it's significant that he is of Crimean origin.
Even the fact that he's not only Crimean, but he in a very personal way knows how Russians behave. His family was one of the many Crimean Tatar families that were forcibly exiled from Crimea in what is now being recognized as another attempt at genocide, was resettled in Uzbekistan. And it was on May 1944. They were deported by the Soviet government from their homeland in Crimea to the Uzbek SSR, and they only were able to move back in the late 80s, early 90s. It doesn't give a specific time here, but about the time that Ukraine became independent. And then, of course, we know what happened after that. They no sooner had gotten settled back in Crimea than the Russians invaded Crimea again. But as you said, he has served in the Rada for quite a few years and been very active in Crimean causes, as well as that working to build housing for displaced Crimeans and other displaced people who were displaced by the Russian invasion. Sounds like a really first-class person with a lot of executive experience. So I'm hoping that he will be a good person to guide the defense. Do they call it? The Defense Department, whatever it's called in Ukraine. Anyway, it looks like he's going to be another one of these excellent appointments by Zelensky and his staff.
And he has had the opportunity over the last few years to meet a lot of EU leaders. So he is known to EU nations supporting Ukraine as allies in Ukraine's fight for freedom and security. Ernest, go ahead, please.
I think it's a very positive sign to see that President Zelensky is still executing his path to victory, and I would also commend and congratulate Oleg on his service, and also look forward, very excited to see what it is he does. I hope he has a little break, takes time off, maybe just kicks his heels up. On that note, I'd like to invite himself and Ben Wallace here to Florida. I think we could knock a bit of crack out if they came for 6 weeks or 4 weeks maybe. They'd be very welcome. The Sunshine State is always open. So yeah, I really wish him the best, and I hope he has the future which I imagine is before him. He's someone who has built his credibility around the world, who is definitely a very seasoned and adept negotiator and person able to achieve unreally expected and unbelievable results in short period of turnaround in terms of delivering for his nation, his people, at a desperate time. And the fact that he enjoyed cabinet and worked so well in President Zelensky's administration is, I think, a testament to both his and Zelensky's and probably the nation's loyalty to one another and to the idea of free Ukraine. All I can do is wish him well. I feel sorry he's leaving the position, but I do have every confidence, and I'm excited for the new man coming in. His background and his race and religion is really his own business. I'm pretty sure he's going to be there on merit to be able to come up next. He's definitely going to be someone who's a mover and a shaker, but I kind of want to wish the departing man as well. And hopefully he pops up somewhere here in North America in a shipyard, because personally speaking, I'd like to see people start to discuss and realize how it is we're going to start floating a Ukrainian Black Sea fleet, but that's for a different time, maybe in a different place. But it's great to hear this new incoming person, and I'm excited to see how he will put his own stamp on it. I would just encourage people listening to retweet and share the space. There's nearly 400 plus people here at the moment, so if even half of us here retweet and share, as I've just tried to do, we'll be able to spread the word and get more people in here. And I'd encourage people listening to come on up and speak and ask a question. Thanks, Alan and Robin. I'm going to go back to listening, and it's great to have you here. Appreciate your volunteering.
Thanks, Ernest.
Ernest. Go ahead, Robin.
Well, the other thing that Ernest mentioned, which I had forgotten, but as a Tatar, I assume that Umarov is Muslim, which is fascinating. And a Jewish head of state and a Muslim minister of defense in the supposedly racist country of Ukraine. I mean, it's very interesting. In fact, the fact that his religion didn't come up at all, and I don't think even his background came up very much in the internal discussions. Also, I think I don't know if you saw this, Alan. There are rumors that Reznikov is going to be appointed as the ambassador to the United Kingdom, which I think would be a very good place for him. So we'll have to see if that's what happens. If so, I'm afraid, Ernest, you may have to wait a little while before you guys can go out on the beach.
He's welcome anytime. Brief holiday. He may even go to the Caribbean. Who knows? But I do wish him well, and also Mr. Wallace departing. But it's not exciting. Such a change of pace at such a crucial time in the liberation of Ukraine. I think it smacks of confidence and assuredness.
That's certainly the case.
Yeah, I really agree, Ernest. It takes it takes more than courage to
but courage in one's own convictions, that they are following the right path.
Yes, to shuffle your cabinet in the middle of a war. I mean, and defense ministers are important. So are generals, of course. But someone said you don't want to change horses in the middle of the stream. And that, I think, was a reference to Woodrow Wilson running for re-election on the promise that he kept us out of war, which was an odd promise at the time. But we don't know what Reznikov's future is, frankly. There have been some reports of scandals during his tenure as defense ministry. There have been complaints from the Ukrainian soldiers, for example, not receiving the very best tourniquets, not receiving the very best IFKs, individual first aid kits, IFAKs, actually, IFAKs. So there was a certain amount of trial by media for Alexei Reznikov. including the fact that the defense ministry, while he was the minister, and you have to take responsibility when you're the person at the top of the pyramid. So the defense ministry purchased eggs at 5 cents a piece, while you could go to a Kyiv grocery store and buy those same eggs for 2 cents a piece. So this kind of thing does occur. There was also a scandal involving the purchase of $33 million worth of winter clothing from a Turkish supplier, but it turned out to be not winter clothing at all, but rather summer clothing. So we just have to wait and see what Russian cost future is going to be. But the most important thing is to wait and see what the new defense minister will do to put his own stamp on Ukraine's fight for freedom. And every minister has a successor. No one is a minister for life. This is true all around the world. Ben Wallace, who was a great defense minister for the United Kingdom, succeeded someone. I don't even know who he succeeded, but he immediately put his stamp on the United Kingdom's support of Ukraine. So this is the same opportunity that Umarov now has as the new, if confirmed by the Rada, as the new defense minister in Ukraine.
Yeah, you touched on the corruption issue, which is, as we know, is an ongoing issue that Ukraine is dealing with. I know if a week or so ago, Reznikov said he would resign if one of those scandals turned out to be true. So this may be part of what went on. Also, there's an article in the New Voice of Ukraine today that Jake Sullivan we had a meeting with Ukraine anti-corruption leaders in Washington a couple of days ago. On the first, director of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, Semen Krivonos, and the special anti-corruption prosecutor, Alexander Klumenko, and the chief justice of the High Anti-Corruption Court, Vera Mikalenko. Anyway, there was, it was an open discussion of what Ukraine is doing to root out corruption, and Sullivan, for his part, reconfirmed that that the United States is fully behind them and is not only the anti-corruption reforms, but also its defense against Russian aggression. So it's another example of how straight on Zelensky and his government are taking these issues.
Yes, and again, in the midst of war, President Zelensky has made a commitment to purge corruption from Ukrainian government. This was one of his campaign promises, and he's following through on it. As I say, even in the midst of war, the Ukrainian authorities have actually just yesterday arrested a Ukrainian oligarch. And this oligarch was a key supporter of Zelensky's during Zelensky's campaign to become president. This is Ihor Kolomoisky. The court set a $14 million bail for him. So it's and he was arrested for suspicion of money laundering. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, even more than the fact that he supported Zelensky's election, this was after he'd already been stripped of his Ukrainian citizenship, I believe. But he was Zelensky was a high-level executive in the 1+1 channel, which was it's one of the big television channels in Ukraine that was owned by Kolomoisky. So they were quite intertwined for a long time, and it was one of the things that people were suspicious of when Zelensky was elected, whether Kolomoisky was going to be the puppet master behind the scenes. So this is a very important step, I think, personally for Zelensky as well as for his government, to show that in point of fact, Kolomoisky is not in a position to be having anything to do with how the government does things. So I think it's a very positive step. And I think that bail is perfectly reasonable, because talk about a flight risk.
Indeed, talk about a flight risk. So, what else has happened today before we get to the book club? Zelensky had a phone call with Macron. How important is it? I don't know. But one of the things they discussed was how France will support Zelensky's 10-point peace plan. So that's important. And in October in New York City, and this will be surrounding Zelensky's trip to the United Nations. I think this is something we haven't talked about much here yet, but Zelensky is due to go to the United Nations. I believe it's in October. He will address the General Assembly, and he will sit in on a meeting of the Security Council. So I find this a very significant visit by President Zelensky to the United States. It will, of course, follow the September Ramstein meeting, which is coming up in just 2 weeks' time. It will follow the October Ramstein meeting, which will occur in the middle of October. So a lot will have happened between now and the time Zelensky stands before the General Assembly of the United Nations. And I would think he will receive one of the greatest standing ovations given by people from around the world. And anyone who remains in their seats, I'm looking at you, Russia, and you, Belarus. I'm looking at you, Venezuela and Nicaragua. I'm looking at you, Iran. I'm looking at you, South Korea. You will feel the burning sight of the world's eyes on your refusal to live up to the ideals and principles of the United Nations. And you will do that by remaining in your seats.
Now, I personally expect to be camping out on First Avenue and 42nd Street for a few days, hoping to get a glance of Zelensky. I'm very, very chuffed that he's going to be in New York. It will be such a wonderful, even to get a glimpse of him will be something very special.
Oh, I think you should definitely do that and send photos. Well, I mean, for sure, send photos. And won't there be receptions? Can't you get to a reception with President Zelensky, Robin?
Well, it is true. I do work with the pretty much the biggest Ukraine organization in New York. That is I wouldn't say competitor to MriyaReport, but another unnamed organization that does a lot of advocacy in Washington. So I will definitely do my best. I'm not going to be reticent. If I can get my foot in the door, I definitely will. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, if you can get your foot in the door, I'm going to be in New York City at the end of October too. So if you get your foot in the door, believe me, I'm getting my foot in the door right next to yours.
It's a date.
I don't know how we did it, Robin, but someone, some unknown force, elevated Alex to speaker. Alex, go ahead, please. Alex, are you with us?
Yes, sorry, I was kind of got distracted. Yes, I think this I would still view these things differently. Like, I would not consider Reznikov's thing inside corruption. I looked at those stories, I mean, while people talk, and that's like natural, and that's good thing, in a democratic society, people always talk. He wasn't very popular because he doesn't have military background. And probably, based on his some of his comments, for example, he clearly misunderstood the importance of, cheap drones. And he also, with regards to tourniquets, like the country is flooded with cheap Chinese tourniquets that basically kill people. So clearly some lack of competency was there, but I wouldn't see it as corruption. Those stories about jackets, I listened to him, and well, first of all, it's impossible that the whole winter the army was using the jackets and didn't notice that it wasn't winter jackets but some summer jackets. That story about jackets is altogether kind of I think we need to be very careful about what we kind of buy in as information, because well, first of all, and Reznikov said, and it made a lot of sense. He said, you know what?
My apologies. I hit mute by mistake. Go ahead, Alex.
He even said, I don't even know what kind of bet you are talking about, because we bought everything we could. We did not, it was not like kind of, we will buy this and not those. They bought some here, some there, some there, some there. And was it a kind of place for mistake? Probably it was. Probably it was a mistake. And, dealing with Turks as business partners is kind of, you can easily get into some, they will tell you one thing, do another thing. It's like, this is part of business culture. If anybody has ever, traveled to Turkey, you can understand what I mean. I would clear. Well, was he popular? Probably not. And he will, absolutely, government needs to be like more popular people in this post. But the talks about his resignation were coming around for about a year, and last time, Zelensky asked himself to stay, for a few more time. With Kolomoisky also, he oligarch? Yes, he is, but he is one of two Ukrainian oligarchs that I know heavily finances Ukrainian army. And I think he deserves some credit for that. Now, I don't know, these stories, I'm pretty sure some of these people will come out clean. You always have all these kind of stories in every place. Like Trump was recently indicted, or I don't even know those terms, but yeah, it's Ukrainians are dealing with these issues, but I wouldn't really put that. Like, clear corruption case was when these medical commissions were coming up with non-existent diagnosis so that people can dodge the war
conscription.
Yeah, and when they were kind of trying to flee outside of the country, and especially those with who used a lot of money and have property abroad, etc. It's like it was probably, yeah, they do need to, and I'm pretty sure they are also under pressure, because if you're telling them unless you deal with corruption, we will stop, giving you weapon. Well, they have to deal with corruption, even if those cases are, a stretch. I'm pretty sure some of these cases, some of these people will come out clean, because there is no way Ukraine was corrupt country and still fighting. It's just that's impossible. There is corruption, and corruption countries, they fall apart like Afghan government did. They could not stay in 24 hours or something. That's corruption. You should look corruption there. Ukraine is strong. Ukraine is fighting. You don't see corrupted countries or corrupted societies fighting like that. I'm sure that some will come out clean. Let's just be more kind of cautious with putting them all into the same. Again, are we? Some people will go as far as saying that, he was corrupt, he should have been gone, a while ago. But I just don't think that all this time Zelensky was working with corrupt people. Maybe they were not popular, maybe they make mistakes, maybe this, maybe that. But outright corruption, no. Orban is corrupt for sure. But I don't see that clear corruption case in current Ukrainian administration. And the eggs, again, people talk. I have no idea what those eggs are. Like, for how much longer they bought, they buy eggs probably every day. Do they buy every day for that price? No, it was probably 1 out of 1,000, and I have no idea what happened there. But it's like, remember the buses, when the rabbi was trying to save people, and he had to pay the bus driver like 10, 20, sometimes 100 times more, right, to save people. But and then somebody will look, hey, why is this bus trip, costs 100 times more than a regular average? We don't really know. It's war, and they need eggs. We don't know what happened there. I'm pretty sure, again, if it was like that, they are buying for whatever 19 months. If they are buying eggs, 3 times the regular market price, that's clearly corruption. But if they once bought it, a small portion of eggs at this ridiculous price, well, that's probably, there was something else. Anyway, just I kind of think we need more information before making judgment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, and I agree with you. Many public officials around the world are tried first in the press, and sometimes there is no validity whatsoever to the press reports. So I agree with you, Alex. Let's just wait and see, and let's wait and see if Reznikov is appointed to an ambassadorial position, maybe in the United Kingdom. That's been rumored. This is all news to come, not news we know. Aaron, welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I think it's just a good sign because you're just going to get a better person hopefully in there. I haven't seen anything that says, I haven't heard you even say that he was corrupt, but just that he may not have had control over corruption that was happening below him, and that some people are good at a certain role, whether it be running a bus company, but when it gets scaled up to a much larger size, they don't have the checks and balances and quality control and ability to handle larger numbers. And it sounds like he's a guy that just got thrown in the deep end, so to speak, with little experience of the scale of what he was working with. And that in some degrees, especially with tourniquets, he's been found to be, and drones and so forth, a bit below the mark. I mean, I find it remarkable that we have to try and fundraise for something as basic and cheap as tourniquets. I'm really hoping that in this drawdown package that Biden has, that somehow there's a way to get a factory working in America and just pumping these things out and supplying the front line with as many as they need. Chest seals, all these things that aren't as flashy or aren't as sexy as a HIMARS, but full HIMARS rockets, and you'd probably have enough tourniquets for the front line for a month. So I think it just shows that they've got someone. Well, hopefully, time will tell, but I'd be confident that they've got someone that they think has the skills and the managerial ability, and then from now they'll say, this is where it went wrong. This is the expectations. These are your expectations. These are your targets, and this is something that won't be accepted. Anything below this line, and this is what you take forward and try and make it even better than our expectations. So I think it'll be a positive thing. Thank you.
I'm confident it will also be positive, Aaron, because I think what's happening in Ukraine today, in whichever direction you look, whether you look at government administration, whether you look at the quality of military command, whether you look at Ukrainian success on the battlefield, everything is moving in a positive direction. And this not only brings Ukraine closer to liberating its sovereign land, securing its security in the future, but it also moves Ukraine closer to membership in the EU and membership in NATO. So these are the directions Ukraine is moving towards: success on the battlefield, towards membership in the European Union, and towards membership in NATO. These are all goals Ukraine can achieve. Robin, we are nearing time to once again delve into On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder.
Indeed we are, and we're out of hands, so it's perfect timing for that. We are reading, as Alan said, On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century by Timothy Snyder. A little, almost pamphlet of a book for anyone who hasn't read it. Short, very pithy descriptions of 20 lessons that Timothy Snyder, as one of the foremost scholars of Eastern European history, particularly Ukrainian history, has distilled out of world experiences, but particularly its area of expertise and the tyrannies that people have fought in Ukraine and in that area of the world. As I mentioned earlier tonight, rather than going chapter by chapter, because we could be doing that for months and months, and it would be worth it, but we do have other things we also want to, we do have other books we want to get to. Tonight, I decided that we're going to work, and Alan and I decided together, we're going to work on the theme of speech. And as I said, as the Supreme Court uses it, as we know, flag burning is considered speech by the Supreme Court. Never quite gotten that, but all right, I'm not a Supreme Court justice either. And there are 4 lessons in the book that deal particularly with the use of words and the importance of speech. I think, Alan, if you agree with me, I always have trouble how to organize this. I think, well, what do you think? I was thinking maybe we should read the little paragraph for each of these 4, and then go back and work through them a little more directly? I'm getting a thumbs up. All right. Okay. So if anyone who has the book and is reading along, I'm going to first to lesson 4 on page 32. And it says, take responsibility for the face of the world. The symbols of today enable the reality of tomorrow. Notice the swastikas and the other signs of hate. Do not look away and do not get used to them. Remove them yourself and set an example for others to do so.
Robin, can
Yes.
I read the little paragraph for chapter 9?
I would love it if you would, yes.
Because this is a simple introduction that I really hold in my heart, especially the final 2 words. So listen, everyone.
Indeed.
Chapter 9, be kind to our language. Avoid pronouncing the phrases everyone else does. Think up your own way of speaking, even if only to convey that thing you think everyone is saying. Make an effort to separate yourself from the internet. Read books.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, that, it's interesting because when I read this book and I got to that chapter, I realized that I had been spending a lot of time on the internet looking for news and whatever, and I had not been delving into books the way I have in the past. So anyway, let's finish. Let me knock it off my own plan here. I will do chapter 10, and then you could do chapter 17 if that works for you. Chapter 10, believe in truth. To abandon facts is to abandon freedom. If nothing is true, then no one can criticize power, because there is no basis upon which to do so. If nothing is true, then all is spectacle. The biggest wallet pays for the most blinding lights.
And chapter 17, Timothy Snyder's pithy introduction. Listen for dangerous words. Be alert to the use of the words extremism and terrorism. Be alive to the fatal notions of emergency and exception. Be angry about the treacherous use of patriotic vocabulary. So this really is an excellent distillation, Robin, you've come up with for tonight's MriyaReport book club. The use of language. Pay attention to words. And what I love about what Timothy Snyder is saying here, essentially, is think for yourself. That nothing is harder to do than that. And when you think for yourself, you have to create your own words to distill your thinking in a way that not only you understand, but that conveys your understanding and insights into any conversation you're having. And this is especially important as we talk about Ukraine here at MriyaReport.
Yes, indeed. And I think as we're going to go through each of these now, and I have some problematic words that we'll let some of our listeners come up with. I think the parallels, the specifics, how we can apply this to the situation in Ukraine now, how it's being covered in the world, what various world leaders say about Ukraine, and how the language influences how people think are very important. Alan, we have a couple of hands. Should we see what's up with those before we go any farther?
Absolutely. Let's do that,
Okay.
Robin.
Okay. Let's go to Oyvind first and then Eve.
Good evening. I just saw a video of Operation Bluebird. Operation Bluebird is how the Ukrainian captured the Mi-8 helicopter. It's I retweeted it. It was posted by Victoria. It's quite an interesting video. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Oyvind. Yeah, I saw that before. I haven't had time to look at it yet. It's so interesting that they made this so early, so soon after what actually happened. Okay, let's go over to Eve.
Hello, and thank you for reading this, y'all. And wow, these words to watch out for reminds me so much of politics in the U.S. these days. So yeah, that's interesting. I hope what I just had to make a little comment on Alan on your love of the read books line, and I hope it's not inappropriate for this somber occasion. But do you know what John Waters says about that?
Tell me, Eve.
If you go home with someone and they don't have any books, don't sleep with them.
That is some of the best advice I've ever heard. And I completely agree with it.
Me too. All right, I'll let you go on to reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Eve. That was we appreciate a little bit of lightheartedness once in a while, and as Alan says, I think it's extremely good advice too. All right.
What do you do with a guy who owns 5,000 books, Robin?
Borrow some.
but you know, we could tie in the video of the capture of that attack helicopter that was flown into Ukraine by a young Russian pilot. You know, one of the things he said to his fellow Russian pilots and soldiers is, "You don't know much." It was his way of saying, don't listen to the propaganda from Russia. Don't listen to the propaganda from your commanders on the battlefield. See what you can do. You know you don't want to be doing what you're commanded to do, and you can take a step that I took. So the way he put it was, you don't know much. He meant by that, and he expanded on it, you don't know how you'll be treated. You will be treated well and according to the Geneva Convention by Ukraine. And you know, if you go home to Russia, there's a very good chance you will be prosecuted, sentenced at least to prison, and possibly executed if you give up fighting for these commanders that are ruling you on the battlefield. So those are powerful words that this young Russian pilot spoke.
Yeah, very much so. You have to admire someone who can grow up in that kind of a society and still remain a free thinker. It's not an easy thing to do. I don't know how many of us could do it.
It is extraordinary. You have to read memoirs of people who have grown up in such a society, and take from that what you will. But once you learn their stories, once you learn what they have been through, you can look at yourself in the mirror, but you cannot answer that question. Could I have done this? Because no one knows what they can do until they are faced with necessity and with challenge. So, Robin, what words are coming to your mind that we should be focusing on here tonight as we talk about language, as Timothy Snyder talked about it in On Tyranny?
Yeah, I do have a few. One of the things that he talks about in chapter 4, Take Responsibility for the Face of the World, was what Stalin used. Part of what precipitated, well, didn't precipitate, one of the ways he tried to sow disunity in Ukraine with the word kulak. They branded the wealthier, the better off farmers as kulaks, and portrayed them in propaganda posters as pigs, even, and did their best to this is the typical fascist thing of finding an enemy to hang all of your discontents on. Some other words I've thought of are Nazis, proxy war. The NATO and the U.S. are puppet masters of Ukraine. Even issues of the counteroffensive has been too slow. I think some of our listeners could probably come up with more of them. I'd like to just read a little paragraph out of this chapter 4 that we can use to, in fact, a couple of little things. He says, life is political not because the world cares about how you feel, but because the world reacts to what you do. The minor choices we make are themselves a kind of vote, making it more or less likely that free and fair elections will be held in the future. In the politics of every day, our words and gestures or their absence count very much. And he talks about the little things of the boycott of Jewish shops in Nazi Germany, which started out with just hanging a sign saying, this is an Aryan shop, or that's a Jewish shop, and it got a life of its own, partly as we learned last week about not obeying in advance. People obeyed in advance in this case, and it says you might want to be offered the opportunity to display symbols of loyalty. Make sure said symbols include your fellow citizens rather than exclude them, and that, I think, to me is a bright line when we are asked to use words that exclude people, great swaths of our society. Then right away that's something that should be a red line. The Nazis, the Ukrainians as Nazis, is definitely one of those words. What do you think of it, Alan?
Well, yes. I mean, I think that Putin's Russia, his propagandists, chose Nazis for a very specific reason. First of all, to tar Ukrainians as Nazis and to denazify Ukraine. It gives Russia a purpose in its invasion of Ukraine. But the other thing it does is it ties Russian propaganda back to the way Russia has twisted the history of the Second World War, that it is Russia who defeated the Nazis, that Russia didn't need the United States and the United Kingdom and Canada and all of the allied nations from around the world, Australia, New Zealand, India, all kinds of nations, Free France fighting, the Free Poles fighting, all the resistance fighters in occupied Europe, whether in France or the Netherlands. And so it ties this war back to a twisted history that Russian propagandists and new history books, I might add, use to brainwash Russian citizens. It's a pretty powerful propaganda brainwashing method that Russia has come up with.
Yes, it is. And I think about what little I learned of particularly of Eastern European history when I was in school. It really has Russia's worldview really has infected the way we in the United States look at history. I mean, for example, it wasn't the Russian army that fought against the Nazis. It was the Soviet army, made up of large numbers of Ukrainians. Auschwitz was liberated by Ukrainians, not by Russians. They were Soviet troops, but it was a Ukrainian, I don't know what they're called, unit, battalion. Never know what those words are. But the army, part of the army that liberated Auschwitz was Ukrainian. And if anything, Ukraine has at least as much right to claim the anti-Nazi mantle as Russia does. But we here in the United States, I've always assumed that Russian and the Soviet Union were the same thing. It was only in the last few years, I was lucky to have a few Ukrainian friends, which helped me to get over this. But I don't think most people on the street to this day, if you ask them, if there's a difference between Russia and Soviet, would really be able to articulate the difference.
I'm not sure I could, Robin. I'm really not. I know that Russia is not a continuum from Tsarist times through Soviet times through Putin's fascist regime, but there are so many common threads that lead to the Russia we have today you can go back to the time of Stalin, for example, and see that what Putin is doing is rebuilding a uh, a domestic a terror network of spies, and these spies who might turn you into the authorities could be your children, could be your father or your mother, your brother, your sister, your cousin. It goes back to the time in the Soviet Union, especially in the 1930s, when you were very careful about what you said to anyone. So again, this comes back to language. Uh, in the Soviet Union and to some extent in Putin's Russia today, you have to choose silence over speaking in order to protect yourself and protect your family.
And even within the family, parents had to be very careful their children didn't overhear them, because the children were actively turned against their parents as to rat them out to the state. Really an insidious thing. There's a quote from Václav Havel, who was we know is one of the heroes of Eastern European liberation from the domination of Russia. Really, in those days it was Czechoslovakia. But he writes about a parable. He says of a greengrocer who hangs a sign in his window. Workers of the world unite. Why does he hang it there? It's easier just not to be bothered and not to cause problems. Whether the regime wants it there, who cares? And as Havel says, when everyone else is following the same logic, the public sphere is covered with signs of loyalty, and resistance becomes unthinkable. And then a quote. This is a quote from Havel's writing. We've seen that the real meaning of the greengrocer's slogan has nothing to do with what the text of the slogan actually says. Even so, the real meaning is quite clear and generally comprehensible because the code is so familiar. The greengrocer declares his loyalty in the only way the regime is capable of hearing it, that is, by accepting the prescribed ritual, by accepting appearances as reality, by accepting the given rules of the game, thus making it possible for the game to go on, for it to exist in the first place. And what happens, asks Havel, if no one plays the game? Yes, Cornelius.
As I was reading through that and many other areas on tyranny, I know I was reading it with the lens of the Ukraine situation, polished most brightly, but the woke faction, the woke sort of phenomenon, what kept coming to mind as well. And the advertising campaigns and such from all of these organizations, these commercial operations across the world. And yeah, it really is. That's got a big effect. That one does.
Yeah, I would say that I think we in this country, and I would imagine in others too, we have people from all over the world who could probably speak to us about what goes on in their own countries. But there is an insidious trend, and it's not only among the left; it's on the right too. It's of forcing people to use certain kinds of languages for certain things and declaring certain methods of expression taboo. And it not only does it muddy up our understanding of each other, because what it does is replace direct language with euphemism, but it also, again, is warping our perceptions because of the words. I don't want to discuss specific words as they're used in this country, because we're really not focusing on internal stuff, but I think it's a worldwide phenomenon that we always have to be on the lookout for. One of the other, an example, it is used here in relation to Ukraine, is the blank check. And we hear over and over again, we're not going to give Ukraine a blank check, no blank check. And it's, as those of us who are here who who know what the situation knows, not only is we're not giving Ukraine pallets of money, and there's no blank check. They're being given mostly weaponry out of our stores, and everything has been very closely tracked. The Pentagon has again and again said that they have looked into it and they found no issues of misdirection of funds or anything. But you ask somebody on the street, what is there a problem with Ukraine getting a blank check? And most people who are not really up on things will probably say yes. Alan, what do you have something to? I'm sure you have something to add on that, and then we'll go to Marcus. Alan.
Well, I was just going to say, Robin, when people resort to euphemisms for whatever reason, maybe it's because they want to speak with accepted speech in whatever circle they're in, be it on the left or on the right, then you are failing in using language specifically. And I'll just use an example from some of my work in the past. I was completely opposed to the adoption of this phrase, food insecurity. And yet you can hear members of Congress in debating, for example, food for poor families in the United States, talking about food insecurity. But to my way of thinking, when you speak about hunger and starvation, you are talking about specific things that people experience in life. Food insecurity makes me scratch my head. It's non-specific. It might be some kind of acceptable policy speech, but it doesn't bring me face to face with hunger and starvation. For example, it doesn't bring me face to face with hunger and starvation of the kind that Robert F. Kennedy, not the man running for president today, but Bobby Kennedy in the 1960s when he visited Mississippi. And he visited families in Appalachia and was the first politician in the United States to bring this to the attention of the American people. Hunger and starvation and relief for these families was a result of that tour through Mississippi and Appalachia that Bobby Kennedy took back in 1967. So the other phrase we have here in the United States, Robin, is something called a dog whistle. And this is when especially white supremacists and fascists use phrases that only they can hear. Ordinary citizens like you and me won't hear the undercurrent of racism and fascism that dog whistles convey to followers on the far right, on the extreme right. I'll come up with some examples, but before going on too long, we should go to Marcus and to Forever Child. Marcus.
First, I do think that food insecurity has this very specific, very narrow usefulness, and that would be the type of poverty that is on the line of not being poverty, and it kind of that it gets enacted upon on the people, especially children that have no say in this, in the form of not consistent starvation, but just potentially periods of it. So I think that's a very specific use of it, and then it gets overused because it sounds a bit more new than just poverty, which is probably the more helpful term to refer to in this situation. Although, food insecurity, for example, is really well addressed by community kitchens or churches that give out food.
I think Marcus. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that this is true, Marcus. But these community kitchens address hunger, which is not consistent. It's not every day, and they also address starvation, and they address malnutrition, especially of children.
So it's it's
Uh,
probably
I think the issue is insecurity is a psychological
yeah,
issue,
which is I think that's the
and that's
problem, yeah.
not what food insecurity means.
You're right.
You know, I think that's what Alan's saying. It's we know that the phenomenon exists, but it muddies the waters. And often I find that it muddies the waters in an emotive direction, rather than saying this person is hungry, this person is feeling insecure, like they need a psychiatrist instead of a
So in that
sandwich.
case,
You know,
in that case, let me get to my second point, which addresses this. Is the term woke. When I was maybe 7 or 8 years old, and I'm Canadian, so we don't say Indian, we say First Nations or Aboriginal. And the word Indian is slur. It's I know First Nations people that call themselves Indian. Mostly it's an American influence because it's not as much. Anyway, some people are very sensitive about it. When I was 6 or 7 years old, my grandfather called a First Nations person an Injun, like in a very country. He's from the country. And to me, I had a moment of, oh, Grandpa, oh God, what did Grandpa say? Everybody in this room has had a moment of, oh God, what did Grandpa say? It's always been there. Now people call it woke, right? And then there's other aspects to it which I'll admit are very cultural, but like it's a wedge issue that doesn't need to be a wedge issue. Times change, right? It's whatever. I think so. I think that word obscures which is a normal pruning away of language. I mean, the N word in NWA was not as controversial to say in the early 80s when Ice Cube and Eazy-E and everybody came together. Now, no one would call themselves NWA, right? So the language changes over time, and I think it's okay to prune language based on becoming more sensitive to other people's feelings without making it a political issue, because I don't think it should be, because we all make conscious decisions to accommodate other people's feelings, no matter what your political persuasion is. It's common for everybody. That's it. I don't think it's fair to politicize it on either side of the aisle, because we're just accommodating other people's feelings, and everybody does that every day. So anyways, that's it.
Yeah. Thank you, Marcus. I mean, I think we don't want to get off into too much of what goes on in American society. I mean, I have my questions about whether accommodating somebody else's feelings ought to be the most important issue that we're dealing with. And one example of that is, I know an awful, Native Americans, they laugh at this whole thing. Some of them, I mean, if Native Americans, we ask them if they live on a reservation, they say they live in Indian country. So it's more of a term used there than by any of us who are trying to be sensitive. But Alan, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, a good rule of thumb, Robin, when choosing words is to use the concrete word, the word that actually explains an action or explains a result. And I think a good example of such a word is the word genocide. Prince and Gina and Nancy have a weekly segment now about genocide to help us all understand what this word means. It is a concrete word, the extermination of a people. And this brings me back, as I always go back to Dr. Nick Ford. Putin's vision of Ukraine is a Ukraine without Ukrainians. That is a definition of genocide.
So are you going to throw away the terrible 90s thing of ethnic cleansing? Back when we just decided we weren't going to deal with genocide if it was a different word?
Well, yeah, I would actually.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, let's go over to Forever Child, and then after that, Alan, I think we're going to try to go blazingly fast and move on to the next chapter, and then we'll come back to things. Go ahead, Forever Child.
Robin, I most of what I was thinking has already been said. I would say this, though. I was in physical therapy for 18 months, and I felt like that was a specific time of food insecurity. It was a time where where it was very difficult for me to have food that I could prepare. I could have food in the house, but it wasn't necessarily something I was physically able to prepare. But let's not beat this to death. I think it's just time to let it rest.
You know, that's a very good point. I've gone through a bunch of orthopedic surgeries, and I have been in exactly that position, especially when my dominant shoulder or my dominant hand was in a cast. Yeah, that was definitely insecurity. I could have been surrounded by food, and I couldn't use a knife to cut anything up. And you're faced with a beautiful bell pepper, and your only option is to gnaw pieces out of it because you can't cut it. Good point. Okay. Okay, Alan, let's move on to chapter 9. Would you like to take the lead on this one?
Sure. So just to remind everyone about chapter 9, this is the brief introductory paragraph that Timothy Snyder writes for all of his 20 chapters in his handbook on tyranny. Avoid pronouncing the phrases everyone else does. Think up your own way of speaking, even if only to convey that thing you think everyone is saying. Make an effort to separate yourself from the internet. Read books. And you know, one thing I'll say about reading books is that by reading books, you are led to the next book to read. It is organic. All you have to do is look at the bibliography or read the footnotes of the book you're reading, and you'll come across the next book you need to read. And by need, I mean you can't do without it. And once you've read that next book, suddenly you are almost like a spider weaving a thread out into the summer, the late summer air, and you're going to ride on it to thoughts and conclusions that you otherwise would not have had. And so, where do we want to go with this, Robin? Be kind to the language.
It's so true. I just want to read one a sentence, 2 sentences farther on in this little chapter. It speaks to what you were saying. Well, maybe 3 sentences. When we repeat the same words and phrases that appear in the daily media, we accept the absence of a larger framework. To have such a framework requires more concepts, and having more concepts requires reading. So get the screens out of your room and surround yourself with books. And this is certainly true. I mean, I know, well, in reading the Russo-Ukrainian War, which hopefully will be our next book by Serhiy Plokhy on what's been going on in Ukraine, I learned all sorts of things I had no idea of. And as a result, I went out and got 4 or 5 other books to learn a little more about those specific issues. And none of this I would have touched on if I had been content with just what I was hearing in the media. I would have thought I knew the whole story. And clearly, from my reading, I see that there was so much more to learn. So, Cornelius.
Yeah, so I really like this chapter. The urge to, he says avoid parroting what other people say all the time, but I really find not just in media, but amongst business communities, especially in government, people tend to adopt the phrases, the turns of phrase that seem to catch on like wildfire. Remember when I first heard something, it was back in the 90s, I think, almost, and some leader had said something about, okay, folks, we are going to, I'm here to speak to the issue that we're having such and such. And I thought to myself, you don't speak to an issue, you speak about an issue. So you have to really put your discrimination hat on and watch out for how language gets pulled in different directions. These leaders use these new phrases, and that's a trivial one, really. I mean, everybody knows he meant to say, I want to speak about, but you'll find it all over the place. I want to speak to an issue in the direction of Bakhmut. Well, you know, the direction Direction is something which has as an actual direction, as an azimuth. You can say it in degrees or mils or what have you. It implies a motion. It's not the direction of Bakhmut, it's the vicinity of. And I think we have to really watch out that we don't get sucked into Google Translate and its half-baked idea of what you really want to say. Determining how to say what you want to say is hard work. And Timothy Snyder is right to include this chapter.
Yeah, that is so true. Thank you, Cornelius. That business about the Bakhmut direction, I think that particularly one may come from from a direct word-for-word translation from the Ukrainian "Naprymuk Bakhmuta," because that means it really means, as you're saying, in the vicinity of, but Google Translate or whatever, or Chat GPT is giving you the literal words. But one of the things that you were alluding to, and is a big issue, is that Snyder talks about also, is the paucity of vocabulary. There's a tendency to, if everybody's using the same expressions, we use fewer and fewer words over time. Now, just as something I noticed when my kids were little. I'm a librarian. I love books, and I managed to find. I don't even know how I found them. Must have been in used bookstores, but children's books from the 30s and 40s that were still in pretty good shape. And one of the things I really noticed was how much broader and richer the vocabulary in children's books was in those days compared to what we have now. I mean, with the exception of Dr. Seuss is great, but the exception, most other children's books are really that we're impoverishing our language. It's becoming the words that children use as a matter of course in the 30s and 40s are not words even adults know sometimes now. And I'm afraid I don't have a specific example, but it's something that really struck me. I loved reading those old books to my kids because there was so much richer mode of expression. Now I just want to read this one thing and then we'll go to you, Marcus. That one of the things he writes about is we've become entranced by visual stimuli, he says, as opposed to language. More than half a century ago, the classic novels of totalitarianism warned of the domination of screens, the suppression of books, the narrowing of vocabularies, and the associated difficulties of thought. And he cites specifically Fahrenheit 451 and 1984. In 1984, one of the regime's projects is to limit the language further by eliminating ever more words with each edition of the official dictionary. And this is what disturbs me more than anything else about, correct speech, politically correct speech. I'm not in favor of racist speech. I'm not in favor of speech that insults people. But as Alan was saying, we have to use direct words. We have to say what we mean and not noodle around it using nice euphemisms that are designed to not offend anybody, but make it impossible to communicate with each other. Marcus.
Yeah, I was going to ask, well, you mentioned you were a librarian. How do I get my kids to read more? I'm not being facetious. I'm actually wondering.
Oh, okay. And Alan probably has great ideas about this too. I read to my kids when they were little, and when they got older, they took turns reading. In fact, the last book we read together was The Complete Lord of the Rings. We took every day we'd read part of it. I would read one day, my son would read one day, my daughter would read one day, and we also read all of the Harry Potter books to each other. And the more they see you reading, the more they're going to want to read. But reading together is a wonderful way to get kids really hooked on reading. Alan?
I completely agree with you, Robin. And bring books into your house by the hundreds, by the thousands. Have a bookcase. Have bookcases in random rooms around your house, not necessarily a library, but be sure there are bookcases in bedrooms and in kitchens. Your bookcases should not only be filled with cookbooks, but with writers about food. even A.J. Liebling's Between Meals. A.J. Liebling was a great writer for The New Yorker and a war correspondent who covered the Second World War. He wrote a great book about eating in Paris called Between Meals. And the most important thing is exactly what Robin said. You want your children to become readers, read to them, and then read together. And by the way, don't shy away from poetry. There are wonderful poems to read together with your children that your children will respond to in ways that you might not as an adult. And these can be all kinds of poems. I'm not saying read T.S. Eliot to your 8-year-old, but I am saying find some wonderful poetry from the past with a great rhyme and great rhythm, and read that together, and you'll find that years from now, your grown child will remember those poems by heart. It's just a remarkable thing to read together.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Your answers are delightful. Thank you, both of you guys.
Sure. And one other thing I would mention, that although it's very anachronistic at this point, if you can find a used encyclopedia that's not too out of date, that's a great thing, because then your kid says to you, I was wondering about whatever. That is a great idea. Go look under blah 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 in the encyclopedia. Rather than doing a Google search too. But when I was a kid, I remember I don't even know why, but the encyclopedia was in the basement. I used to spend hours down there just pulling a random volume off the shelf and reading things. It was like going on a trip without ever leaving the room. So I highly recommend. I'm sure a lot of people are unloading their dictionary. Their
I did the same
encyclopedias at this
thing.
point. So
I did the same thing.
yeah. Okay, so you see, all right. Birds of a feather. Okay. Oh, Alan, I have no idea what the order was. I think Forever Child was first. Did you notice?
Yes, it's Forever Child and then Sky Kiss.
Oh yes, I love this conversation. My mother read to us. She would pile us in bed and read to us. I read to my children, and then when my voice gave out, we passed the book around and shared the reading. But in addition to that, once a month I would take not just my children, but however much space was left in the car, neighbor children, to the downtown public library, which should be 15 or 20 miles away. And we would spend 3 to 4 hours at the public library and bring back about all the books the car would hold. So go to the library, see that they have cards.
Yes, thank you. That's a very, very good thought. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, a public library is an incredible resource. Not only will it save you an absolute fortune, but a kid can go in and browse through hundreds of books and see what's interesting. They usually have programs that may also contribute to a love of books. And then your taxes are paying for it. It's a great. I buy books that I want to have around. I live in a small city apartment. Unfortunately, Alan, you will cry. But when I moved, I had to downsize. I had to get rid of thousands of books. I had no room for them. But now I only buy what I actually, things I'm going to look at again and again. I know. But the ones I have, I saved the ones that I love the most, and I've got a very nice collection of my most favorite things. And otherwise, I get things out of the public library, and it's a great resource. Okay, Skykiss.
Sorry, thank you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, most recently, the loss of my mother's, which included my grandfather's books. Probably a couple of hundred books that were in storage, and we lost our mother a year and a half ago about. So yeah, and I wasn't in New Orleans, so I couldn't get down there and put my hands on anything. It was just my sister handling that. So I wanted to go back to Well, I was a gifted child raised by a gifted child who, um, I was only valedictorian and very early reader. She graduated high school and four-year college degree 2 years early. And I have hundreds of books. And even though, and I know like the 3 or 4 books that I lost when I left New Orleans after Katrina, I have most of my books. I'm very grateful that I have my artwork and my most of my library. And yes, Alan, I have books right next to the kitchen. I have a 7-foot um, solid oak, 7-foot bookcase full of books, mostly science and history, anthropology, etc. But there are cookbooks there too, and then I have books everywhere except in the bathrooms where I do have magazines, etc. in the bathrooms. But on my and my family, we even though my mother was a scientist, became a scientist, her 4-year college degrees were in geography and English lit. And I grew up loving to not only write a little bit of poetry, but read. And I did a 27-page term paper in English 102 at Tulane. But that was before Xerox machines were plentiful, and it was all written by hand. Took me 2 weeks. It was stolen by my professor. My Parsifal wound, my kingfisher wound is what it's called. So going back to my 5th birthday, I had all these presents. My mother woke up on my 5th birthday, and there I am on my bed unwrapping my presents. And she said, "But you're supposed to wait until we have a party." And I said, "But Mommy, it's books. I have to have books." So it was just kind of a wild thing. And we spent hours and hours, my sister and my mom and I, at the public libraries. And I have always loved reference books, whether it's a dictionary, a thesaurus, you name it. I love it. And I do have an encyclopedia of physics. So I lost my my college dictionary. I can replace that. Um, but I have my encyclopedia of physics. I'm really happy of that. And then one last thing. My ex and I, because, well, there was this thing that he told me. He said, well, my mother was kind of cold, and she didn't read to me when I was little. And so we came up with this idea that we would read to one another. And so we took turns reading. And we would read like a few paragraphs, and then the other one would read. And we read A Wrinkle in Time and The Phantom Toll Booth, which he had never heard of. The Phantom Toll Booth, and I had read it in high school because my best friend had turned me on to that, as well as George MacDonald, C.S. Lewis, and William Morris, all of which I read, even though it was some of it was Middle English, I think, on public transportation on the way to high school and back. So that's me in a nutshell. Yeah, hundreds of books, 400 audio cassettes, and I'm really into libraries. So I miss my library at Loyola University. It won #1 academic library in the country, I think, a couple of years. So anyway, I was very, very blessed to have it. Thank you.
Thanks, Sky Kiss. And you're reminding me of, I'm getting very nostalgic, Alan. My kids and I also read that whole Madeleine L'Engle series that starts with A Wrinkle in Time. What wonderful books. Thank you for reminding me of those, Sky Kiss. Let's go to Dave, Karen, and Suzanne, and then I hope we'll go on to the next chapter. Dave.
Hi, good evening. This is a great conversation, and I'll actually dispute your comment. You can actually read, what's his name, the English writer, The Wasteland, T.S. Eliot, to an 8-year-old when it's Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats, which my dad, who is dying of biliary tract cancer right now, bought after taking us to see Cats at the Winter Garden 40 years ago. My childhood, I grew up in a house with 2,000 to 3,000 books from my parents, conjoined libraries. My grandparents' houses were filled to the rafters with books. I have a small New York City apartment, but in that apartment, we have 8 bookcases filled with hundreds of books, and I maintain my own e-reader server with a lot of books that I have purchased in electronic form over the years, because books are, a personal library is sort of the extended memory of one's own education. And there's an author by the name of Peter Heather who writes about classical and post-classical civilization in the Mediterranean. And one of his most recent books discusses the discontinuities in classical education from the fall of the Roman Empire through what we had called in previous ages the Dark Ages. And one of the things that strikes me about our current intellectual age, and I have 2 sons, they have been, of course, surrounded by books from an early age. The older one is reading James Michener's The Source, which I always, my father gave me when I was also 11. And it was a wonderful read. And maybe the politics and the depictions are a little antiquated, but in the complexity, certainly achievable by a bright preteen. One of the things that Peter Heather speaks about is the discontinuities in the maintenance of the collections of the local libraries that were throughout the Roman Empire, which were basically the sources for rhetoric and writing, going back to your discussion of the Russian historian that you were, whose latest book, Timothy Snyder. I'm sorry, a little bit of word forget there. These local libraries, we know very little about these collections, but these served as places where rhetoricians and grammarians would train the upper middle class and the upper class youth of the empire in a common language of expression and writing. And there is an entire lost interactive self-referential literature of the ancient world, which we have very, very little access to. And the discontinuity in that literary culture and that educational culture is what marks the end of classical civilization in the 6th century. And what I see now, and what frightens me very much, is that the locus of writing expression in my son's peer group and kids who have been going through college, I guess, to about 30, who basically have grown up entirely online, is the permanence of the written word and the length of a
what you have to do to express a complete idea with all of the descriptive elements that need to be present and for a good argument, for a good expository essay, etc. These have basically been vanishing, and I don't see the writing education. I graduated from college before 2000. I taught school in New York City for 10 years before going to law school myself, and my peers in law school had a very different relation to the writing of briefs or literary expression in that way than I did, because of the exposure to a rigorous writing and composition background. And, we don't write to each other lengthily anymore. We don't write letters. We don't habitually write long essays any longer as a society, and it's very, very scary that we might be living through another point of discontinuity where librarians like yourself, Robin, become scarcer and scarcer as the libraries get turned into common study spaces and the books disappear into becoming electronic ghosts and not, physical artifacts on a shelf that are referred to with physical artifacts in a card catalog that is, where the work of maintaining the structure of the knowledge of our civilization is put in. So we have this working, knowledge about our present and our past, which can enable us to think about our future in a much more wholesome and holistic manner. And that terrifies me as a well-educated, person descended from refugees and with a long memory of my own family's existence in the turbulent world of the modern Earth. So,
David, I think there are people probably listening to us who have no idea what a card catalog is.
Yeah, I was David, I was thinking that's one thing I don't miss.
Well, I'll tell you.
Filing those cards in a card catalog.
I will tell you, last summer, or 2 summers, it's the summer of 22, I made a visit to my alma mater, and I went to the music library in the alma mater, and I photocopied copies of John Adams, wrote an opera about 20 years ago called Dr. Atomic. And one of the arias in that opera is sung by Kitty Oppenheimer, the wife of J. Robert Oppenheimer, of whom the movie, that's fantastically successful. And the libretto of that aria is taken from Muriel Rukeyser poems. And it was very beautiful. And I had pulled, the scratch paper in the music library at Cornell was the old card catalogs that had been sacrificed. And I'm holding in my hand a reference to, Bix Beiderbecke recording, and actually a recording that I had heard of because I had, listened to, what's his name up at KCR. Oh, he died last year. Oh man, I'm trying to remember the name of the radio guy, jazz, famous jazz historian. I'm blocking on his name right now. And I'm thinking, my goodness, this is all getting torn up and used for nothing. So I, out of whim, I put it in the envelope with the letter that I was sending, with the copied front page of the sheet music. And that's what's going to disappear. That, what we have is a working knowledge of our culture. Something else comes after that, but it doesn't have continuity with where we are. And Timothy Snyder is absolutely right that we need to maintain that, as strongly as possible for ourselves and our children, if we want to be, well-educated, cosmopolitan citizens of the world, and not at the beck and call of any the word I'm looking for. I'm sorry, it's late.
Tyrant.
Tyrant, or any speaker who raises the passions, and demagogue. Thank you. Any demagogue who comes around with a flashy idea or a fun catchphrase.
So David, because you did mention the poem by T.S. Eliot, you can read to your children. Robin, I'm going to give to you, I'm going to give to myself, to all of our listeners, all of our speakers, the following assignment. What books from Ukraine, about Ukraine, especially for children, and that have been translated into English, and I would need that, can we find out about, acquire, and read to our children? Because
I will give a reference of a book right now. Monday in Odessa by Marion Bluestone. I'm blocking on her last name. Sunday in Odessa, about a Jewish family trying to get out of the Soviet Union in the late 1970s.
Perfect.
Thank you. Dave, two very quick things, and we have some hands. First of all, I went to law school as an older student too, and I remember that exact experience that you're talking about. One of the things I think people don't understand is maybe you don't need to write expository essays anymore in life, but the way you learn how to organize your thoughts, to be able to put your thoughts together in an organized manner and express yourself well, is by learning how to write. So even if you, as an adult, you never have to write an expository essay, it's still a very important skill to learn. Number two, I went to Cornell for 2 years, and I was in the music department, so I know that library very, very well.
You know the library in Lincoln Hall? Okay.
I absolutely do. I lived there. I had a carol up in the stacks. So anyway, but that is neither here nor there. But it's funny how the world is smaller than we think. One of the things I wanted to bring up, and then we'll go to hands, is this. We can tell how important books are and how important words are by the fact that in the temporarily occupied territories, one of the things that the Russians have been doing is systematically destroying Ukrainian libraries, throwing the books out. Any book in Ukraine, they've destroyed massive amounts of books. Where is it? What is it? Is it Kharkiv? Yeah, Kharkiv is, thank God, is under Ukrainian control now, but was the center of publishing for centuries in that area of the world. But as I said, the Russians are, in their attempt to stamp out free thought and Ukrainian language too, have been going through and destroying every Ukrainian book they can get their hands on. All the more reason for us to redouble our efforts to continue reading. Okay, Alan, we have Karen is next, and then I think the order, Cornelius had his hand up and down, but he was originally next, and then Suzanne, and then James. Okay, Karen.
Well, I think saying exactly what you mean is really important. And so I have heard a lot of people object to political correctness in speech and things like that. And I have, being a Democrat, but being a centrist, I have my opinions on that. But I want to say that speech shapes people's perceptions early on in life. Like, I was born in 1953. So my childhood was in the mid to late 50s and early 60s. And aside from the expletives that are now, thankfully, racist and anti-Semitic epithets that used to be commonplace are frowned upon now. There were just slang expressions like, you could, if somebody was free to do what they wanted to do, you would say, somebody might say they were free, white, and 21.
If someone did something really nice, sometimes a person would respond and say, well, that was white of you. We would never say these things now. And when I think of the way people would often talk in daily life, it just raises the hair on the back of my neck, because very much speech did shape some of the early perceptions that children had. And many of us that grew up in that area had to shed so much programming, well, they didn't realize it was programming, but we were being programmed to have certain attitudes. And I agree there are times when I feel that people are being oversensitive. But, my memories of the bad old days, I think I would much rather try to moderate the climate of being oversensitive than to go back to the days when this kind of slang speech was just really common. I think what we do today is the lesser of two evils. And a lot of people complained about political correctness when the Washington Redskins football team was renamed. Well, if the Commanders, personally, in my opinion, Washington Commanders sounds better anyway. There's a debate on that. But, if you can make a little effort and let go of something that has bad memories for a certain group of people, why not do it? The fact that there was so much objection over renaming that football team, always puzzled me. Now, another thing, you folks were talking a lot about libraries. My dad grew up in New York, and he always went to the library because he did not, his family didn't have a lot of money growing up. He ended up going to law school on the GI Bill. But the libraries in New York were one of his favorite places. And so what horrifies me now is, and this is nothing new, there are books that we have been worried about being banned. The fact that anybody would try and ban To Kill a Mockingbird, which has been banned off and on for years at times.
So Karen, this is something of a diversion from MriyaReport, but we still try to be concise here. We still try to follow along the topic, and I find you taking a long, winding way to something, but I don't know what.
Okay. Oh, I guess what I'll just wind up saying is that our libraries are very important places in our lives.
Indeed, indeed they are.
And before we ban books, which is something they frequently do in a fascist society, in the kind of societies that Timothy Snyder was describing, we should really scrutinize. One parent complaining at a school board or a small group of people shouldn't ban books from a given library for a majority from a school library. And I just think that too often we're too willing to allow a small group of people to impose beliefs, and I will just come out and call them fascist beliefs. And I think this is the kind of thing that Timothy Snyder was describing.
Just let us help us conclude here by saying everything I needed to know in life I learned from reading banned books. So I think we have Suzanne and then James. And then I also want to take the opportunity to welcome JJ Smartup. He has some good news. Hopefully Yehuda will also join us in a moment. But first, Suzanne and then James.
Hey, I'll be quick because the subject's kind of moved on, but libraries are critical. I grew up in a blue collar family. Libraries was a big part of life because we didn't have money to buy books. But the memories of the stories that I read have lasted a lifetime to the point that I'm now in my 60s, and I am going back to try to find copies to buy of those old books. And even before I could read, there was a Reader's Digest story that my grandmother had that I could only remember the picture of. And it was a tower in a hurricane that looked like an oil rig, but it turned out it wasn't. But thanks to the internet, I found that story about a Texas Tower #4 and the radar. And that love of reading never leaves. Passed it on to my son, and it's, you know, helped him through his lifetime. And proud to say he's the youngest ever MBA recipient at Tulane because of his reading. And it's made him a good person and a critical thinker. So we all need to read and write.
Thank you,
you.
Suzanne. James, go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening, everybody. This has been very interesting, and I caught up with this book by finding the updated, released in 22 version that where Timothy reads to us and goes on at great length, and at many points he interrupts to say, oh yeah, by the way, I've got friends there and it's getting bombed this evening or whatever. And he does that repeatedly. And the urgency of it is really apparent. So if you've listened to this book, I'd say that the 20 core lessons bears repeating in terms of repetition. And especially after you've heard more about the topic, you hear it again, and the words light up different parts of your brain. The more information that you're holding, the more it kind of lights up. So it's good to hear it again. That's not the main thing. I wanted to talk about what David G said, and that was how just dangerous it is now. And Timothy Snyder warns us that, you know, information can disappear, and so that there should be a backup of the things that show what happened. And so I've kind of been an advocate of the everyone who wants to get rid of all the Confederate statues in America. I want them gone too, but I want them gone to the lowest level of the underground museum, to be that, like, here's hell, folks. Let's not go here again. This is fascism. This is the misuse of human beings as objects of our own gain, which is just evil to do. So anyways, happier thoughts though. So books was the topic that I wanted to stay with, and the related topic, movies and science fiction. Rollerball, silly movie, right? But with starring James Caan, was actually a pretty profound piece of science fiction that talked about the 13th century disappearing from world history. It was probably inconvenient to Russia, and thus it was done in. And then about hearing things or not hearing things, not understanding things. I just wanted us to remember that before Noam Chomsky became who he is now, he was a pretty profound thinker about neurolinguistics. And I think he had that idea down right, that the sounds that we can't hear are the sounds that we didn't hear back in our developmental phase. And so it just kind of blows me away that that he got to where he went with such a seemingly bright brain. But anyways, and then just Karl Popper's paradox. This book thing reminds me of it. That, you know, tolerant societies need to be intolerant of intolerance. You know, we can't be so careful about suppression if it's going to light a wildfire, I think. And that's the paradox, because it sounds like now I'm in saying, oh, let's use let's use fascist methods to, you know, force people to do things. And I don't think that's it at all. I don't think that's it at all. I think it's more like if there's been a bunch of fires in an area and it's hot and dry and people are throwing matches, you know, there's a time and a place, and the more serious ones, the better. Busted. So anyway, sorry for going on, but what a great book. What a great version. I haven't heard the other one, but it was wonderful to hear his voice and to hear him speak. And it was like being in a room with him after a while. So anyways, thank you for listening. I appreciate the time. And I love MriyaReport. I love coming back. I love donating money. I love to come here, and I apologize for falling asleep 4 times. I thought I kicked that habit last June or something like that, or maybe August. But anyways, I did it. Guilty.
Yes, many of us feel guilty about that. I want to add one very quick thing, and then we're going to go over to Yehuda. I see who's up. James mentioned the recorded book of on tyranny. I got a hold of it. It's wonderful. The first part of it is just a reading of the book that we have in our hands. The second part is 20 lessons specifically about Ukraine, and in many ways, it's a short, concise, and very accessible précis of The Road to Unfreedom, which is a wonderful book. Was very hard for me to understand. I had to read it a few times, but I highly recommend this. This recorded book. I hope it comes out in paper soon because I like things better when I can actually read them. But anyway, Alan, it looks like Yehuda is here. So shall we put this in abeyance for a few minutes and find out what the good news is?
Yes, we want to go to Yehuda and to JJ Smart. Yehuda.
Gee whiz, on tyranny, I was actually going to publish a book called On Municipal Mediocrity. It's a story about zoning and bylaws, obtaining permits for fireworks on long weekends. It was quite boring, you know. But speaking of boring, Jason wanted to jump in.
Thank you, Joe. He's a good guy, Joe. That's why I like you so much.
Well, are you going to buy my book on?
You waited all this time to be insulted.
This is what I look forward to in my life. I got Joe. I mean, what else could I need?
Well, I think that if I do publish the book on municipal mediocrity, that I hope you buy it. I'd sign it for you.
Well, Joe, you've not read my book before because it's actually probably more boring than that, and that's why I don't recommend it to people because it puts me to sleep. That's why it took so long to publish. I couldn't get through rereading it, but I have some very good news for you tonight, Joe. And I want to quickly share this with everybody here in the space. So, I left Kiev 3 nights ago already. I'm out traveling about, but in my travels about before I left, I was given something to give to Joe from the Center for Strategic Communication and Information Security of Ukraine, which is underneath the department, or sorry, rather the Ministry of Culture. So it's the top agency of Ukraine to fight Russian corruption. Corruption. Well, that too, but actually Russian propaganda in the specific case. And it says, Certificate of Appreciation. Thank you, Joe Freeberg, for your powerful support for Ukraine in the information space by persistently combating Russian disinformation. Ihor Solovey, head of the Center for Strategic Communication and Information Security of Ukraine.
Well, we got to find that guy and thank him. It's Yehuda here, so I appreciate it, Jason. Incredible news, and I think that's pretty much for all the MriyaReport and the people here that keep fighting the good fight every day, every night. What do you think, Jason?
Absolutely. So you're definitely the one to carry the torch for the rest of the group, and so I was very pleased. He actually came to meet me at the departure, the train station, and he said, "Could you please pass this on when you get back to the States?" And so I'll mail to you, obviously. And so he was. There's only a couple of people who actually got this honor, and you're one of them. So your hard work and that of the MriyaReport is very clearly appreciated by the Ukrainian government. I mean, it's an official citation of the Ukrainian government. It's not simply some random guy. This is the highest ranking official to combat Russian disinformation globally. And so he meets on a regular basis with all the embassies. Today I was reading an article by chance in Belarusian opposition press. He was quoted. I saw he's quoted in the New York Times yesterday. So the guy is a serious, important figure in Ukraine, and they appreciate what MriyaReport is doing.
It's amazing. Now all we need to do is rack up a lot of speeding tickets in Ukraine, and then we could capitalize on this. What do you think, Jason?
I think that's naturally what you should do. when you're getting presented by an award by the government that's seeking to fight Russian influence. But right,
Well,
just did
You
the
know,
most Russian
you
thing
know,
possible.
Yehuda, not to be serious for a minute, but you really deserve this. We all work here, but without you, there would be no Maria Report. And I think this is a really, really wonderful acknowledgement of all your hard work. Mazel tov.
Well, thank you. I've always wanted to drive 52 in the 50 zone. That's all I gotta say.
So no, it's actually it's physically very pretty. I guess I'm sort of impressed. It's not just a
Thanks a
piece of.
lot, Jason.
No, I sort of thought it was gonna be an index card with your name on it, but it turned out they did even better than that. It's actually metal. So it shows the level of appreciation, and it shows that what y'all are doing here for already more than a year is something that's appreciated, and it's something that is clearly working to serve the interests of Ukraine internationally, globally. And the fact is that Ukraine, as we've all seen, there's decreasing international interest in what's happening in Ukraine. The fact that MriyaReport keeps going strong is a very strong testament that there is support for Ukraine. But more importantly, Russia has got a real advantage at the moment. Let's be frank. As there's decreasing international interest in Ukraine, which is natural, that happens. The problem is that Russia has a paid program to support its interests. So as they hear less and less, the global population hears less and less pro-Ukrainian voices, they are hearing more and more paid Russian voices, and they're working directly against this. But in fact, MriyaReport is not only making financial contributions, which are also appreciated, but it's doing a huge amount in the information space to make sure that Ukraine's message continues to be carried globally 24 hours a day. And that is something that is heroically wonderful. And it is these awards, well, I mean, it will be probably next month, printed in the Ukrainian press from very high levels of the government, noticing that this was awarded.
Thanks so much. You want to know something? The paid Russian hacktivists, or some people say trolls. I'm not a fan of the word. The one thing here is most of us here, we do it freely because it's the right thing to do. You can't be on the fence on a genocide. You can't. Some people say, "Well, Bucha." I had someone say, "Bucha European Hospital happened a year ago." So you want to criticize the Ukrainians for being effective in defending their country? If the Russians had the ability, the wherewithal to murder millions of Ukrainians, I don't doubt it would have happened. Thank God it didn't, because we've seen them in their starvations and the Holodomor, and the complicity with Nazi Germany invading Poland and all sorts of horrible things. I think we have to call a spade, or as a friend of mine once said, call it an effing shovel, because that's what it is. And I think the MriyaReport can take a bow. All of the volunteers, current, past, future, can take a bow, because we're fighting the good fight. We're sharing with the world what's going on. We don't stop. We're the Energizer Bunny of Ukrainian advocacy online. Energizer, they can send the royalty check in, and we'll donate it to Ukraine. It's important. Sharing with the world what goes on, providing erudite and sophisticated analysis, and sometimes not so sophisticated, but we're doing it 24 hours a day. Every volunteer here, hundreds of volunteers, hundreds and hundreds if you consider those who have come and gone. We're here, and we're not going to stop the fight. Ukraine must win. Ukraine will win. And I would posit that Ukraine is on the precipice of an enormous victory on the ground, key terrain, vital ground being seized by Ukrainian forces who have ever so diligently been breaching minefields and obstacles of all sorts in the Zaporizhia area, who have been quietly and meticulously fording the river, the Dnipro River, onto the left bank or the east bank of the Dnipro, who have been fixing Russian forces in the Kremina access and holding them there. Ukraine, people have said, well, the counteroffensive isn't going how I'd like. Who really cares? Ukrainian staff, officers, generals, soldiers don't, unfortunately, whether you like it or not, they might not care what BillyBob352 at yahoo.com on Twitter thinks about their advance. There are mines everywhere. They have to clear minefields, they have to breach obstacles. But a little bird has told me or told a lot of people, I think we're going to see the winds of change are blowing, and I think they fare well for the Ukrainian military, because there is not much left in the Russian occupation forces in Ukraine to stop the tide of freedom, to stop the resolve, the steel will of the Ukrainian people from reclaiming their country, from liberating all occupied Ukraine, and sending the Russian military back where it belongs, and that is Russia proper. Thanks so much, Jason, for that amazing news. And I think everyone at MriyaReport should take a bow. We do what we can, and we're here to fight the good fight. Thanks so much, Jason. Questions, Alan, Robin?
Well, Yehuda, it's because you're an inspiration. That's first and foremost why this citation has been given to MriyaReport. It's because of your inspiration, not only yours, it's because of the inspiration of so many folks who've come here to MriyaReport to speak, have become co-hosts, have become donors. But you're the inspiration, man. You, Yehuda, are the inspiration.
It's the beard. It's the beard.
Definitely is the
That's it.
beard.
I have to admit, when I first saw Yehuda's avatar, I thought, why does he have Castro as his avatar? I didn't get it. But then I looked more closely. I learned a few things. It's not Castro. It's far, far, far from Castro. Yehuda, how did you come up with this avatar?
Well, this avatar, being from the Mosaic faith, the Israelitish faith, I happen to know quite a few people, co-religionists in Ukraine, and one of them was an active rabbi soldier, and I was very impressed with his acumen, and I used it as an homage to him, not to represent him or to convince someone I was him, and then it just stuck. Everyone thought it was me, but it really isn't. I'm nowhere near as good looking as the man in the avatar. So there's that.
Well, avatars are small, and when I squint, I still couldn't quite tell what I was seeing, but it's a great avatar, and I love to see Yehuda here on MriyaReport always. And it's thanks to Yehuda, JJ Smart is here. Thanks to Yehuda, all kinds of folks are here. And this is one of the reasons why MriyaReport has been recognized officially by the Ukrainian government as a potent opponent of Russian disinformation. James, go ahead.
I would just like to kind of add on and say, first, Yehuda, if ever I give you a thumbs down, it's probably because I'm laughing so hard and my aim ain't so good. Anyways, you have taken on hard callers and been fairly gentle with them, and you've really faced up to when people aren't doing things, and you've taken the lead a lot in reaching out, and I don't know what you do behind the scenes for the organization, but you've clearly pulled in a lot of
trouble.
people.
Just
So-
cause trouble.
So anyway, my point is you've done a lot, and I really have appreciated my own relationship with you, which I've enjoyed because it's been a lot of fun.
I've always responded to you because your last name, the Jeff Healy band, I assumed you were related, and that's why.
Oh, I was their
I very much
father.
Love it. So, Jason, how important is fighting Russian disinformation? Some people have said, I think Chuck Farrer, it's pronounced far, by the way, keep calling him Farrer. It's far, like near and far. And people have said that something like 38% increase on Russian disinformation operations online. I think we said a long time ago, once you see the Ukrainian army starting to really put pressure on the Russians, and the Russians are in the the jaws of Ukrainian defeat, Ukrainian offensive, you're going to see an increase because that's all they've got, right? It's free, it's cheap to pay people to go on the computer and cause trouble. How important is it, more so now than ever, that people keep the flame alive and keep fighting for Ukraine? I mean, it's an easy, you congratulate us, we laugh, we say, how is telling the truth difficult? How is pointing out the obvious a big deal? It's something that we shouldn't be congratulated for. It's common sense. But how serious is disinformation from the Russian side, and what are the possible effects? Jason?
So I think actually I agree with you. It's more important now than ever because let's be frank, is things are going very badly for Russia. The cost of weapons is very expensive. Cost of soldiers very expensive. Cost of disinformation very very cheap. And I actually do strongly agree with what Gary Kasparov said yesterday, which is when you do see the different people who are friends of Russia, let's call them, putting out narratives about, well, Ukraine should start negotiating, or it's time for Ukraine to really, like, what is the end all objective? What are we aiming for here? And Heritage Institute in the United States, for instance, conservative, by the way, Ronald Reagan was a huge fan of theirs, sadly has become an organization saying that there's no end strategy. There's no way to get out of this conflict in Ukraine. It's better we sort of outline now what's an acceptable closure to this war. When you see that, it's really, what is the symptom of? What does that show? It shows that Russia's in a hard spot. It shows that all of Russia's allies are trying to find a way for Russia to get out of this conflict. There's an article that came out today in a major opposition network that said that Putin is already preparing the way for potential defeat. Because they're already starting to paint the path of, well, what does it mean that we won? Well, look, we've defended these territories, we've defended those territories, defended Crimea. Why are they doing that right now? Because they're hoping that different people in the West will come forward and say, well, listen, this is the most satisfactory answer possible. This defends Ukraine the best. This is the best that Ukraine can hope for. Yes, in theory, Ukraine should defend all of its territory, but we really can't do that. So let's just go for what we got. And this is Russian disinformation where it gets really effective. Really effective. Because when the war started, the vast majority of people supported Ukraine. But now that it's gone on a period of time, it's a lot easier for people to say, well, it's gone a long time. Maybe the Ukrainians really can't pull through. Maybe they really can't win. Maybe it's better they just take the offer that's on the table than they keep playing cards and lose it all. And that's what Russia is counting on. Disinformation today is much more of a factor than it was a year ago. I mean, I don't think, or a year and a half ago. I don't think there's many people who seriously in the West turn on the TV and said, oh my God, it's so good those Russians have showed up to liberate them from fascism. I don't think there's many people who really believe that. Now, today, how many more people do believe, hey, listen, the Ukrainians really might not win. Let's just take what we have. It's been a year and a half, very little gains from what, it's not like a movie. Everyone expects it's going to be, they're sweeping across the landscape. It didn't happen like that. So it's better that the Ukrainians just go for what they got. And the Americans have spent $66.2 billion, which nobody cares to mention, is only 3.2% of our U.S. defense budget per year, which equates to 0.3% of the total U.S. budget has been given to Ukraine, which has, by the way, defeated 50% of the Russian military. But the Russians' hope is that through this disinformation campaign, they will get people in the West to say, the Ukrainians, they're probably not going to be able to pull through. Let's call it quits where we can. Let's come out ahead, let's say, where they only lose, 22% of their territory, not 26% of their territory, and everything's going to be much better. But we all know that's simply Russia manipulating the West. And it's very clearly more active now than it's ever been before.
Jason, this is very interesting because in part of what our discussion tonight, I was working off of topics of new stage of information war against Ukraine that have been improved in the Kremlin from the Defense Intelligence of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. It says exactly the same thing. It's about the new talking points that Russia's trying to foist on people, and the fact that the Ukrainian counteroffensive is not being successful, and that Ukraine is not going to win, so they should exchange territories for peace. This is all coming straight out of the Kremlin. So it's this. Actually, anyone who was here for the book club, this is what we were going to discuss next. So Jason has taken care of it for us.
In real time, Robin. In real
Yeah,
time.
exactly.
You know, What is Russia aiming for? They can't defeat Ukraine. They are aiming for a frozen conflict, the very last thing anyone needs, the very last thing Ukraine needs. But that is what Putin is aiming for. And when you aim for a frozen conflict, it means the Russians know they cannot defeat Ukraine.
Yep, 100%. And that's why we have to keep on talking as loudly and to as many people as possible and keep on hammering on this, that this, Ukraine is making steady progress. Ukraine will win if all they need is for us to get out of their way and ideally give them the weapons they need, and they will take care of the problem at very low cost to the United States, by the way.
We might as well say at literally no cost to the United States, literally no cost. And this is why decision making needs to be sped up, because once decisions are made, delivery is relatively rapid of everything Ukraine needs, everything Ukraine has asked for. It's not the delivery that's slow, it's the decision making that's slow. And that's, again, where MriyaReport can and has and will make a difference.
Do you know why the Russians are never going to win?
This better not be a dad joke. Why, Yehuda?
Because they need to slow down. Russian, slow down.
Oh, Joe.
I'm
Seriously.
I'm sorry.
Yehuda does it again.
We just lost 100 listeners
100
in one
listeners.
sentence.
They shouldn't be here then, because that is comedic gold. Get it, Jason?
I hate to
The
tell you,
problem-
Robin, we gained 100 listeners.
Oh God.
The problem with the Russians is they should have slowed down and realized that invading another country and committing genocide was not going to work for them. It didn't work before. It's not going to work for them. Their country has a net loss of probably tens of millions of people over the centuries, of people who said, you know what, I'm not a big fan of genocide and serfdom and overall horrible behavior, and I need to leave this country. In fact, millions of Russians have left Russia since the 1800s to leave for greener pastures like Flushing Meadows, perhaps. Who knew? Flushing Meadows in New York. A meadow that flushes is green, greener pastures, ergo New York. Millions of Russians have left all over the world. They've come to New York and Chicago and Toronto, obviously the best city in North America. And they've gone there for good reason. You know, Jason, you've been to Moscow, have you?
I have been. Okay, yes, I have.
Can you tell me about that really good restaurant in Little Canada in Moscow?
I'm not sure about that. I can say that Moscow was unimpressive 15 years ago, last time I was there, and I would not really want to go back there again. But tell me about
But
the
is
restaurant.
there a little Canada or little Brooklyn in Moscow? I'm just curious.
No, there's most certainly not. Moscow is it's actually sort of funny. It's incredibly homogeneous. Outside of the fact there's a lot of Central Asians, which do compose about I think it's about 7% of the population of Moscow. Actually, it's funny. Is if you look at the statistics, if you look at when there's a major hall like in Mubarak, the streets are closed down. There's so many people from Central Asia who live there. It's in the millions. The entire metro stations, especially when you get I don't remember the names of metro stations anymore, but you get the metro stations where the Kyrgyz embassy is located, for instance. They do sell, like, for instance, horse meat, horse milk, that really disgusting dried horse milk. I can't remember what it's called, which they sell there. But apparently those metro stations are completely filled with Central Asians, specifically Kyrgyz, which are my pals. I did spend 4 years in their country. But the Central Asians are dominant in there. But as far as it goes, are there Canadians? Are there Germans? Are there Greeks? No, there's not. Absolutely not. It's not a mixed population such as New York.
Kind of missed my point, Jason. What I'm trying to say is there's no large emigre population of, say, Canadians or people from New York in Moscow. as there might be a little Odessa from the Soviet Union times, I'm referring, little Russia town or whatever. In the West, we have all of these places where people from, countries they've escaped sometimes go to set up shop. That doesn't exist because there's a human capital flight out of Russia. It's been there for 100 years. How
No,
they
it's
deal with it?
Right. People
so,
don't go there to people leave there. They don't go there.
that's true. I mean, the fact is that there is, as I said, there's Central Asians, and that's it. No, there are no
A big,
Canadian.
Jason, there's a big Uzbekistani and then Kazakhstani population there also. I mean, there's more Uzbek restaurants.
They're Central Asians, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so very good. So as I said, there's a lot of Central Asian communities, but as far as no, there's absolutely not. Well, there's Kitaiski Gorod, but that's not actually Kitaiski. It's not actually Chinese. But outside of that exception, no, there is not any sort of expat community of people that are ethnic group that have emigrated en masse to the region, and there hasn't been for. Well, I mean,
Ever.
actually, yeah, really, never. I mean, Catherine the Great did invite the Volga Germans. The Leninists did invite the different groups in the United States actually to emigrate in the 1920s, but that was an exception. Those are both exceptions to the rule. The reason they're invited was because Russia had no internal capacity to do serious agriculture or industrial revolution. And so they had to bring foreigners in with a very high salary, and they were not getting paid Soviet salaries. They were getting paid very high salaries in order to advance the lack of qualified professionals that they had. So no, that country has never been a place where huge amounts of people were dying to move to.
Well, there's a reason why I mention it. I mean, I'm not trying to sound elitist, but it's a matter of where there's freedom of expression, where there's freedom of speech, where you can criticize your prime minister or president on the street corner, people tend to flock to, and therein lies the weakness of modern and ancient Russia. It is a culture that's promoting, this authoritarian rule, semi-authoritarian. Some people might say. I think it's pretty obvious what it is. But the point is, the reason why it's so easy to preach day and night and share the gospel of good truth of what's going on, democracy, freedom all over the world and in Ukraine, is because the inverse is so obviously wrong, right? There's no one that looks towards Putin and the Russian political system and says, you know what, that's pretty cool. My relatives, and I'm sure Robin's relatives, maybe they're from the Pale Settlement, Galicia, Congress, Poland, areas controlled by the Tsar at one point, and says, gosh, New York sucks. I pine for the days where the Tsar could invade my town, send ruffians to kidnap our children so they can fight for the Tsar for 20 years. No one says that. So, it is the truth. Lev is too young for that. I'm too young for that. But Lev knows. He knows what his family, what his grandparents said. It was a hit or miss. You were lucky to survive. It was a lottery, a human lottery. Am I right, Lev?
Oh, absolutely, Yehuda. Absolutely. We ran from there with the first chance we got. I mean, as soon as people were allowed to leave, people leave. People don't just stay there because they love it. Majority of people that once they get a taste of westernization and the freedom, they don't want to go back. The majority of the people there that are just, they have never got a chance of westernization and feeling the freedom, what it's like not living under the Putin's rule.
And this is one of the real reasons why Ukraine was such an irritant to Putin, because there's Ukraine on his border, his repressive fascist state. And right on the border is a vibrant, democratic, forward-looking, technologically advanced country. Yeah, they have a corruption issue they inherited from the Soviets that they have to get rid of. But Ukraine is a forward-looking Western nation, and it's made up of a bunch of people who are pretty close to this. I mean, even have family members, a lot of them, in Russia. And that is really, I think, one of the big bottom lines of why Putin couldn't tolerate Ukraine on his border, because it threw back in his face constantly what Russia could be and what it wasn't. And his people see
Absolutely,
that.
Robin. Absolutely, Robin. Not only was it on the border, but back before the invasion, it was like a melting pot between Russians and Ukrainians. You had family on both sides. You had parents live some on one side, kids live on the other side, grandparents, and you didn't need a visa to visit. People could travel freely from Russia to Ukraine, and majority of Russians would travel to Ukraine, because it was beautiful there, and start seeing the modernization and westernization, and the Ukraine becoming more of a democratic and a free society, and that was causing Putin lots of problems. That's why he always wanted to take over Ukraine.
How much of the accusations, it seems so trite and banal even, people say that Russia wanted Ukrainian resources. I hear that more now increasingly. Like people say, I want these bauxite mines. I made that up. I want the oil, the natural
Yeah,
gas.
natural gas, wheat, oil, absolutely, Yehuda. Ukraine's a very, has lots of natural resources.
And
And
apparently there's rare earth minerals under Bakhmut that they probably have to
absolutely.
also.
Absolutely.
I prefer less popular. I like to think just not to be. I'm just kidding, Robin. Less popular earth minerals.
Hardy har.
Hardy har. Yes, like all of my jokes, they are like an umbrella. They go over everyone's head. It's horrible. I'm definitely going to do a circuit when this war is over. It's going to be a Netflix special. Dad jokes by Yehuda.
Oh, do let me know so I can make sure not to turn it on.
Turn it on. Robin and everyone. Robin, this is her last night on MriyaReport. Everyone thank Robin. She is. back to what's going on, Jason. There's a stir. Do the Ukrainian people feel what's coming on, or are they removed from the situation? Why does everyone get this sneaking suspicion that something explosive will happen? Russians are stretched, few and far between. Their defensive lines have been breached in probably more places than we know. What does the next 2-3 weeks hold, do you think?
Well, the thing is, it's not because I'm pro-Ukraine, which I am. It's because just look at what's going on. I mean, what's actually, a friend of mine actually made this argument, which I agree with him totally. The most telling sign that things are going really, really well is not what Ukraine is saying. Because, okay, yes, if Ukraine's obviously going to have a pro-Ukraine message, what the West is going to say, they have their own biases. It's read what the Russian military correspondents are saying. They are pro-Kremlin correspondents. They are sent there and paid for by the Kremlin. And read what they're writing. They're saying our lines are breaking down. We are having massive supply issues. This is a disgrace. This is the end of Russia. What is happening here? They are constantly complaining. And when you read what they say and how dramatic they are, I mean, how they phrase this, it's really over the top. And it's sort of shocking, actually, that the Kremlin, which is extremely top down, this is coming out from there. These are their people are sitting there. You would be surprised. They do have a degree of autonomy. I mean, they don't always have to write exactly talking points. They are allowed to write what they want. And they're the ones that are the most shocked. And if you remember, about 2 months ago, they had a meeting with Putin, with the Russian military correspondents. And the Russian military correspondents, after the meeting, wrote things that, once again, were shocking. They said, Putin seems to think we're winning. Why does he think that? Who's telling him this? Why does he think that always, these tanks from the West have been destroyed? That's not occurring. These military correspondents are on the ground, see that Russia's getting a serious beating, and they are completely lost to how this is possible. And that is actually why someone like Strokov, also known as Girkin, became so popular. Same reason as Prigozhin, the one that got killed 2 weeks ago. The reason they became popular is they are hardcore nationalists. They're not saying the invasion of Ukraine is bad because the Ukrainians are good or it's a sovereign country. That's not the reason. The reason is Russia should be able to defeat that country easily. Why aren't we defeating them? It's a sign that something's going wrong in our military. It's because they're hardcore nationalists. They are actually taking votes away or support away from Putin. Why is that? Putin's base support are those who are the hardcore nationalists. Those who are speaking out against him now, who he's just finished killing, one of the major ones, that's actually not very good for Putin, because the military guys in the trench, read what Prigozhin said, and when you read it in Russian, trust me, it's very impressive. Prigozhin, who was very over the top, actually, I think he's a very good speaker. because when you read what he says, I think the average soldier would identify immediately with him. He said, I'm trying to defend your interests. I don't want you just to needlessly die. We know, in fact, he didn't care about the soldiers whatsoever. He was happy to send them to die, but it doesn't make a difference. What he said publicly made it sound like I'm on your side. The government doesn't care about you. And what does the government do about the guy who spoke out? They killed him. So how do you think the average Russian soldier feels about this? He thinks he's already maybe on a death mission. Things are not looking very good for them. And then they see that the guy who broke the silence, he's the one who gets killed. Trust me, things are not looking good for the Russian side. I talked to a friend the other day from Come Back Alive. Oh, sorry, Hachujit. I wish to live. I want to live. I don't know what it is in English. Which is the organization for Russian soldiers to call in and surrender to the Ukrainians. I talked to him just the other day, and he said the number of people they have calling now has more than doubled in the past 3 weeks. Now they're getting more calls than they ever had before. You saw last week or week before, a Russian helicopter flew into Ukraine and surrendered. Is the officer flying the airplane surrendered the helicopter to the Ukrainian military? And he, by the way, it's not funny, but it is sort of funny. He allowed all of his comrades to get shot to death by the Ukrainians because they refused to surrender. They didn't realize that that was the mission. There's serious systemic problems in the Russian military, and as the people I know,
So Jason, touch on Popov, General Popov, not Popeye, similar. He apparently had a recorded call. He was a Russian general in Ukraine. The call, he was fired by Gerasimov after a fiery confrontation, and he relayed that meeting to a subordinate who obviously taped the phone call and shared it through Russian Telegram. Everyone's talking about Russian Telegram, where he basically said he delivered a riot act to Gerasimov, and he got fired for his troubles. How is that true? Is that accurate? What's the inside baseball on that, and how important is it?
so actually that is significant. So General Popov was thrown out. He did get into a fight with Gerasimov, who was the head of the military. He said the words he used. So actually, it's sort of interesting how you can interpret the words he used. But simply, I ripped him apart physically, verbally. It's not clear, but I ripped him apart, Gerasimov, that is, for what he's doing. I laid it out. What's going on? Now, what's interesting is the intelligence that have come out in the past few days have said that the Russians who are currently in Ukraine, they were formerly part of the units assigned to Popov, are still calling Popov. They're still asking him for advice on what's going on because they realize that he's speaking out. Once again, a bad sign for the military is when multiple people who are considered to be sort of traitors, like Strakov or Girkin, or Prigozhin or Popov, who are speaking out against the government, are more trusted than the government by the soldiers. Militaries in general having mass disobedience of officers' orders is something you really, really, really want to avoid. And it seems to be coming through on the side of the Russians. We've seen, listen, look what happened the past few weeks. We saw, let me give you a very, sorry, and I apologize to be long winded, but let me give one very clear example of why I've been arguing for weeks and months. And I just did earlier today on our TV channel, is why I think the Russian military is on the verge of collapse. When Prigozhin rolled into Rostov 2 months and 1 week ago, what happened? Prigozhin won the FSB, which is the intelligence service, plus the GRU, which is the military intelligence service, had not accurately predicted this would happen. The German intelligence service, the American intelligence service, predicted more than a week before that would happen. They think that the Russians knew this about a day and a half beforehand, which shows the real weakness of the intelligence service. But okay, Prigozhin decides to go from Ukraine to Rostov, Russia. He crosses the border. Border guards do nothing to stop him. He goes through multiple military checkpoints. The military does nothing to stop him. He goes through the MVD, Ministry of Internal Affairs checkpoints, as well as through their forces. They do nothing to stop him. He goes through National Guard. They do nothing to stop him. He has Kadyrov's troops, that is the Chechens. They had to go 100 kilometers in the course of 5 hours. In the course of 5 hours, they did not make 100 kilometers. Clearly, they did not want to get engaged in this battle. They clearly pulled off the road and did not want to get there. You get finally to Rostov. You have, okay, the police who do nothing, the National Guard that does nothing, you have the military that does nothing. You have no security service that does anything. Look at the videotapes yourself of Prigozhin. Prigozhin is sitting there talking to general level people at Flagstaff level officers who are sitting there chatting with him on the street, drinking coffee, and listen to what they say. They say to him things along the lines of, I'm summarizing, you shouldn't do this. This is really a bad idea. This is not going to go over well. You should stop. But you know what they didn't do? They didn't call it an airstrike. They didn't say, we know Prigozhin is here. Wipe him out, wipe out the soldiers. No, they did nothing of the sort because they weren't sure which way things were going to go. They were scared. And the fact that senior Russian military leadership, by the way, at the headquarters, which is controlling the war in Ukraine, were unwilling to take action is dramatic. It would not have been hard whatsoever to order his arrest or to order his kill. They did nothing of the sort. And the fact that this is senior level officers who are dealing specifically in the war in Ukraine did not take action are all signs of the fact that there is serious preoccupations in Russian military leadership as to how the war is going. And trust me, that is trickling down because we see that in the number of Russian soldiers that are now surrendering. We see that in the Russian soldiers who are running away. We see that in desertion. We see that in actually remainders of what they leave behind. The messages they're sending people, the intercepted phone calls. We see this in everywhere. The Russian forces are really, really in a tight bind.
Hey, Jason, quick question. So obviously, we understand that Prigozhin didn't just wake up one morning and say, I'm going to go, go towards Moscow and do this. He had to have people on the inside supporting him, at least a certain part of the way. Who do you think the weak links are in Putin's inner circle still or were, or what do you think is going on there?
So it's a really good question. So I ultimately think will come down to this. I think it's going to be economic interest around the military-industrial complex. Who those are specifically, it's very hard for me to say. It's definitely not going to be in the Shogu line. It's definitely not going to be in one of the major Silniki. Now, that being said, I think that the weakest points can actually be in FSB, though that is definitely the home spot of Putin. That's definitely his safest terrain. That's definitely the place that you at least expect it. I actually think it's there. And the reason I think it's there is this. You remember before the invasion, when Putin was having his meeting with his various officers, they were going for the reason of why it was necessary. And remember, who was the guy who kept stumbling? Who was the guy, Lev? Tell me. Who kept saying, well, I'm not sure, or the incorporation of the oblast, or I mean, the recognizing them as countries. Who was stumbling over himself? It was the head of intelligence. The head of intelligence realized things
Yep.
were like,
Go ahead. Yep.
Petroshev.
Absolutely.
And
Go ahead.
so you look at this, but you look systematically what was going through the organization. The military now, due to the war specifically, there's always been a historic competition between the KGB and the GRU in Russia or Soviet Union. Today it's FSB and GRU. This historic competition exists still today, but Putin has made a mistake. He bet very, 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 very heavily on those that are coming from the military side, and hence these military contracts. Those, even Petroshev, even his son, which everyone says Petrushev's son will come after Putin, which I don't exclude whatsoever. But even those people recognize that the money that Shogu is stealing is not just something it's okay. Everyone's stealing. Everyone's okay with that. That's not a problem. That's not a sin. The problem is you are actually costing Russia. Russia at this point might be obliterated because you are that greedy. The fact that Shogu has been able to orchestrate the death of someone like Prigozhin, the arrest of somebody like Strokov, are all signs of the fact that he has gotten to a point that is so out of control and Putin is so distant from the reality of what's occurring today that this actually might be the downfall of Russia. Now, if you're a hard nationalist, and you realize this, and there's a couple of reasons people go along with coups. One of the simple reasons is this: Putin is 70 years old. He will die. Everyone understands that, and it could be at any moment.
Isn't he the third oldest person in Russia due to alcoholism?
He very well might be. But there was, if you realize that he might kick the bucket at any moment, you have another factor. You realize that other people want to get rid of him and kill him. So you're either going to sit around and wait and hope, or you're going to be smart about it and say, hey, listen, I can speed up the process. Okay, even if I like him, I'll kill him, but it guarantees that I will be secure after him. There are now 16 private military companies outside of Prigozhin's Wagner Group. There's 16 private military companies in Russia. Now, local authorities also have private military companies. This is a feudalistic system that will eventually lead to fighting. This is creating all the conditions. Now, imagine you're somebody like the Rottenbergs, who are very close to Putin from his childhood. The Rottenbergs have millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars. But you know what the Rottenbergs don't have?
Billions.
Billions, actually. You're right. And so the Rottenbergs, you know what they don't have? Though? Private military companies. So ultimately, when somebody has a private military company wants your assets, what will you do to stop it? You have nothing to stop it. It's like saying there's an earthquake. I've stockpiled water, but my neighbor has stockpiled ammo. Who's going to have water? The guy that stockpiled the ammo, not the guy that stockpiled the water. This is exactly the same thing here. Putin, through some, and I think it's actually one of his greatest errors in domestic policy. And I have no respect for the man whatsoever. I mean this in a sense of totally irrational behavior, was to allow so many domestic militaries that are competing with the national military, competing with the National Guard. This will allow for domestic terrorism, essentially, where you're going to have one group, one clan fighting against another clan, and he's allowed them to become armed, and they're really armed services. I mean, they are not simply mall security guards. They're really threatening. And these people now have the ability. It's like Kadyrov. Everyone says, well, Kadyrov's TikTok soldiers. They make fun of him. I totally disagree with that. Kadyrov is a piece of shit, but that's not the reason that I mock him. Kadyrov is, I think, strategic. Kadyrov knows he has no friends in the inner side of the government. Kadyrov knows that his power base is completely based on Putin. Now, if Putin falls, who's going to protect Kadyrov? Kadyrov has no lovers. There's nobody who loves Kadyrov. There's nobody who needs Kadyrov. Kadyrov can be replaced. So Kadyrov must preserve his soldiers. He doesn't need them to die in this war. It doesn't benefit him. He's interested in his self-interest. He needs his soldiers to live to defend him. And that's why Putin, though since actually the 1990s, I think it started, the policy of keeping Chechens inside of Moscow, specifically to protect the government, the national government, should there be sort of coup attempts. Why is that? Because the Chechens are ethnically different than Russians. They're a Muslim minority group. They've got a reputation for violence, but they would not have as many, let's say, concerns to shoot up the local ethnic Russian population should they start to resist. Whereas the local ethnic Russian soldiers would not be as happy or anxious to shoot upon ethnic Russian civilians that are protesting. So the fact that Putin at this point has allowed various local groups, including ethnic minority groups, to start arming themselves in such a large number really does set the stage for a significant interethnic conflict within Russia. But more importantly, much more importantly than the interethnic part, is the financial part. If you look at major oblasts in central Russia and look at how much of the GDP was produced there, specifically in oil and gas in central Russia, and how many what the population is there, if they were to keep those resources there and not send them all to Moscow, the profits of them, they'd be richer than Dubai. So if you're a local, let's say, hetman, a local boss, and you have your own military, why would you want to send your money to Moscow? You keep it there, and you're richer than the Sheikh of Dubai. And that's strategically more wise for yourself. Keep in mind, Russian society is trying to serve itself. All the leadership is trying to figure out how to benefit itself. It's not in the interest of Russia, it's in the interest of oneself.
Thank you for that, Jason. Another quick question. If Putin was to die today, who do you think succeeds him? I mean, obviously there'll be a fight for power, but who do you think the top person up there right now is, or one or two that would fight for power and has a chance?
Well, yeah, I mean, I totally don't believe it'll follow the constitutional line of succession. I mean,
Right.
constitutional line of succession would be what? 3 is Medvedenko, 2 is who would 2 would be? 2 would be prime minister. 3 would be who is 3? Head of Duma. So, anyways, no, it won't follow line of succession. What it will definitely do is that it would. I mean, what I think it would do was that it started to turn to open fighting between the different clans. Those clans, and Lev, I mean, you obviously know the region well. Those clans are very deep. They have a lot of internal conflict. They've historically had a lot of conflict for 30 years. And they all have one thing in common. They're fighting for their own self-financial interests. And once again, if I'm a Rottenberg and I have billions of dollars worth of assets, and I don't have any bang. They are there and they have power because they're Putin's judo partners from school. That is literally the reason they're billionaires. They did judo with Putin in school. That is why they're around. Now, how about if Putin's no longer here? Who's going to guarantee your billions of dollars? There's nobody. And so anyone else who shows up with a private military company could take your billions. And Putin can do nothing to protect you any longer. And that's why they should be, even them, who are the most allies, friends, and partners of Putin, they have a personal financial motive to screw over Putin. because they realize that at some point he will die. And the person that comes after them, comes after Putin rather, is somebody who could very well take away everything they've had and kill them and their families. So it's much wiser to now position for their own self-interest to offload Putin, even though they might love him, he might be the godfather of children. They recognize, his day is going to come. It's either by our hands or somebody else's. But if it's by somebody else's hands, it might mean we end up with nothing. It's better we end Putin ourselves so we secure our own futures.
Thank you for that, Jason. Go ahead, Robin. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to break in for a second here. I'm about to drop down. I just wanted to let everyone know we were in the middle of our book club when you came on, Jason, which was great. It's a wonderful, perfect interruption. I just wanted to let people know we will continue next Monday night. No, Sunday. We're in Sunday now. Yes, next Sunday at 8 o'clock. We'll continue with the rest of what we didn't deal with this week, and then we're going to go on to personal behavior and the areas in the book that deal with that. Thank you very, very much, Jason. Thank you for coming on. It was wonderful news. Nice to see you, Liv. I think I'll see you on Wednesday again. And
Yes, absolutely.
yeah,
With you.
looking forward to it. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
All right. I guess I'm here as co-host. Good to see you all this evening. Good to see you, Jason, and good to see you, Lev. Now, just sort of jumping in here in the middle of conversation, Lev, were you and Jason exchanging some ideas and thoughts and questions about the current situation in Russia?
Yeah, absolutely. Jason was giving us some incredible context, really good stuff. We were talking about, if Putin was to die miraculously today, what would happen and who would be, taking over. And we're discussing the different clans involved and, the financial and economical situation that would happen in Russia. And I was going to ask Jason his thoughts. Also, what would it mean for the war in Ukraine? Do you think it automatically stops? Do you think what do you think happens with Putin's demise?
Yes, I do think the war will end if Putin were to demise. And there's several major reasons for that. The first is this. Historically, if you look at coup attempts, the biggest problem you have when you overthrow a government is legitimacy. Right? Why are you the legitimate leader? You're actually a usurper by definition. You've legally overthrown the government. So that means anyone else who kills you is also the legitimate president if it says so. So how do you prevent that? You have to gain legitimacy. So there's a few factors of how you gain legitimacy. One is domestic, one is international. International recognition of legitimacy does help guarantee domestic recognition of legitimacy for a lot of reasons, which I won't get into. But the first thing is to gain international recognition, you'd have to do a couple things. One is that you would have to take control of the nuclear arsenal, because the West is going to be most interested if you're able to do that. If you don't have control of the nuclear arsenal and you say to the president, nobody's going to take you seriously. But if you control it and you can guarantee its safekeeping, then nobody really has an interest in upsetting you. Because at that point, let's say the West doesn't accept you, well, why not barter off the nuclear weapons? Now, why do you need legitimacy internationally is for another reason. It opens up the bank reserves. It opens up your ability to transact money on the international level. And that's necessary to run a government. But there's a third factor, which is actually probably even more important. Historically, when you have a revolutionary situation, you have to protect the capital. That is, counter-revolutionaries will try to overthrow you. The way you protect capitals, usually, is you bring in lots of soldiers. And where do the soldiers come from? In this case, it would be Ukraine. So you bring in the soldiers who are currently in Ukraine. The international community will not recognize you if you continue fighting Ukraine. There's no one in Europe or the US has a keen interest in recognizing somebody who's actually worse than Putin. But if you control the nuclear arsenal and you have pulled out of Ukraine and agreed to stay out of Ukraine and the other occupied territories, I think that there is no one in Russia who would say Abkhazia is so important, Transnistria is so important to me that, screw it, I don't want to be the richest person in the world. I really want to defend South Ossetia. There's no one in the oligarchical class who cares more about South Ossetia than they do about becoming the richest person in the world. They prefer to be there because, once again, it's not simply being greedy, it's preventing other people from killing you and taking your resources. And so there's this self-motivating factor of why they'd be willing to agree to this. And, of course, keeping the military inside of Moscow prevents future coup attempts against yourself.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you. That's very, 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 very good.
What do you think, love?
No, I agree with you 100%. Just pleasure listening to you. I mean, you couldn't say it better myself. I think definitely that with the downfall of Putin, I think we're going to have 1991 all over again. I think you're going to have a fight for the, obviously internally with the clans, whoever's going to control the weapons. Is going to be able to then negotiate for economic success, and by getting out and negotiate by getting out of Ukraine will allow again to open up Russian economy and move forward. I think that's exactly what will happen.
Hello.
Hello,
Hey,
Dave.
Nefa, how are you? Dave?
I'm here. Sorry, I was just checking my microphone. I didn't know if it was me or the space that had crashed. Apparently neither.
So,
But
go ahead, Dave.
but since I'm here, I will say hello to everybody. I'm just joining in this wonderful conversation between Jason and Lev, and I'll sit back and be quiet and let you guys go at it.
Does anybody have any questions for either Jason or myself about it? Love to answer some questions or any thoughts. Go ahead, James.
Yes, thank you for taking questions. China. China's a big question to me. It seems like that Putin carried with him the, head-to-head kind of force, and a lot of things probably were between them. And so when that kind of structure collapses and you're trying to find somebody to fill it in, it seems as though China would be sort of in a very good position relative to whoever's going to take over. So comments or thoughts on that?
Yeah. Go ahead. You want to go, Jason? Because I disagree with that. I think that, like Jason said, I think that what's the internal clans are going to first take over, and I don't think right now China is standing on the sideline. I don't think they're very happy with the way the war is going on Ukraine. I think they're seeing that Russia is weak and is not being able to take over Ukraine the way they expected it. And so I don't think China will be able to step in. I think, on the other hand, that once the clans start fighting within internally, it becomes, at the end of the day, like Jason said, and I agree with him 100%. In Russia, it's all about the dollars, all about the money. They want to, whoever takes over wants to be the next richest guy, the next powerful money guy. They're not looking to take over like Putin did as far as countries and stuff like that. So I don't think China. Jason, what do you think?
So it's a really interesting question. So I think China, there's a few factors. One, let's keep in mind, Chinese youth unemployment rate between the age of 18 and 25 is 21%. It's a huge unemployment rate. Secondly, the major banks they have, they're backing the loans. Remember the toxic loan crisis in 2008? Their situation is actually much worse. Their economic situation is much worse. But worse than that for Russia is, keep in mind, Russia's been propping up their ruble by buying Chinese yuan, the national currency of China. Now, China, keep in mind, Bloomberg said in May that Russia was looking to buy $200 million worth of yuan per month to prop up the ruble. And China has recently said they're no longer willing to do that. Now, they didn't say that publicly, but they said it to China, to the Russians. And how do we know that? Because the head of the National Bank of Russia made a statement that we've decided a different currency path. We're no longer going to buy foreign currencies. We're going to prop up the currency using only the ruble. Why are they doing that? Well, they're trying to pick up as many rubles as they can because they don't have foreign currency to trade it for. The reason they don't have foreign currency to trade it for is the Chinese aren't playing ball anymore. We know that the Chinese had a major break with the Russians a couple of times. I mean, when the invasion began, they were not very happy. They didn't expect it to go this way. I mean, they really did think it was going to be a 3-day show. The Russians show up, they show some strength, and the Chinese thought, well, okay, that's great. It's a good president for what's going to happen in Taiwan. It really does justify what we've done in Tibet and other regions, or in Hong Kong, what they want to do. But it didn't go that way at all. But worse, it turns out, and it's actually surprising to me, the breakdown of the Black Sea trade deal, that is the grain deal, apparently really did affect the Chinese, and I'm surprised, and I'm not clear on to why that is. But for the Chinese, that was a major point. They said, "You're screwing everything up. Why are you going to stop this trade deal? This is not good." Now, the Chinese are always very big in the trade deals, right? As economic interest has always been prime for China. They might publicly say we're going to be forever with Russia, or forever with whatever country, but at the end of the day, they serve their own self-economic interests. At this point, Chinese economy is so weak they cannot afford to be playing games with Russia like Russia wishes to play. And that's where Putin makes an error. The Russian economy before the invasion of Ukraine was less than that of the size of Italy's. It's not huge. Trade between China and Russia is only about 2% of all trade for China. By comparison, trade with, I want to say it's actually Italy, is about 2.5%. So Italy's a bigger trade partner for Chinese than is Russia. So there's no real economic gain. Now, the Chinese do have something to gain with Russia's economic or military collapse or political collapse. That is that they have the ability to buy up a lot of assets, a lot of assets. They can buy up, which, by the way, historically China has done in other countries. In impoverished countries, they use obviously the Belt and Road strategy, but in more developed countries, they wait for there's a downturn in the economy to buy up real estate, for instance. It seems very probable that China would buy up assets that are producing things such as minerals, such as mining. Based upon that, they would then have the ability to leverage the assets that they have in the country to guarantee ports, to guarantee other things, to give them the strategic resources necessary to control the Russian economy into the future. What do you
Thank
think?
you both.
Hey, Dr. Nikki, how are you?
Good. How are you doing, love?
Good, good.
Good. And good to see you, Jason.
Sometimes we call her Cookie.
Oh, God. I don't want to have to
What?
explain that. Old Marine
It
Corps
has,
story.
yes, it has to do with Marine boot camp and her mother sending her cookies. So
Yeah,
anyway,
but it's not as quaint as that. But anyway, it starts off quaint and then turns into an absolute nightmare. But anyway, um,
Well, that's usually how the Marines work, isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah, pretty much. But anyway, it's good to see everybody.
good to see you too, Dr. Nick. Do you actually, Dr. Nick, have any questions for Lev or Jason?
Well, actually, I just came up. What were you guys talking about? That's one thing I wanted to, get a hold on before I formulate any sort of questions. Is it just the Chinese situation, or was there some other topics that were dominating, or what?
No, we're talking about lots of things, but me and Jason were just talking about if tomorrow Putin was to demise of Putin, if he was to pass away, or if there was, he was taken out, what would happen with Russia? First of all, as far as the war with Ukraine, also with the Russian economy, internally inside Russian power struggle, and stuff like that.
Right, right. Lev, I'm kind of curious what your thoughts about this. I have my own sort of theories, and of course, Jason, you're also welcome to answer. Um, but given that Chechnya is one of my areas, I'm curious what you think about, like, if Putin were to suddenly die tomorrow, if there was some sort of a coup, what do you think would happen as far as Ramazan Kadyrov? Do you imagine that he might try to either, I don't know, make a vie for independence? Do you think he might try to kiss the ring of whoever comes up? Do you imagine that there would be some sort of power struggle vis-a-vis the external, like, for example, the Chechen battalions that are currently in Ukraine that might want to try to come home and do a coup, that kind of thing. I mean, what would you sort of imagine happening, at least to Ramzan Kadyrov? Just curious your thoughts, both of you.
Yeah, we were actually just talking about, Jason laid it out very nicely about that. I mean, Kadyrov doesn't have too many friends besides Putin inside of Moscow. And I think that if Putin goes away, I mean, that's, I'm going to agree with Jason, that's basically his biggest ally and supporter. And I think he's going to be and have his own problems internally, and also from other clans and other, private militaries and groups out there that do not like the Chechens too much.
Yeah, personally, I think Ramzan Kadyrov is going to be a dead man walking, but I don't want to get into my personal thoughts so much. But Jason, I must have missed your comments. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Well, it's simply that Kadyrov, I mean, come on, who is Kadyrov? He's somebody who's cut a deal with Putin specifically. Well, via his father, but okay, he cut a deal with Putin. Is the legacy of his father. And so, what does that ultimately mean? Kadyrov doesn't actually have a lot of allies inside of the Kremlin, and that's why Kadyrov has been very cautious to not expend his troops so far, despite the fact that the example I gave earlier, when Prigozhin invaded Rostov, he was not willing, that is, Kadyrov was not willing to send his own troops to defend Rostov. They only had 100 kilometers to go, and they didn't go there. We've seen all the TikTok soldier videos. Okay, why is that really happening? And I totally disagree with those who think they're cowards. I don't think that's it. They're producing content because they have to produce content. They have to show they're doing something. The fact of the matter, though, is their job is to protect Kadyrov above all else. It's not to win the war in Ukraine. He doesn't care one way or another about the war in Ukraine. He cares about Kadyrov. And Kadyrov's interest will be completely wiped out when Putin dies. Keep in mind, Putin is already 70 years old. Life expectancy for Russia, he's reaching about those limits. And so even if he were to live another 5, 6, 7 years, Kadyrov, despite the rumors of his health, let's imagine they're all false. Let's imagine he has great health. Kadyrov would ultimately not be able to maintain power because there's going to be a lot of people that come after him or have an interest with other allies who are saying, hey, listen, let's betray Putin together. Let's work together. And we'll grant you something. We'll give you either your own little fiefdom down there like Kadyrov had or your independence. Who knows? Whatever it is they want. They'll cut a deal because ultimately Kadyrov is not really a player in the game. He's someone to be played in the game. And I think that Kadyrov is probably one of the most insecure people in all of the big names, let's call them, of the Kremlin.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. When people are talking about, why Kadyrov's troops were like third line or whatever, it's like he's not going to sacrifice those guys. Because he needs them back at home just in case something were to go south. If, there was a coup in Moscow or if Putin suddenly croaks or, whatever happens, just like you said, he needs those guys to protect him. But yeah, I totally agree. And if the lifts in his shoes didn't give away his insecurity, I'm not sure what else does. But yeah, totally great insights, both of you.
Plus, Jason, you've seen his pictures lately. I mean, the guy has ballooned. I mean, I definitely think he has some weight issues. I mean, he's gained so much weight so quickly. I don't even know what he's been doing.
Right, so it's interesting. So once again, I don't have sensitive intelligence, but I have sent those photos to a number of doctors who have ranged in their opinions as to what that could be. There's a lot of hepatitis C. There's a lot of it's actually a whole strew of different sort of incurable diseases. He has gained a ton of weight. That's quite obvious. You saw his video come out yesterday or day before, where he's on a treadmill, sort of in a quick walking pace, not fast walking, sort of quick walking. And the guy is out of breath. He can barely keep it up. And he's speaking and he's, and you say, that guy doesn't look very healthy for his age. So what's really going on with him? Why does he look like a chipmunk? It seems that he is probably seriously facing some health issues. And that is another reason why he needs to preserve himself. I mean, Russia as a whole, I would say historically, and Chechnya definitely, I would say is a systematic fiefdom. But the way that it works is sort of like the way that lions operate. So you remember lions, when they have their different dens and their groups, the old lion doesn't usually die off. He dies off because he's in a battle with a younger lion who decides he'll take his place. And that lion will become the new Lion King. And so I think that it actually works like that. As much as I might love Kadyrov, and I've worked with him for years, and he's whatever the term for godfather is of my kids, the fact is, he's not going to last a lot longer. But if I am the one that pulled the trigger or pulled the knife on his neck, I know that I will come to power, and I'll guarantee my own security for the future. I mean, and this is sort of why there's this perennial paranoia in the region, is that this is the way things have always worked. And I see no reason to believe that has changed whatsoever. And I think the Russian leadership as a whole operates in a similar way. Putin has served his time. He has done what they needed for him. He's made them billions of dollars. At this point, he's not really helping anyone else. There's very little he can still offer. He's already given off the national resources. He's already screwed up the international banking system for them and international investment strategies, and tons of their billions of dollars have been frozen. So at this point, what does he really still bring you? Now, if you're the new guy who shows up and you kill Putin, you take over the natural resources, you take over the nuclear arsenal, most importantly, you have the military's control, you take Moscow to protect it. Then you can come to deal with the West to unfreeze assets, and then you can get a lot of oligarchs on your side very quickly because you're serving their financial interests. I think there's plenty enough oligarchs who are willing to turn their back to Putin to serve their own long-term financial interests.
Jason, who do you think one of the main oligarchs that's not the closest to Putin? Because obviously we know the Rotenbergs are extremely close. You know, Abramovich is pretty close. Who do you think, if you had to take a guess? Because I'm thinking.
It's always the question I get, and the thing is, I'm actually curious what you think, because so here's my argument: is this? I think that the vast majority of them are scared and placid. They're not willing to be the ones that take the first step. They are the ones that want to go along with the plot, and that's what we saw with Prigozhin. Actually, it's a good example. So Prigozhin, keep in mind, was the sort of braven guy who decided, "I'm going all in." He did get a lot of leadership to come on board with him in the Russian military, it seems, who then backed out. They became cowardly, they became scared, and they decided not to go through with it. But what does that show? It shows that the Russian leadership as a whole, the military leadership, and I'm sure with the oligarchs who are much more transactional, they are the ones who say, listen, I don't know if I'm really keen to kill Putin, but if you're going to do it, I'll help you. I'll support you because, I'll hedge my bets. I'm not going to go all in. I'm not going to be all out. I better be at least 50-50 on this deal. So, I can say publicly, if, you fail, I was with Putin the whole time. But if you succeed, I was with you the whole time. They're all sort of two-faced. I don't see anyone as having really this stiff love and respect of Putin that they are going to go in to defend him no matter what the cost. I mean, I don't see this as being like the Germans at the end of the war, where they're willing to die for the leader. I don't see that happening whatsoever. I see them much more likely to be willing to switch their allegiances as they see their own self-interest being played out.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. I'm just, I've been studying a little bit lately, and I'm trying to figure out who could be that weak link, that not weak link maybe in Putin's, but who would have the most to gain by, So I'm just trying to, thinking which.
Someone's asking me. I mean, my hypothesis.
Yeah.
My hypothesis is, listen, and I want to give a name because I frankly, I can't guess. I don't know, but
I know.
I think it'll be FSB, as I said earlier. Specifically, which branch of FSB? It's to be somebody that's involved with the Presidential Protection Service, specifically that branch of Presidential Protection. I think it's going to be somebody close to Patrushev. Why? Why specifically him? Because it's going to be him that has to give the go-ahead or the okay for the information to be leaked as to the location of Putin when they kill him. So I think it's actually going to have to be from that strain of the FSB.
Jason, we were doing somebody was doing a space actually when the coup was happening, and I was on that space, and that's exactly what I said back then. I said it has to be somebody in the FSB. So I agree with you. I'm thinking also there's going to be somebody really close to him, someone from the presidential part of the FSB.
Yeah, I said that too. Like, God, like we were talking about this on the space, like, I don't know, like 4, 5, 6 months ago. And somebody asked me that the same thing. And my thought was the exact same thing because, you have to get into that inner layer. And it makes the most sense that it would have to be somebody in there who would actually take the move and actually do it. So I completely agree with that. As far as the one who would make that move, just who and when. That's the thing, and yeah, it's about as far as the oligarchs go, it's all about that. This whole thing. they're still feeling very placid, like you said, Jason, weak, but too scared to move. It goes back to all of this theory about these winning coalitions and stuff. It's like who are they going to throw themselves behind? And they're going to have to find that one person who's willing to make that move. And it would have to be somebody within who could get closest to him. And so that's what makes the most sense, because he has that kind of security around him all the time. I guess we'll have to see if it actually plays out that way.
I've been getting some DMs. People have been asking me, and that's a very good question. Jason, I'd love to hear your thoughts also. What do you think happens with Navalny? Do you think he gets released if Putin goes away? And does he have a chance to rally up the troops with the support that he had?
No, quite the opposite, actually. I would argue that Navalny is a creation of Friedman, because you're well aware of the scene in Moscow. I think it's a product of Friedman and Evin. And I think that specifically Navalny is somebody who historically has played a role that is very convenient for the Kremlin. Now, actually, hell, why not? We're on a 24-hour program. We have time. So there's a few arguments for that. One is that if we look at the positions that historically Navalny has taken, they are hyper-nationalist. He is an ultra-nationalist. There is nothing about the guy that's democratic. If you look back in his past, when it was with SPS or the other parties that he's involved with, he has always been a hyper-nationalist, really an ultra-nationalist. But there's more important than that. Look at who today is running the party. Look at Volkov. Look at Pechev. What is she doing? What is he doing? Maria, or if it's Leonid, they're doing the same thing. They spend most of their time attacking the other democratic opposition from Russia. They are not spending the time attacking Putin. If they spend as much time attacking Putin as they do attacking the democratic opposition, they'd be much more successful. But let's go further down that line. Look at the relationship to Friedman, specifically Mikhail Friedman. Mikhail Friedman, who yesterday was caught in the streets of London and asked, is Putin a war criminal, refused to say that Putin was a war criminal. Friedman's bank, Alpha Bank, was the fifth largest bank in Ukraine before. It's got a lot of strange ties, including to those of Kolomoisky, who's a very important Ukrainian oligarch. Actually, legally, he's no longer a Ukrainian oligarch. He's in his court papers.
He was arrested yesterday, by the way.
Yes, exactly. So
Yes.
that's why in his court papers, he's actually no longer listed as a Ukrainian citizen, because he's both an Israeli and Cyprus citizen. He's listed as a Cyprus and Israeli citizen, not as a Ukrainian citizen. But neither here nor there. So if you look at Navalny's ties to these people, what are they? So Friedman has always been thought of as the good oligarch, the oligarch who's perhaps the pocket of Putin in the West, because he's financing good things, specific think tanks in the West in Washington, D.C. He's specifically financing various charitable causes. He's not involved with bad things. And sure enough, the head of Navalny's organization in the West, Volkov, signed a petition to have Friedman not sanctioned. Now, where do all of Navalny's people have their bank accounts? In Friedman's bank, Alpha Bank. And if you look back on it, please do Google it in Russian. You can see that they've never criticized him significantly, seriously. They've said things like, oh, there's a court order to unfreeze our bank accounts, and it should have been, immediately, and it took 6 hours. Well, that's a very minor criticism. That's not really a criticism per se. It's minor stuff. And moreover, they signed a petition to not have him sanctioned. Mikhail Friedman is very close to Putin, have no doubt about it. He's dirty. And he is somebody who's always had ties to the Navalny organization. The Navalny organization at present, was in a fight actually last week with the Kiev Post. I saw Volkov's statements where he said which I write for the Kiev Post, where we had a person who submitted an op-ed. He did a computer analysis of all the statements that Navalny has made in prison. And he showed with a high statistical probability and above 97% chance that Navalny is not writing his own statements from prison, which is logical. Now, if Navalny is really a political prisoner, it would not be logical that the government of Russia is allowing him to make public statements. The whole point of having political prisoners is to silence them. So why would you allow them to make public statements? Well, this guy proved, and he showed exactly who it was. It was Georgy, help me, Lev, Bottle, and the organization of Navalny.
Yes.
Who
Yes,
was
Georgi,
right.
go ahead.
So he was the one who was most likely writing the statements. They're being edited by Maria Pevchik. That are probably being edited also by Volkov. Why is this all happening? How is this all happening? My hypothesis is very simply that Navalny most likely earlier cooperated with FSB, and that is why he's not able to say anything about this publicly or to criticize the government in any significant way, because he knows that his own self can be exposed. Volkov and others understand that their financial interests are very tied to the Putin regime, very tied to Friedman specifically. And that's why they're unwilling to come out strongly. And if you question, are they really tied to Friedman? Is that possible? I give you a statistic. They have, in what would be in today's dollars, about $9 million of Bitcoin. It was $19 million of Bitcoin just a little while ago. Well, you had a lot of Bitcoin. So why are they fundraising so much? But when they're fundraising, why do they constantly make statements like do not donate to Ukraine? Do not donate to the Ukrainian military. That's a bad use of money. Why do they spend so much time doing that? Why do they spend so much time attacking those, like the guy who wrote the op-ed for the Kiev Post, the professor, by the way, from Kiev University, Tarasichenko National University, who's, by the way, his academic publications being published this month, who said, listen, I can prove statistically the same text is not being written by the same person. Navalny in jail is not the same Navalny as in prison. So why do they spend so much resources and time saying, no, Navalny really does write his own text, when it's obvious he doesn't? They could very easily just say, no, listen, Navalny gives us talking points, then we write up the text for him. It's believable, and nobody would question it. Why do they fight to the end that it's really Navalny doing it? I think it's because it's essentially it's a Kremlin plot.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you. Absolutely. Alex, I see
Yeah. Well,
your hand a couple of
actually,
times.
just a
Oh, I'm
second,
sorry. Go
Lev.
ahead, Prince. Sorry, Prince.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, it's okay. It's not at all your fault. It's an unusual situation. And Alex and Dryfly, I appreciate your patience. We have a listener, Doctor's Game, who is on computer, and you cannot raise your hand when you're on your computer. So he sent me a message, and he had his hand up first. So go ahead, and then we will go to Alex, and then to Dryfly.
Thank you. I go by DRS. Hey, Jason. Thank you so much for enlightening us. It's just good to hear how it would turn out, and certainly the short term, like right now, we send everything that Ukraine needs to regain its borders, and like the long term part, this is what I'm thinking. So as soon as Ukraine regains its borders, if the West comes out and says, okay, if you as soon as like Ukraine regains its borders, we like the entire West comes out and makes a statement where we say, okay, if you want your life back, you will have to give up your nuclear weapons, you will have to demilitarize, you will have to cooperate, give up all of your war criminals and cooperate with ICC, and also make Ukraine whole for the damages that they have caused, and any additional terms and conditions to put on that. And I think making a firm, solid, direct, clear statement to show what are like the West's expectations are, I think that would be a great, like a clear way to go about it. Oh, I see he dropped out, or yeah,
He's
but
trying to come back.
oh, okay, yeah, because I really want him to hear. I really want to see what he has to say, and also with the Chinese, the 2008 like crisis as well. It is certainly imaginably worse, and the fact that they're hiding their economic data is it's that move in and of itself is very significant. And I have seen a couple pictures where the Chinese real estate developers are giving out real gold to their own home buyers. And I saw the piece of gold. It's like 1,000 grams or like 1 kilograms, you could say. And there's at least 3 or 4 cuts in them. So they cut the gold to make sure that it's not fake. So there were at least 4 cuts in the picture of the gold that I was seeing. It was like a Chinese gold image, and to make sure that the gold was not full of lead or it's not fake. So it's really yeah. So essentially, what I'm trying to say is, like Russia, China, they're selling off their foreign currency reserves and their real assets. So they're selling something that's real to keep to buy more time, to buy time for their imaginary system, the system that they're propping up. That's not that's as worse as it can get. It just, at least from what I believe. And yeah, and Jason, I'll repeat what I was trying to say. So as soon as Ukraine regains its border with in the short term, like with the support that we're giving, so 100% focus on giving Ukraine everything that they need. As soon as they regain their borders, I think definitely. I'll just emphasize. So make a statement where we have to make a clear, direct statement to Russia: give up all your nuclear weapons, demilitarize, give up all your war criminals, cooperate with ICC, and make Ukraine whole, and any additional terms and conditions. So when I say those four things, they're just like the bare, like you can kind of tell it's like the bare minimum. But yeah, any additional terms or conditions in if they even want their life back. So I think that gives a clear message where they will that maybe. I mean, who knows? I mean, who knows what they'll say? Because I can't speak for anyone, but to let them know, like that that they will have to work with, like they will have to follow like what the West expects from them. And like in that kind of way, perhaps maybe it's a maybe, because there's no way I can tell the future, or again, I can't speak for anyone, but in that kind of move, that would be one way to try to make the region more stable. And of course, that's and like China has their own problems, shares that they will have to deal with, that they created themselves. Nobody's fault but their own. So as far as like the solutions to all the, like the ones who are like stockpiling ammo, or having their own like little like private military, private police and whatnot, I think the West will play a critical role in the coming future, whenever that may be. Go ahead.
I agree with you, and it's funny is, so people, and it's a listen. I would have argued no, Russians will never give up the war criminals, but it's a little bit short sighted. You know, there's a very logical reason to give up war criminals. It's because it's a way of deposing of your opponents. It's not because you ideologically agree. I don't think anyone in the oligarchical class is happy that there is international prosecution of anybody. But I realize there's a very good chance that if I come to power and I'm willing to cut a deal with the West, and the West says, give us these people, and you realize they're Putin's henchmen, and you have to get rid of them. Once again, your chief goal in a revolution is to prevent the counter revolution. So it's no longer achieving the goal. You've killed Putin already; he's dead. It's just a question of who keeps his seat warm. And so now you have to make sure that you're the one that keeps the seat warm. And the way you do that is by getting rid of all the people who might be challenging you. And so you'd be happy to help Putin, or sorry, the West, the Hague, to find all of Putin's henchmen and say, hey, and don't forget this guy, and don't forget that guy. And you look like a good guy in the West. You know, unfreeze assets, specifically your own. You can also unfreeze assets to your friends and your allies. The West, yes, realistically probably would play ball and say, okay, we can overlook that guy, or this guy, because you're going to give us, most of what we want. And the reason is it does not benefit you to have competitors. No market situation is benefited if you have a monopoly of having competition. And so the way you do that is by eliminating the competition. And the way you eliminate the competition is by trading them off to the West in order to make sure that you're able to maintain control of your own country and maintain your own economic interest.
Yeah, definitely. And basically, yeah, perhaps maybe that the easiest thing that's on the table. But as far as, even if they start balking on it, or say this is unfair, or if they make excuses, we just have to stay firm and about like the leverage, or the position that we are in. And I think, like, I just want to mention that, even when, like, because I've been reading your stuff too, and it's absolutely true. Just because Ukraine regains its borders doesn't mean it's over. Like, certainly Russia does have capability to harass Ukraine to no end, with whether it's threats, weapons, and all kinds of nonsense. That's why, and again, especially like, even from the insuring perspective, because I do deal with insurance, like there needs to be minimal, right? Like, the country needs to be stable. And so for the stability of the Ukraine as a country, Russia needs to first and foremost respect that. Yeah, and basically just to get the message across that you're not gonna be a mil like a be mil like completely demilitarized, just like Germany, Japan did, and also with the nuclear weapons as well. I think when it comes to self-preservation in their because one thing that it's no doubt about in Russia, it's the selfishness and it's the greed and they just want their own power and control. Sorry, I'll be quick. I'm almost done. And so if at least that part is consistent, so as much as crazy that they are, so by using that to impose or to make our intentions clear about what we expect from them, I think that would be perhaps it could work, but that's something that I definitely want our Western alliances to be clear about. So even when Ukraine gains its borders, I think fellas, there's a lot of work to do. So that's all.
You know, well, let me just quickly respond to you. I fully agree with you, and thank you for citing me. But the thing is, yes, the argument that you cited, and I'll just repeat it for others that aren't familiar with it. The hypothesis which I maintain, and I've maintained since the beginning of the war, is that Ukraine winning on the battlefield today is important. Obviously, we must arm Ukraine to the teeth. I'm 1,000% in agreement with that. I'll do everything I can to support that. That being said, this is treating a symptom. The war in Ukraine is a symptom. It is not actually the illness. What caused the war in Ukraine? The war in Ukraine today, if 100 Russians are killed, or 50 Russians are killed, or 150 Russians are killed, it won't change the outcome. It's dramatically sad, but it's true. What the problem is that Russia has a huge population and can continue to send soldiers. So, what is actually the sickness? What is it we must treat? Not the symptom, but the sickness. The sickness is Putinism. And why I argue that? Because if tomorrow Ukraine were to liberate all of its territories and all of Donbass and all of Crimea, Russia could very well continue to do its drone strikes, continue to do its Kaliber missile strikes across Ukrainian territory. And what does that guarantee? It guarantees a few things. Ukraine currently has an unemployment rate of 26%. It currently has 6.2 million people living outside the country. It currently has domestically over 4 million people living other places than where they used to live. It has several million people living under Russian occupation. Ukraine only had a population of about 38 million people before the war started. It's actually probably a little bit less, but let's go for 38 million. We're talking about over 50% of the population is either unemployed or relocated. There's no way for the economy to develop if Russia can continue attacking it. Why? Because one, international community has been very clear that redevelopment or rebuilding of the country can only take place once there's a cessation of hostilities. Secondly, international insurance will absolutely not insure projects in a country that is actively at war. Putin can easily continue this war for decades using military means, that is to say, by drones or by missiles. The only way to stop that is by stopping Putin. Putin is ultimately the sickness that affects Russia. And we can argue he's actually a symptom of the larger sickness, which I would not disagree with. But he is ultimate sickness. And those who are around him are part of that. So we have to cut out the cancer if we wish to treat the symptoms that we see. Putin is the problem, and he must be crushed. He must be destroyed. As long as Vladimir Putin remains in power, there is no hope. Putin must be destroyed if we wish for Ukraine to win. But thank you so much. I appreciate your comments.
Definitely. 3 seconds. Yes, it's the Putin came into power because of the environment and those who enabled them. So certainly, that's also needs to be identified as well. Yeah, 100%. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Lev or Dr. Nick, did you have anything to add real quick? And we're going to go to Alex next. Okay, then let's go ahead. Lev, I saw you unmute. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say we could go to
Okay.
Alex. I mean, I think Jason handled it pretty well.
Thank you very much. Alex, go ahead. And then we'll go to Dry Fly. And thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Thank you. I had a question about Kadyrov. So his health doesn't seem to be very good, but so is Putin's. And he seems to trying to, well, at least is projecting that he's taking care of his nephew, of his daughter, of his mama, of his horse even. like what's his plan? Because he he's very loyal to Putin, and he demonstrates it on every occasion. But Putin's health is not very good either. He's also kind of old and cannot live forever. So, what do you think Kadyrov's concern is, or there is no like long-term plan for Kadyrov? Just leave until tomorrow. What do you think?
Yeah, I think self-preservation. I think stay in power as long as you can. Continue doing what you can, but remember, you're dealing with narcissists. You're dealing with people that are monsters that don't think the end is coming until it comes. So it's all about self-preservation.
Dr. Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, I just heard the tail end of Alex's question, but I think he was asking what would happen to Kadyrov. And I agree that it's definitely self-preservation for him. There's so many moving parts, and I think it's going to depend upon ultimately how things do fall apart. Because as some of the research that I'm currently doing right now is, as many of you know, is on the Chechen battalions in Ukraine, and I'm creating this data set and this whole thing. And my sort of working idea is that the Chechen battalions are obviously, sort of working towards a new Gazavat. And that would mean that their idea is to, once the war in Ukraine is won, to turn around and, go back and wage war on on Ramzan Kadyrov, at least at the point where they feel that, the time is right, whether it's because Putin is dead or, what have you. But the Russian state is significantly weakened. And so, they are definitely preparing for that. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest that. So it's, again, I think it depends upon, the various pieces and how they fall apart and in what order. Um, but at the end of the day, the bottom line is Kadyrov looking to self-preserve. And if that means that he has to cut a deal with the new whoever is going to be in charge, then that might be the case. And that person may not want Chechnya to be independent. That person may want the same sort of deal in place that Putin had previously. We don't know. So I think ultimately we'll have to see. But there's many variables at play. But at the end of the day, Kadyrov's going to do whatever he can to save himself ultimately, because he is pretty much a hated man inside Chechnya. And he knows his star is, hitched to Putin. And if Putin falls, there's a good chance he will too. He has many, many targets on his back from many different directions.
Just to add, he's a hated man all over the world, not just Chechnya. Yeah, he has many targets.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true too.
And I would add that I don't think he's long for this world, even without help. From what I've seen, he's got something very serious going on, either liver failure, kidney failure, something along those lines. He's got major organ problems, so I wouldn't expect to see him live that much longer, even if he doesn't go to a tea party with Putin.
Right. I mean, I wonder what was behind all that thing with his son going to see Putin earlier this year. Kind of was reminiscent of when uh, uh, Kadyrov's dad ended up dead, and then Kadyrov himself ended up in Moscow meeting with Putin. But, again, whatever it is that's going on with his health, between that and all of the people that hate him, you're absolutely right. I mean, like we've said earlier, the guy's a dead man walking, um, no matter what.
Or rolling, as the case may be. Uh, he's certainly not jogging. Um, okay, I think we're at Dry Fly now, right?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Dryfly. Good to see you.
Yeah, hi guys. I have a question for Lev and for Jason. It's a question that I kind of ask everybody when I get an opportunity who has a vision or a view under the hood that the rest of us here don't have. And I've asked Dr. Nick the same question. She can obviously jump in too. But the question is, with respect to the oligarchs, are they, do they have real power, or are they just faces and fronts for the intelligence services? And I say that because I've heard both. I've heard people say that the oligarchs really could, if they all got together, get rid of Putin, and I've others kind of mock that thought, saying no, they're the guys who do what the FSB and the GRU tell them to do, and they aren't real movers and shakers. They are the front men for these powerful organizations. What are your thoughts on that? And I'll listen. Thank you.
Yeah, so definitely they're not the military. They are the economical part of the front face for Putin. And one of the reasons why you'll never see them all get together is because they're all in competition with each other. It's all about the dollars and cents, and they're always infighting in between them. And so I don't see them getting. I morally agree with what Jason was saying earlier, that they're going to be trying to support whoever else it is that's coming up quietly, to be able to hedge their positions, because they don't want to lose the money they've made already, and that's what they're all about.
Did they really make the money, or are they just recipients of it because of the power?
Recipients.
Yeah, the
That's a
recipients
better
of the
way.
yeah,
Recipients,
they're
exactly.
recipients of the money because they're the power given to them by the intelligence agencies and
Correct.
Putin and that whole apparatus. Okay, that's what I've been
Correct.
thinking, and it was a real. I didn't see that for years. I mean, it was probably, God, 2021, 2022, when someone finally kind of grabbed me by the throat and said, no, you're looking at this all wrong. And since then, I've heard it confirmed from people like Axel, who watches it pretty close from his perch overlooking the border. So one other quick question on the same theme: then, if they are basically indicators and recipients of the power that is in the intelligence services, what would you look for in the world of the oligarchs that would tell you something's really happening underneath? Because while they may not have power, they and to change anything, they probably will be indicators. In other words, there'll be an earthquake on their ocean bottom, but they'll be the tsunami. And I'll listen.
Well, it's hard to use them as an indicator, because while Putin's around, they're fearful for their positions, because while Putin's around, they could lose what they have at any given point. None of them have armies of their own or military operations of their own. Not like you saw with, like, say, in Ukraine, where Kolomoisky had his own army battalion of 10,000 troops or whatever the case is. None of them have that. They're all aligned to Putin. So I think you're going to see them pop out of the woodworks once there's something happens already to Putin, and that there's other players in view, and then you'll see them hedging their positions. I don't believe, and Jason, I don't know what your thoughts on that, but I don't see them being used as an indicator while he's around.
I agree with you, Lev. I think that's absolutely right. I don't see any reason to believe that would be an indicator.
Very good. Thank you, guys. You know, since you guys brought him up a little bit earlier, and of course I moved away from my notes. You did mention the arrest yesterday of is it Kolominsky?
Igor Kolomoisky.
Yes. Um,
I know the man very well. He threatened my life on national public
oh,
television.
that's nice.
Yeah.
That's not nice at all. Now, I was just wondering if Jason, from somebody who's lived in Kiev, and from Lev, who's somebody who knows Ukraine very well, and evidently him, if you can give us a little bit of an idea of your feelings on this, and it sounds like it was a long time coming, and it's a good thing to see. We try to follow some of the cases the SBU does, and we barely touched on this last night. I feel like we do it on Saturday nights, and I just wondered if we could get a little bit more color and detail from Jason and Lev since we have you both here.
Jason, you want me to go first? You want to go first? Okay, I'll go.
Go,
Well,
go for it, buddy. Sorry, I couldn't find the mute button. Thank you.
no, no problem. I got it. I'll tell you a little bit about my experience with Igor Kolomoisky. I met him during Zelensky's presidential run. Back then, if you remember, he was backing Zelensky, and he also, we had the news, the television station where Zelensky's show was playing on, and he was one of the biggest backers. He was living in Israel at the time. I ended up meeting with him in Israel at the time to discuss, because at that time President Trump wanted to get a hold of Zelensky and relay a message, and Kolomoisky was stopping us from doing it because he was trying to use his relationship with Zelensky prior to that to be able to block anybody from the United States, because he had his own problems in the United States with the U.S. government going after him. If you guys are aware of, they've already, he's criminally indicted and certain stuff here. They've taken away a lot of his properties here that he's had in Miami, and in Cleveland, Ohio, and other places. So he was trying to leverage his relationship with Zelensky. He miscalculated his relationship. He tried to stay close to him. But once Zelensky took power and was able to surround himself with proper security and take control as the president of the country, he cut Kolomoisky off, and Kolomoisky became a man on his own island. And it was just a matter of time coming for him, to be able, I think first they took away his citizenship. You declared him now, took away his Ukrainian citizenship, and now obviously he's been arrested, and I think he's going to get prosecuted, and I'm curious to see how this plays out.
I agree with Lev totally, but I think it's interesting here. There's another factor, which is look what's happened in the last few days, and I don't want to sound conspirational, but it's important. So Reznikov went down today. Reznikov is the Minister of Defense. He was fired today. Kolomoisky went down 2 days ago. We also had Friedman get prosecuted just a couple of days ago. He's added to the U.S. sanctions list. What does this all show me? It shows me that the inner circles of corruption within Ukraine are being taken down. They are going down. And I think this is definitely the U.S. influence. I mean, this, remember what happened to Firtash. Firtash is a very important oligarch.
Exactly, yes.
We agree. So Firtash living in Vienna, Austria for many years, appealing his extradition to the United States. I think there's all the fingerprints here of the United States putting pressure on Ukraine.
Yep, Firtash was another major player in the game with trying to leverage his relationship to try to get himself off, which backfired on him. So yeah, I agree with Jason that Zelensky kept his word and is basically trying to end the corruption by seeing all of these people. The interesting one that I haven't heard too much about, Jason, maybe you, is Akhmedov. He's been staying out of the limelight for a while. I haven't heard anything too much about him. Do you know any news about him?
So Akhmedov's been sort of quiet. Now he started a really recent publicity campaign about all the good things he's done. It's actually last Saturday, I want to say it was. They started about how many millions of dollars he's given to Ukraine. It's a lot. It's a big number. But considering he's the richest man in Ukraine, it's quite a small number. Even if it's tens of millions of dollars, if you have many billions of dollars, it's not such a big number. So he's sort of hedging his bet, it looks like. And it's actually sort of been one of the disappointing parts about the Ukrainian oligarchical class, is they've not been as supportive as you would have thought. Even Kolomoisky, who I absolutely despise, in 2014 he did gain some popularity by building his own units, his own militias, to oppose the Russian entrenchment upon Ukraine. And actually, he was the governor at that point of Donetsk Oblast, if I recall. Dnipro Oblast or Donetsk? Lev, which one was it?
Dnipro.
It was Dnipro.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it was Dnipro. Absolutely Dnipro. Yeah, thank you so much. Where, of course, he has this very famous building, Menorah, and he has all this infrastructure. And the guy is actually got quite impressive structure down in Dnipro. But neither here nor there. So when we look at this, I think that Akhmetov has been sort of quiet. He's definitely giving out aid. His trucks that are giving out aid have his name emblazoned across them. He's doing all he can to show that he's supportive. And at the same time, he's not really at the forefront of things. These are people who could very literally make a big difference in the war, and they're choosing to be sort of quiet.
Another interesting name just came up actually in the U.S. papers. There was a FBI agent that came out with a 1023, basically uncovered about Pavel Fuchs and his relationship to Russia. That, I mean, we knew previously, but basically disclosed his relationship to Russia and the campaign that he was running with Andrei Telezhenko and trying to throw disinformation into the U.S. Did you see that, Jason?
Yeah, I did see that. And you know what's interesting about that is that Fuchs, remember, for years has had several different ties. Well, actually, one is with Friedman, by the way. Another one is with Andrei Derkach.
Derkach, yes.
Andrei Derkach, the former member of parliament from Ukraine, currently lives in Russia. He's from the Sumy Oblast of Ukraine, which is the northern part of the country. So he defected after the invasion began. Now, what's fascinating about Andrei is he actually went to the KGB Institute in the Soviet period. His father was the head of the SBU of Ukraine back in the early 2000s or 90s. I can't remember exactly which one. And I've met him before, actually. He speaks good English. But anyways, he was a nice guy, which is unfortunate because it turns out he's a bastard. Why I mention this all is because there's a lot of these different paths that cross, and Thomas Jefferson has a very good quote. Thomas Jefferson said that a businessman or commerçant, as he said, I mean, I read it first in Russian. I never read it in English, so I'm translating. The commerçant, the businessman, has no natural country. He has his own natural interests. And I generally think that's true, especially in the former Soviet space, that these people have their own financial or business interests, and they're willing to serve those above the fact of any sort of national interest. So if it's Fuchs, if it's Friedman, if it's Akhmetov, it doesn't really make a difference. At the end of the day, they're going to do what's in their own best interest.
Absolutely. And it's interesting how all their ties are also connected to Friedman. Fuchs, Kolomoisky, all of them are connected to Friedman, who is obviously Putin's very close friend.
Definitely the case. I think that Friedman is, and by the way, if anyone has info on this, please do direct message me. I am really, sincerely, fully convinced, and I am someone who does really study Russia, that Friedman is the missing link for a lot of things that are going on that we don't really understand. Why is this charity? Why is this organization? Who are these people? Friedman is the missing link. He was the clean hands in apostrophes, the clean hand of the Kremlin that was out there to do work, which in fact was serving Russia's interest in the end.
So Friedman was on the rinsing end of the money laundering instead of the washing end.
Yeah, he's always the guy that's given to donations and trying to do the right thing and trying to make the good face around the world, while everybody he's connected to is obviously some of the most dangerous and corrupt individuals around Russia and Ukraine.
So I had a question about Kolomoisky, because this has been a Russian talking point for a long time that because he's friends with Zelensky, that this links Zelensky to all this corruption. And to see him, I have to admit, I was thrilled to see this news because this just gives us one more argument against that Russian talking point that we can put out there. Is this? I haven't seen. I haven't really looked at other news. Is this something that the U.S. news is carrying much?
Well, Dave, I want to make it very clear to everybody that Kolomoisky and Zelensky were not friends. Zelensky was basically a captor of Kolomoisky because when Zelensky was running for president, Kolomoisky, all of Zelensky's security, all of Zelensky's private bodyguards, I mean, everything, Kolomoisky had basically everything around him until he became president. He basically escaped Kolomoisky's grip once he became president, once he got rid of, changed the heads of SBU and certain people and got alliances to himself and was able to start dealing with them, because prior to that he was kind of I would not call them friends. Put it to you that way.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up. That's one of the questions. I didn't know how true that was. So Chris has been waiting patiently. How are you doing? How are the dogs?
Hi all. Yeah, it's middle of the night here and that, so I need to talk pretty quietly, not to wake them up. Yeah, so gents, been listening while I've been awake anyway. I'm sorry, but I cannot remember exactly who this was, right? But you're talking about US influence, right? And things happening because of US influence. So I was watching an interview, a Times interview yesterday, and the person, I'll be able to send you the person's name later on, but I can't remember it at the minute. But the person was saying that the UN General Assembly coming up 18th and 19th was a key event. And so I had sort of the impression, if you like, that things have been decided, if you like, as to well, it may be how to bring Putin down, or it may be how to bring Russia into line. Do you think that meeting is key, and are these things that are happening related to that?
I'm really sorry if I don't know, but I'll definitely watch it and try to understand their perspective as well. I yeah, I'll try to get myself updated.
Yeah, I don't know, Lev or Jason, do you have any info on that?
No, I don't. I don't know anything about that right now.
I have a question about the news about Reznikov getting released and Umarov being replacing him. Do I saw a post from Konstantin, who's a Ukrainian friend of the space, that actually Reznikov, there was quite a bit of rumors of corruption around what his time as the defense minister. And I was wondering if either you, Lev or Jason, if you have any insight on that, or if you know much about the Umarov that is replacing him.
Maybe Jason could speak to it, but I really don't know Umarov. As far as Reznikov goes, I think going back through my interactions, I definitely know that he had interactions with Kolomoisky. So I think there was definitely, again, we're not going to do conspiracy theories, but the timing of him getting released and Kolomoisky getting arrested, I think a lot of it has to do with that going on.
Interesting. I didn't even think about putting those two things together. Dave, I saw you had unmuted. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to voice that was my guess as well, is that because of what Konstantin had said about his knowledge of Reznikov and the Kolomoisky, I thought that the two might be linked in some way. Is Jason still?
I think Jason dropped.
I'm not seeing Jason.
Yeah, Jason dropped. I don't know if he has anything. But since I just I was like, okay, I better try to figure out what's happening in Ukraine here. And it looks to me like we're seeing possibly some more drones or missiles heading again in towards Odessa. And I'm just wondering if you have any updates from your contacts and your friends and your people in Odessa that might help us understand how they are doing and how things are going with that.
Yes, thank you, Prince. I'm actually working on, hopefully this week, where I'm going to get a guest, one of the head of the alliance. I don't know what his exact title is, but the defense of Odessa. He's going to come up on our space and tell us exactly what's happening and going on. I'm just working out the details with him, try and pick the date to have him come up. But I'll let you guys know as soon as we get that finalized.
Well, that will be incredible. Thank you. And we'll be sure to pass on that information to everybody.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Dave, you stole my last question that I had written down. For Lev, which was going to be what was going on with um, with Odessa these days, but you stole it from me, which is fine. And I think I'm seeing moves towards the grain deal. I'm really impressed with, I don't know, the cojones, I guess is what I kind of want to say, of Ukraine going ahead and sending those cargo ships through. And I think it was a real show of strength on the part of Ukraine for Russia, we're not afraid of you, and we are finally going to send these ships on through, and they are going to make it safely, and you're not going to do anything about it. And I thought that was really, really something and really impressive. And I really, it took them a while. They didn't do it all at once, but I think they did it in a very good way, and it made me really happy to see.
Absolutely, I think that was a very positive move, and that's the only way we need to move and show with strength and not weakness, and that's the only way we're going to be able to win and succeed in winning this war. And I think that was very, very well done on their part.
So, Lev, I do have another question, a couple questions, but so the first one that I've asked several other guests about is the idea is often floated that we need to have a buffer zone. And of course, Russia says they want to have the buffer zone in Ukraine, and everybody else says, well, the buffer zone should be in Russia, which makes a lot of sense. What what are your thoughts on if this is even if this would be possible to work out with the it would probably be a local government of the different Russian oblasts that border Ukraine. Um, do you think that this is a possible way forward to giving Ukraine this buffer against Russia, with or without Putin?
I mean, I truly believe, just like Jason was saying earlier, that Putin is the cancer, and while Putin's around, I don't think there will be a buffer zone. I think while he's around, he's not going to allow any type of movement, backward movements. I think once we get rid of him, I think then definitely there's an opportunity with some of the neighboring oblasts in Russia that are on the border that will be able to then discuss about a buffer zone, absolutely, but not while Putin's in power.
Hey, thank you. And along those lines, there's been several stories of the different Russian oblasts developing their own private security forces. And it seems to me that it's obvious they're gearing up in case Russia collapses. And I think that's what you and Jason were talking about just before I joined. So I'm sorry if this is repetitive, but do you have any insight on what are the chances of these different oblasts just kind of going on their own and becoming their own nation states if Putin is deposed?
Oh yeah, if and when Putin is deposed, I think that you're going to have 1991 all over again. Basically, you're going to have different oblasts in different cities, protecting themselves for survival. I think that after what happened with the coup attempt or with Prigozhin, I think that opened up the eyes of a lot of different people, and that's why you hear the rumblings, and that's why I think there's different fractions and different groups that are starting to group themselves together to be able to, just in case when Putin goes down, to be able to protect their own sovereignty and their own positions, because at the end of the day it's all about money when it comes to Russians, and who's in power and who has control of the money, and they're going to try to protect, because once Putin goes down, the fight is going to be for the money, or trying to take away the money that Putin has given all the oligarchs and all the different groups of people, and that's what they're going to go after first. So absolutely.
Thank you for that. And I think Lisa was up first, and then Chris. If that's okay, if we go to Hans. Prince, do you have any additional
No, I'm
comments?
good. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hey, good evening. Is it appropriate for me to ask a question about how to respond to anti-Ukraine, pro-Russian people? Is that appropriate? Is that
You
all right?
bet. You can always ask something like that, and quite honestly, I think
Okay.
Lev is probably one of the best pros around to give you advice about something like that. He's a pro at that one. Go ahead, Lisa.
I know he is, and I also know of the success of NATO. So so I was in a space yesterday. Lev, it's one that you've been in before, and you've gotten heated, and I can see why, because I heard such complete insanity. I actually heard somebody say, if you're America first, you will support Russia. And I just could not let that stand without going checked. So I'll tell you what I did, and then I'd like your advice on what I should have done. What I did was think, okay, I can't just tell them why we need to support Ukraine. I'm going to start with, you can have an opinion about the US support for Ukraine without supporting Russia. I just felt like somebody needed to say something back to that. And then of course I was like, oh, that I left that with you don't have to support Ukraine, which is not my goal, obviously. So any advice, I was just flabbergasted.
No, absolutely. So, first of all, you never have to say you don't have to support Ukraine. You always have to say support Ukraine, because Ukraine is not only fighting for their own sovereignty, you have to point out to them that they're fighting for the world sovereignty, because if Russia and Putin takes over Ukraine, eventually our soldiers will be fighting in a war somewhere in Europe, and eventually it will come to hurt the United States, because if Russia succeeds in there, and they won't, but we're talking, God forbid, hypothetically, it would be something that would be dangerous for the United States and the whole world to have a nuclear, because right now Russia is a small little entity, but if they were to take over Ukraine and other former Soviet countries, they would become the Soviet Union that is now nuclearized and weaponized. So it would be dangerous. So definitely, we need to support Ukraine and never get off of that. But also, I like to always, with these ignorant people that say that I still can't believe till this day that we have Americans that are supporting authoritarians and not democracy. But ask them a question: what do they like about Putin and the USSR so, I mean, and Russia so much? What is his policies? What is his policies align with America first? How does he, how does he treat different genders and racism, and how does he treat his own people? And if they like it so much, how come they move? By asking them those questions, you'll see that they'll get flabbergasted and not be able to answer them and just go off topic and try to say the type, because most of these people are ignorant and have no idea what they're talking about, and they're just saying that because their leader, President Trump, is basically coming out and saying that Putin is a very smart guy and intelligent, and because of that, they're supporting his rhetoric, but they have no idea what they're saying. So if you just turn the table on them and ask them what about Russia that they like, what about Russia's policies that they like, what about Russia's, would they like to live in a Russian society? Would they move to Russia? Would they like the same policies that rule Russia to rule the United States? You'll see that they won't have even any answers, and they'll try to reflect and go into different things, and that's how I like to stop them.
Thank you very much. I knew I fell short of the mark. So
No,
thank you. I
that's
appreciate
okay,
that.
Lisa. That's okay. I mean, it's different, especially when you go into these spaces where you're probably the only one, and there's a bunch of them
Yeah.
speaking over you and cutting you off and screaming different things. It's difficult, to deal with it. But if you do put yourself in that position, just stay strong. Stay to your core. Don't listen to what they're saying. That's the number one thing, because they say a lot of things that don't make sense, and then you try to respond to them, and you'll never be able to respond to all of their nonsense. Just stick to the truth, stick to the facts, and hit them with reverse questions on what is it that they see so strongly about Vladimir Putin, that would they want Vladimir Putin to be their president? Just stuff like that will just put them back on their heels.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And if I could, I have one quick point also want to try to add, if that's okay. Uh, the A lot of the right talking points is they say that, oh, Ukraine is corrupt or this and that, but I do want to make an emphasis. So part of Ukraine joining the European Union, which is something that isn't brought up a lot, but it is critical for their future. So I all of everything I'm about to say is from National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine website. They do press releases like news wise. Back in March 2023, this year, they appointed Semen Krevoyos as the head of the anti to lead the agency, and that's all of this is part of joining the European Union. At the end of April, the Department of State Inspector General, they also set up a cooperation to help to prepare the future to how to effectively manage funds. If like because that's sort of the expectations at least the West has for Ukraine if once they start reconstructions. So they're absolutely, while Ukraine is fighting for their life, they are systematically evolving to prepare to rebuild for their future, even right now. And I had the best news this Labor Day's weekend, where in August 31st, FBI and NABU, National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, they signed a memorandum. So, I mean, there was already some agreement in place back in 2016, but they stepped up. So not only they're receiving our military aid, they're receiving our law enforcement assistance and with training and how to effectively investigate, because those are one of the points that when Ukraine applied for the European Union membership, when the Brussels gave a response, Brussels says that Ukraine needs to have a better track of investigating and prosecuting corruptions. So the fact that United States is stepping up to fill that role, to help them, to help them to yeah to become like how to become a like a democratic society with rule of law, like that, this is really amazing to see in a way that that Zelensky understands this, and that he is fully implementing all of this. I was in other spaces just sort of talking, and they like the right people, like the alt-right talking points, they kind of scoff at you, or they make snide comments and remarks, but the fact is that they're doing everything that they can to and this is all for the preparation of for their future to be part of the European Union. And I think if that Ukraine joining the European Union would give them so many benefits, not just them paying European Union membership dues, but with economics and just developing with all sorts of uh, in so many ways, not just agricultural, but just every aspect of business, just connecting with Europe. I think they would be one of the strongest partners to have, and yeah.
And also,
Thank.
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nefa.
Go ahead, Lev.
No, I was going to say, and also you can see by Zelensky's actions, not just words, by the arrest of Igor Kolomoisky, by the firing of different people, by constantly arresting people that are, considered they're doing corrupt things. So this is during war, he's continuously cleansing the corruption that's going on. So absolutely.
And I'm sorry, I forgot to say, Ukraine inherited Soviet corruption. So the Soviet influence has been nothing but harm. And yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, that's we cover a lot of this in the on our Friday night segment, the crime and punishment SBU. It's a you should tune in on Friday nights. We'll talk more about this. I'm sure the upcoming Friday. But so Lisa, one thing that I have found useful with the America First crowd is to ask them what do they want. Do they want America to be number one? Is America number one in the world? Is that important to them? Because almost 100% that is, they're all about America number one. Well, if America wants to be number one in the world, they need to be a part of the world economy. And if they let Russia take over, if they just let Russia do what it's going to do, then Russia's going to, take over. They're going to export a whole bunch of gas. The U.S. is not going to be an energy producer because Russia is going to start exporting, all the supplying energy. That's their main export. They'll be supplying energy to Eastern Europe and China and everywhere. So the U.S. needs to be involved just for that sense, that they need to be involved so that they can be a leader in the world. Another strategy I've used is to talk to them about football, because football is a very American football is a very American sport, and a lot of red-blooded Americans, of course, that are in the America First crowd, they love football. So ask them if you're a football team, what if you decided that you were going to cut yourself off from the defense? So you're playing offense and you're not going to respond to anything the defense does, because offense first. Your offense is the most important thing. So all you're going to focus on is your offense. You're not going to do anything in response to the defense. How well do you think your offense is going to do if they don't make adjustments to the defense they're playing? Russia is the defense that we're playing. If America is going to win on the football field, they're going to have to respond to what Russia does. They can't just let them have carte blanche. We have to be in control of the situation. That's how offenses win in football, is they take control of the defense. They dictate what the defense has to do. The U.S. has to do that with Russia too. We have to be in control of the world economy so we can dictate what Russia can and can't do.
Absolutely, Nefo. I agree with you 100%. But also keep in mind, when you're in those spaces, most of those people are ignorant and really don't have an understanding, because there's so many things you could confront them with, because they pick and choose Ukrainians that are corrupt and not corrupt for their own benefit, because they're willing to listen to corrupt prosecutors like Viktor Shokin, like KGB agents like Andrei Derkach, Russian assets like Pavel Fuchs and Kolomoisky and Andrei Toloshenko. So when those people are giving them supposed information, that they're not corrupt. But when people are fighting for their lives and trying to save sovereignty, that means they're corrupt. So there's you just got to keep in mind the animal you're dealing with. Most of them are just going off talking points. They have no clue on what's going on. They have no idea. It's like they're saying, well, we don't want to send our soldiers into fighting. Well, that's the whole opposite of it. By us supporting Ukraine with the weapons and giving them military help and financial help is to keep our military men not going to war, because Ukraine is fighting the war basically for us. If we stop this, eventually our soldiers are going to be in a military fight somewhere in the world with Russian forces, and that's what they don't understand.
Yeah, that is that's a that is a very good point. Chris has been waiting patiently.
Thank you, Nathan Nevu. And great advice to Lisa. And Lisa, all power to you for trying to work out how to stand up to them. Good luck. I was going to say, Nathan Nevu, actually, interesting you raised the point of buffer zone. Because according, again, to this Times interview, that is going to be one of the key discussions in the General Assembly meeting. And so could it be that and apparently China would be on side with this, allegedly, but I certainly think that the US is number one to China and to Russia, and so if the US decides and China decides that this is what is going to happen, if you like, then it's going to happen. So could it be that they think that the catalyst, if you like, to Putin falling would be to like push through the idea of the buffer zone?
Was that question for me or Lev?
Anybody?
So, I'll let somebody else take this while I think about it.
Yeah.
If there's anybody else.
So go ahead. And I just really do want to say really quick, I want people to understand, we usually request that people raise their hand in order to speak, but I will say that DRS has messaged me privately, and he is working from a computer, and you do not have the raise your hand function, so we're having a little bit of patience and understanding that he's not always raising his hand. So, but if you do have the ability, please do raise your hand if you want to say something. And DRS, I appreciate that you messaged me about that, and you're being very polite in when you are interjecting. So thank you for that. Go ahead, DRS.
Thank you. I don't mean to like talk over anyone, or I don't want to just
No, I
like
said
ignore your question or anything.
you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job of not speaking over everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, definitely want to hear you guys out first. There's definitely a lot going on, and I short answer is I generally don't know. I'm not like a expert on that, like the whole like the bigger picture in a way. But I would be definitely want to hear what they have to say. If because I know like South Korea does have a 38th parallel, and that's something that I would say that that's not something that like Ukraine Russia should repeat, with drawing that 30th parallel line, because it's been, you could say, the Korean Peninsula, it has been just frozen ever since. And if Ukraine does regain its borders, perhaps I don't know if I don't know what they might how Russia or that I don't know what they'll prioritize first. So definitely uh yeah, definitely just regaining the borders, like the first and foremost. But as far as whether they'll like about like having a DMZ outside of Ukraine, I generally don't know if it's something that they'll care about. Maybe may they may be worried about their survival first, or maybe they'll just default to Darwinism. Sorry, I really don't know. But at least what I do know is we don't want to draw like a 30th parallel in the Korean Peninsula and have the country split in half. At least that's what I could say.
Yeah, I don't think that's even in consideration. When you said General Assembly, do you mean the UN? I assume you mean the UN. It was.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. And just to say, it sort of actually upset me, this interview, right? Because I do not agree at all with a buffer zone inside Ukraine. I only believe in throwing Russia out of Ukraine, right? And a buffer zone on the Russian side is what I agree with. So it actually annoyed and upset me, this idea, if you like, that this might be going to be pushed through, right? But
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, Chris, I don't think Zelensky will go for it. I don't think there'll be a buffer zone inside of Ukraine. And as far as a buffer zone inside of Russia, like I said, while Putin's around, I don't think. I don't think this really will go anywhere. And just a quick statement to anybody out there: if you're ever on a space and you're hearing lots of pushback on Ukraine funding or whatever the case, please feel free to DM me at any time, and I would, if I'm available, I will definitely join that space and I will come fight for us and be able to respond to anything that they're saying. So feel free to DM me at any time if you're in a position where you're hearing nonsense or rhetoric that's going against Ukraine, because I think besides our space here, we need to keep the fight on everywhere to be able to get the message out and kill the disinformation. So I'm available.
So that's like sending out a bat signal. Put up a big light, have the Lev signal. I love it. We need to get working on a graphic for that.
Oh my goodness! I think I have a feeling that could happen.
Great.
You're going to see a giant L in the sky for Lev, and yeah. Anyway, yeah, as far as a demilitarized zone, I'm all for a demilitarized zone, and I think I have a few Russian oblasts that would qualify to be really good demilitarized zones. But Ukraine is getting all of their territory back. I mean, if we want to take those oblasts that border Ukraine and make them demilitarized zones, I'm perfectly happy with that. But no, not 1 inch of Ukraine. That's sort of my thought on it. They need to stay far away, and 1 oblast away on the Russian side, I think, is more than reasonable. What do you think of that, NAFO Dave? And by the way, I really liked your Oklahoma boy football story.
For a person from Oklahoma, football is life, or life is football. They're really interchangeable.
Oklahoma did pretty well this Saturday.
Yeah, they did put up a few points, but it was Arkansas State, so
yeah. But they look good. I'll give it to them. They did definitely look good.
Yeah. We'll see how good they. I'm waiting for them to join the SEC next year, and we'll see how good they look against Alabama. And being an Oklahoma fan, I'm really hoping that they can put the screws to Alabama, but I'm not behind their new coach yet. So we'll see how it turns out. But yeah, I think they're going to do excellent this year because they don't really have a lot of competition except Texas. So, but enough about football, because if you get me started down this road, I will
You're going to talk.
take
Yeah,
off
if you do,
and
you're going to talk.
empty the
You're
tank.
going to talk about going to Longhorn Stadium if we start talking about football.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm with you, Nefo. I love football. I could go on forever also. So
yeah. Well, and I hope you're not a Florida fan because they came to visit my home state here in Utah and didn't have a good time.
yeah, actually, I was surprised. Utah beat Florida this week. Florida's not looking good this year. But I'm not.
No, I think it's the other way. I think it's Utah's looking good.
Good one, Nefo. Good one. But
So,
Florida State actually just demolished LSU, which was I was surprised that they handled them. They looked really good.
yeah, I saw that. But yeah, here we are. We're going down the road. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna stop us right now.
I'm just gonna have to pay attention to the schedule when the Ducks play the Utes this year, and yeah, and make sure that you and I aren't co-hosting together that night because it could get ugly.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it will. Um, but so as an interesting thing that you'd were I can't remember what clicked in my brain that you were just talking about Russian about Ukraine getting all of its land back, including Crimea. So that it just came across my news feed a couple days ago that I noticed that's been one of Russia's latest fake news stories. They were publishing fake news in Poland that the new Polish maps were showing Ukraine without Crimea. Um, as Russia disinformation does, they just like to spew out all sorts of things and try to blame other people for it. I just thought that was an interesting side note to make people aware of.
Yep. Thank you, Nefo. Absolutely.
I just had a quick question for Chris, if that's okay.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Hey, Chris. It sounds like the interview saw it, the what they were saying in the UN General Assembly. It sounds pretty upsetting. I mean, I would sounds like I would just be upset as well listening to it. And just as a follow up to that, what do you think the UN would be like without, not if Russia were to completely be defanged and just powerless? And I mean, would they would they even would they need to be as a UN, or would that be like, would there be changes, or just like as an open ended yeah, just want to ask you guys, everybody here, but I just want to ask you first, Chris, what do you think, what, like, how the UN might go about if Russia's no longer has no, yeah, it's not a permanent member, for example.
You're talking about if Russia lost a whole lot of lost all the strength that they think that they have, and removing them from the Security Council is a whole different ball of wax. But if Russia was a much weaker country, well, it is a weak country. They just haven't realized it, and they still have nukes, so everybody sees them as strong. But they are a weak and being defeated country, and I don't know that it would change a whole lot, because they would have to be able to get rid of their nukes in order for them to become a completely weak and impotent country at this point, I think. And I don't like the way that sounded, but I think that is a little bit of reality. The other thing that I would have to say is I think that I know that everybody would like to see them knocked off of the Security Council, and I have not done all of the research for it, but I think there may be some complications with that. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it that way.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
No, it is a reality. No, definitely. And I just wanted to just know what you think of UN, and what should they, I mean, if Russia were to just completely, like, not be the superpower that they claim to be, then like, if do we even need UN kind of question, or rather if there's like a how in that part of segment, I don't know how it would go down. So I don't know, or what do you think, Chris?
So okay, so I think the first thing, by the way, Prince, I totally agree with you what you said there. So my first reaction, right? I mean, I had to go when I listened to this interview. It was one of those, I was like boiling, so I had to go away, calm down, right? At the thought that they were going to do this deal, right? Which, by the way, apparently, allegedly, Zelensky is on side with as well, right? But anyway, I was boiling, and my first reaction was, shit. What can Ukrainians do between now and the 18th, right? In terms of taking land, right? Can they get to the south coast, and can they like, I don't know, mount a massive raid on Crimea, or and shut everything down and get control of it? Because that was I was just like, how much land can Ukraine grab between now and the 18th, if you like, right? Because I'm vehemently against this idea, right? But it's sort of interesting, you see, because Lev and Jason and that, one of you or both of you were like basically saying, look, even if we recover the Ukrainian land, the war isn't over, because they're going to keep lobbing missiles and drones over. And if they keep lobbing missiles and drones over, the war isn't over, and then we can't rebuild and reconstruct, right? So somehow we've got to get to this situation without invading Russia, right, where we stop the missiles and drones coming over, right? Which I get, right? That I think Lev and Jason are basically saying, yeah, well, the way for that to happen is for Putin to go. Okay, so now we're back to, how do we get Putin to go? Well, is the answer that you basically make Russia under Putin irrelevant? So basically, what happens at the UN is the UN basically go, we don't really care what you guys say. This is how it's going to be, which completely makes Putin and his regime irrelevant. And sorry, that's my best explanation of that. I'm not an expert. I don't profess to be, but I'm just trying to get my head around it.
100%, yeah. So don't recognize their put like the Kremlin's government whatsoever, meaning that, and going as far as up to like just saying UN is, we're not gonna like not be part of UN. So perhaps maybe like UN might. I don't want to make.
Well, you're not actually, as Prince says, right? You're not trying to throw them off the Security Council or anything like that, right? You're just basically saying, don't care what you say. Don't care what you say. I don't care whether you're on the UN Security Council or not. This is how it's going to be.
Yeah, no, definitely a firm stance. Yeah,
But
even going as far as even yeah,
the reality,
for sure.
The reality is as much as that would be nice, that would be the rules of the Security Council don't really work that way, because Russia has a veto. Russia has that power. As long as they are one of the 5 permanent members, they have that power in the Security Council. And and so there. That's it's very, very, very complicated. And I would love to see them off the Security Council. I would still like them to be a member of the UN. but removing them from the Security Council would be a nice way to do it, and putting whoever we believe deserves to be in their place, from the way the Soviet Union broke down, would be a great thing to be able to have that fifth permanent member in there. However, it's there's so much debate anymore as to how much usefulness there is remaining in the United Nations. And there are some people who argue repeatedly that there is not usefulness left in the United Nations. And I think in a lot of ways that's very, very true. I think that the UN as a whole is not doing everything that it should do. But I need Dave back. Dave right there is a ghost in he had his nightly app crash. This happens around this time every night when Dave co-hosts. I need some help remembering exactly what organizations are under there, but I know there's the UN Human Rights Council. And as I'm reading through this report that I've been reading through on genocide, and reading through that report, which I could never remember the full name of, the New Lines Institute for Strategy and Policy, along with the Raoul Wallenberg freaking pop-ups Center for Human Rights, the Russian Federation's Escalating Commission of Genocide in Ukraine, a legal analysis. And this is something we've been doing a deep dive into on Friday nights. I mean, we've done over 9 hours on it already here on the Maria Report, and we are not done. just plain and simply, we are not done. I don't even think we made it halfway through what we wanted to get through last week, but we will get there. We have time. But one of the things that is very often referenced in this document are the reports that the UN Human Rights Council has also put out as supporting document and as supporting evidence. And so there is some use in that. And then there's the OCSE also, which has put out some good reports. Dave, I see you're back. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Is the WHO under the UN?
I do not believe so, but I
Okay,
am not a UN expert.
Okay. I just can't remember if they are or not. And I know the WHO, there's a lot of things that the WHO could still be doing, but there are things that the WHO has done that has been very good. So I don't know if they are under the UN or not, but they are one of the organizations that came to my mind. There's a lot more they can do, but they have done a lot also. So anyway, that's sort of my, I think there may be some decent parts of the UN. Do I think it needs major reforms? I think so. I think there are some huge reforms that need to take place in the UN. And is it best to dissolve the whole thing and start over again? I don't know. That's way above my pay grade. Lev, I saw you unmute for a second there. Did you want to add something?
Actually, Prince, I need to get going. I have to wake up early. I have little ones that are going to wake me up in the next 5.5 hours. So I need to get some sleep. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank you, NAFO, and everybody here. Incredible work that I just want to say MriyaReport is an incredible organization. And if you can, please go to MriyaReport.org and donate whatever you can, whatever you could spare, whatever you can, because the work that they do is just not only fighting disinformation, but actually helping donating different people in need in the Ukraine. It's just incredible. I've seen a lot of different groups out there, and MriyaReport is just one of they do just some of the exceptional work, and I support them 100%. Also, just wanted to put something out there that I'm working on bringing some very top level Ukrainian officials, some that are in the presidential office, to come on here and discuss with us and give us some really good report on what's happening. So stay tuned. We'll definitely be putting it up there once we get that organized. And I want to thank everybody out here, for the speakers, the listeners. Keep up the great work. Keep fighting the disinformation campaign. And thank you, Prince Nefo, for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you so much, Lev, for coming up and spending some time with us this evening. It's always a pleasure to get to spend some time with you. Um, and I always appreciate the input and the support that you have for Ukraine and the perspective that you help us with and that you help us to give and the way you guide us in countering disinformation. It's always a pleasure. And you know, I have seen your name on the schedule a couple times this week, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm also looking forward to some of these people that I've heard rumored may be appearing in our space with you, and I am very excited about that, and I'm very much looking forward to it. And no, I'm not going to tell the rest of y'all until there is a card out on to who it is. But it is very good and it is very exciting, and I am very thankful to you, Lev, and I appreciate it. And yeah, Nifo Dave, I went waffling on there for a moment.
That's okay. Thanks, love. It's I've enjoyed being able to speak with you over the course of the. I still remember the very first time that Yehuda brought you in here, having no idea who you were, and I asked you some prickly questions, but I'm glad you're still around. I'm glad you're a part of the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Nephilim. I'm not going anywhere until we defeat this communist terrorist monster and Putin. We need to win this war, and I'll be here to stay. So I love you guys. Have a great night. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thanks, Lev. Get some sleep.
Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini and Herom Slava.
Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Geroyam Slava.
Hello, Korani.
So I did have right before I crashed, I was going to answer Chris, just with a short caveat to remember that a pack of brain damaged dogs has done more for Ukraine than the UN ever will. The UN is basically, I haven't been impressed with it. It makes all sorts of proclamations and, this and that, but when it comes down to it, it doesn't really do anything. So I wouldn't be too worried about them saying this about the buffer zone because they've said lots of things and they haven't done anything about it.
Sorry, just real quick, Prince. So, the World Trade Organization is not under UN, but WHO is under UN. I recall about 4 years ago when that happened, WHO was very involved. That's all I'll say. So, yeah.
Thank you. I think James.
Dude, I was trying to make you happy.
Who?
Yes,
Me?
you.
What?
I didn't do it right. I'm absolutely sure, and I need to check on a couple of things. But it now says NAFO night shift.
Okay. I was joking. Okay, I was
And
joking.
I will say that the World Health. I am going to say this really quick. The World Health Organization is a United Nations agency working to promote health and keeping the world safe and serve the vulnerable. And what I wanted to say is directly after the dam was blown up, and we all know what disaster happened after that, and how it could have been a lot worse than it was in a lot of ways. But what I do want to add about that is what we did hear very directly after that is how much the World Health Organization supplied in vaccines, in medications, in antibacterial things, in those kinds of things. So, the World Health Organization is not doing enough, but they sent like trailers full, from my understanding, of vaccines and antibiotics and things that they would need in that area to address the flood. So, did you say it was James or Chris first? I'm not sure. I can't toss them both up in the air and see who comes up heads or tails.
James.
James.
Okay.
Hello and good evening, or whatever it is. Yeah, so the UN has a place in the world, as we found out, as the organization before it and the one before it had in the world. And it is the beginning of international law, not the end of international law, but the beginning. And it sets out some beautiful things. The charter itself provides for common defense, which is how Ukraine is being helped by its friends right now. That's a good thing. The Bill of Human Rights that is inside the UN or from the UN, part of the UN, is a beautiful document for those of us who like our democracies liberal, by which I mean kind of permissive of letting people run their own lives. It's a beautiful thing. There's a lot of other parts of the law and the charter that really make a lot of sense, and of course um, the the whole convention on genocide, right? The prevention and punishment thereof. And so good stuff in the law side. The practice side, well, there are it's kind of stalemated out now to having an ineffective sort of military branch who, where are the blue hats and what are they doing? And I like them. I like the thought that individual nations would say, I trust the UN enough that I'll send some kind of help there and they can use the troops however, but that's not working. And there are many other parts that are not. And the Secretary General is definitely not going in the right direction. Guterres came out with statements like, oh no, you shouldn't be firing at Russia's capital and, stuff like this, when in fact, he should be saying nothing to benefit the Russians. This is why the United Nations was built, was to stop countries that took on the Hitler role of World War II. They said never again, and they lined up the world order so that there be ideally a way to stop these kind of governments because there would be enough force against them. And I expect out of the UN Secretary General a person who is going to try to uphold those things. And if they say, well, don't kill Russians unnecessarily, I'd say fair enough. Okay, whatever, but get out of the way now, or lead, right? But don't cheerlead for the other side. So I think that is the most pressing reform that's needed, is to just complain until he's gone. That was sort of, for me, a fatal error for his chairmanship, but I don't know that people care enough anymore about the UN. The other thing, and I guess I'll just make it my last point, is that there is a beautiful precedent for replacing a Security Council member, or choosing one at least, and that was the whole Taiwan versus China thing, and they gave it to China. And why did they do it? Well, basically population size. And if you went that way between Ukraine and Russia, it'd go to Russia on population size. But there is a super duper good argument to say, Ukraine existed first. They got there a couple months before the Russians in terms of setting up a new government. They comprised the most generous and brave part of what was Russia, and they deserve it on that count. They gave away the weapons. They trusted in international order. They were good world citizens. They deserve it. Russia has been nothing but a blight on all of Asia and the world. And so it is, it's dark days right now, but you don't throw away institutions, you fix them, is what I think. And if you can't fix them, you at least bitch and whine and get in people's way so that they don't just get to, have the only megaphone.
Yeah, I agree with that. Then let's see, Chris, then Nick.
So yeah, again, just to say that I 100% agree about the UN. I think it's effing useless. However, let's forget the UN. Let's forget the UN Security Council, and let's just remember that you've got some of the most influential countries in the world getting together for a meeting on the 18th, right? And they may well have had enough of Putin and his games and that, and so they may well just decide that this is what is happening. right? And that includes China, and I'm no fan of China either, right? But if they all decide to get together and put an end to it and put an end to Putin, then I'm all for it. And the UN has actually had, bizarrely, some successes in its history.
Prince, you really don't have to raise
I
your
know, I
hand.
was waiting for his there's the mute button. I just want to say one thing here. I I don't think that the UN going away would necessarily be a bad thing, but I do have some concerns when it comes to that. And I understand exactly what you're saying, Chris. We're getting all these countries together to have a conversation, and hopefully it'll be a civil conversation. But what I want to ask you this is, how many conventions have come into play since the UN was formed? How did the Genocide Convention come into being? The Convention came into being after a lot of negotiation and working together and compromise. So, we need to think about those kinds of things. There have been things in the past that the UN probably did more successfully than they did now. So, I don't know the answer to this question, but the Genocide Convention is a convention that came into play because of the UN. It was signed with the UN, under the UN. Does a genocide convention go away? That's a question I don't know the answer to. I understand and I realize that Russia is right now paying absolutely zero attention to the genocide convention, but other countries are paying attention to it, and it is a framework to define genocide, and to help to define it and prove it for a court to be able to hold people accountable. So I'm just going to leave that there. NAFO Dave, do you have anything? And like I said, that is an answer that is something I do not know the answer to, but it's something that I think about. And it's probably because I've been reading so much about genocide lately, which is fine. Go ahead, Dave.
Yes. Well, really, I'm not in any way, shape, or form a expert on the UN, so I would defer to people who study it, because for me, seeing seeing the few things that I've observed from them, I am at a loss for words to describe. I don't understand what they're doing or why they do it. So I'll just leave it at that. Nick.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I've been out of the loop for about 24 hours, so I have heard about Reznikov, but don't know how official it is, and I'm curious about not what the Western media, who I can read online, what they say about it, but what the sense of the space is about it. But before I pose that question, I just want to say that it is blatantly obvious to everybody, anybody paying attention, that Russia expects compliance with every international agreement and law that is convenient for it, and it is fully willing and constantly ignoring every international convention and law that it finds inconvenient. And if that isn't the definition of a scofflaw, I don't know what is. And I don't know why anybody is willing to treat the Kremlin as a party that is capable of good faith negotiations. It's just preposterous. And the sooner the policymakers all around the world get that through their sick, stupid, ignorant skulls, the better off everyone will be, especially Ukrainians. Anyway, back to my Reznikov question. If anyone has a sense of what happened and why, thank you.
Yes, Nick, do you remember Constantine? He doesn't come around as much as he used to. But yes, I just, because you asked this question, threw up a tweet from Constantine into the nest. And that will give you a view from a Ukrainian. Lev just recently left. He has been here with us for a little while, and we did ask him a little bit about Reznikov. And what he pointed out was something that was very interesting to me. And it was, Dave, can you say Kolmaninsky's name? Is that it?
Wait, who did that? Who did the sounds?
I don't know.
Okay, we don't do sounds here, so.
Yeah, Nick. Okay, Kolmaninsky, is that who his name is? If you think about the guy who was arrested yesterday for corruption in Ukraine, Kolmaninsky, I think is his last name. He was arrested yesterday, and then Reznikov was let go today. And there is some speculation from Lev, and I believe Jason was here still when that happened, that those two things may be connected. And so I think that the overall story of Reznikov is yet to be written. And I think that we will find out more as days go on and possibly investigations continue. I didn't know a lot of this stuff about Reznikov before I read Constantine's tweet today. And quite honestly, I've been very busy today, and it's like one of the only tweets I had a chance to read. So just take a look at that. See what you can find out. Dave, if you have more information, that would be great. If I was wrong about anything Lev or Jason said, please correct me.
No, you were all right there. So I was thinking it was you with the soundboard because of, anyway, about Kolominsky.
Oh.
But okay, yeah. So yeah, who was it? Nick? Yeah, Nick. The Kolominsky and Resnikov. Lev said that he's suspicious that it's not a coincidence they were both in the news unauspiciously on the same day. I myself also had that same suspicion that there's some corruption going on there, and Constantine's post really kind of sealed the deal for me.
Thank you. If I triggered the soundboard accidentally, I don't think I did, but if I did, it was entirely accidental. But I don't think that was me. And I'm going to shut up, and feel free to drop me because I'll be reading the tweet. And if you need space on the speaker panel, I'm happy to be dropped. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully that's not what your mom thought. Sorry, I just had to say it.
Jackie did have her hand up. So Jackie, your hand went down. Is there something you wanted to share with us?
Oh, I got it. I wanted to say that about something earlier, that for a lot of people, when they're talking about Ukraine, it's like a linchpin for having Ukraine be there. Basically protects, as some Lev said, probably the world, because if we can't keep Ukraine going, we're, let's say America was out of the picture because of Trump, let's say, what stops them from taking over the world? I mean, it's frightening that it is frightening. I have to say how ahead of us they are, in Russia, meaning in so many ways. Like, they I guess it's cognitive dissonance when you get like Pete Buttigieg, that's head of transportation in the US, it seems like anyone that could possibly ever do anything good, they make bad and nullify. It's I guess that's a Russian way to do it, but that's what they're doing here. It's beyond words. But that's all I wanted to say, that I think that as the pieces on the board are looked at, if they get Ukraine out of the way and us out of the way, they've got the world between Russia and China. So I think we need to stay in the game. Ukraine and us. And so we can save the world. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, exactly. Though I would call into question if how, or I don't think Russia's ahead of the game in anything. You know, they just created a new crater on the moon because they couldn't even. You know, India landed a spacecraft on the moon, and Russia couldn't. You know, that kind of tells you how, you know, how far behind we can't think of them as the USSR anymore. They're
True.
really not ahead in anything.
Well,
So
you're right. If you look at what they did with Trump, okay, and January 6th, and if everything he does, if he is, let's say, working for them, it's a shit show. I mean, everything's half done. So with January 6th, January 6th looks like a cosplay thing at the beginning. It really didn't make sense, because what was the game? You know, the taking over what? That's what I mean, I guess, about some things, seem to be ahead of. Maybe they've had the plan longer, or they've been strategizing longer than we have, but it seems like America's a little bit reactionary and not looking at the big plan. You know what I mean?
think actually what you're getting down to here is Russia's
because you mute your mic. Yeah.
Russia's use of propaganda, and Russia's very successful use of propaganda, and their way of manipulating people with their propaganda, doing it very, very subtly. And I think that's what you're getting down to here, because I think that if people had not in mass fallen for some Russian propaganda and had some major Russian influence in their life, things may have turned out a bit different. And I speak of that from not direct personal experience, because it wasn't me, it was my brother. And I watched this happen to him, and I've watched him come out of it too. And and it's the propaganda that he fell for, hook, line, and sinker. And I think that is what you are seeing, probably, as far as something that is successful with Russia at times. And I think that in the last several years, and especially in the last year and a half plus, we have gotten a very good lesson in recognizing propaganda. And it's been a very good education for us. And it is something that we need to continue to learn. And we need to help others recognize how to learn it. And I think that's what it comes down to. And that's part of the reason we're here, is to spread the word on how to recognize that propaganda and how to see it for what it is and how to counter it. And that is where we need to focus our attention in order to not end up in places we've already been. I think that pretty much sums it up. NAFO Dave, do you agree?
I do. Yeah, the misinformation thing is, yes, they're probably a little more skilled, but I also think that we give them a little too much credit in that they kind of push the pieces, and then the pieces, the Americans are going to do what Americans do, and you can you feed us the right information, we're just gonna, we're gonna put we're gonna, oh, anyway, I won't get into American
You just
politics,
gonna
but
say America?
yeah, Americans are predictable. Yeah, I was going to say America, but Americans are very predictable, and I think Russians know that, and they know how to push our buttons.
Absolutely. Shall we go to Luca? I believe you had your hand up next, young man. How are you, sir?
Good evening from the West Coast. Yeah, good. A couple of things. I was going to ask a question, but I was going to tie it into the current topic. I think previous speaker, Jackie, I wanted to kind of make an analogy here, also how to link it to the fact that you guys are talking about the kind of like international law and all of that. Like, just think of that, like, if you're an actor that doesn't care about international rules, like to the point that commit genocide or go to London and poison people with radioactive isotope, that kind of stuff, right? Then it's kind of like like suddenly kind of makes sense for them, right? Because you can be more successful like that. I'll give you the analogy: you all have to work hard and save money because, well, you cannot rob the bank. But for me, the rule of robbing the bank, suddenly doesn't apply. So I just rob the bank and I'm richer than you are. So that's kind of like the context they're operating in. In fact, that's also this whole narrative of like the multipolar world order. What they mean is, they have their own set of rules, and and they wanna abide by those rules, which include doing all the nefarious things that we said above. And everybody else has to behave. Well, suddenly that gives them, a certain advantage in this multipolar world order. Yes. Anyways, but the real reason I came up, okay, let me tie it in, is that in terms of the international rules, one thing that kind of triggered my attention, you guys said something along the lines of, maybe the United Nations will take care of Russia on the 18th. Did I miss something? It's a very simple question. Why you guys were saying something like that? Thank you.
There is supposed to be a meeting, I believe, at the United Nations on the 18th, Luca. It's good to hear from you, and hello from the evening on the West Coast, a little farther north than you. Actually, we got 3 people along the West Coast right here, right now. We go all the way from almost Mexico to Canada. At least I think we cover those states. Chris, what was it exactly? Can you tell us again what you heard about the 18th and the UN? Because I'm sorry, my brain is fried today. Okay, he might be off with the Malamutes, or he. No,
No,
he's there.
I'm
He's
here.
there.
I'm here, Prince. Yeah. So okay. So I do apologise. I can't remember the who was being interviewed. It was somebody. Like a very experienced commentator, journalist type guy that was being interviewed by the Times. I will find it out and I'll send it to you, Prince. Right. So it should be in the Times interviews. Right. So basically, what was being said, and obviously you know now, Prince, that there's a lot of this stuff that I don't agree with. But anyway, what was being said, right, was that the UN meeting on the 18th and 19th it is going to be a key meeting when there will be a discussion about a buffer zone being established, right, in Ukraine, which I don't agree with, right? Just to make sure everybody understands this, right? I mean, if there's any buffer zone, I've always said the buffer zone should be on the Russian side, as far as I'm concerned, right? But anyway, that was the discussion, right? And the view was, right, that basically all of the main countries and sort of like put to one side for a minute UN and UN Security Council, because Prince, I agree with you on all of that as well, right? So Paul, all that side, right? The main countries have basically decided, and by the way, apparently this included that China and Zelensky were on board with the idea, right? That a buffer zone would be established, right? That was what was being said, right? And then Prince, obviously, I'm going on for that now, you know. But if you tie that to what Lev and Jason were saying, you know, which was sort of interesting. Well, a couple of things that they were saying. First of all, that there is US influence behind a lot of these changes that are taking place at the minute. You know, the arrest of the Ukrainian guy, Reznikov, being replaced. And I actually, Prince, I think it's interesting that Reznikov, I haven't seen, I was trying to find the tweet that you said about Constantine, right? But I think it's interesting that Reznikov is being replaced with a Crimean guy, right? As I understand it. So a Crimean guy that I mean, I saw, you know, had links, you know, or would be able to establish a good relationship with Turkey, or had a good relationship with Turkey, maybe, right? Another key player, I think, right? So the view is that it's sort of like almost been decided, right? Whatever Russia thinks, whatever Lavrov thinks he can do in terms of talking about, you know, oh, I'm only going to put up with a resolution that suits us. Well, bollocks to that, right, mate? We don't know. I don't care who you are, what you've got to say, or Putin or Russia. We're just going to decide, you know, what to do, and what we're deciding is that we're going to establish a buffer zone, right? And you guys are going to stop, or else, right? Now, the only thing I would just go on for that. So again, I agree with you, Prince, and NAFO, and that the UN is effing useless, right? I do happen to work with a couple of ex-army guys that were in IFOR in Bosnia, which is why I just put up a tweet about IFOR, right? Which is arguably, debatably, an example of where the UN actually did something to stop genocide. Not that I'm an expert on it, right? But they are, those guys that I know are proud of the time that they served in IFOR, you know, in Bosnia and Croatia, etc. Right. So I'll just throw that one in. So hopefully that helps, Prince.
Yeah, it does. And actually, give me just 2 seconds. And actually, I have more to say now, because you talking a little bit has given me a little bit of time to play Google with my fingers. And I play Google sometimes pretty good. And so on September 18th and September 19th at the UN is the annual General Assembly High Level Week for 2023 is during that time. And between, let's see here, on the 18th and 19th is the SDG Summit. I'm not exactly sure what that stands for, but there will be general debate between the 19th and 23rd, 19th to 23rd, and the 26th of September. Give me just a second. World leaders will gather to engage in high-level general debate under a specific theme. And so the 18th and 19th is supposed to be a specific summit about an implementation of a 2030 agenda. So I don't even know what that means. And sustainable development goals. I don't think that the point of what exactly they're planning on meeting in on is the point. I think the point is that this is a place where world leaders from all over the world, heads of state and government, will gather at the UN headquarters in New York City. That right there is the point, on September 18th and 19th, 2023. Next part of that.
Exactly.
Next
Prince.
part of that point. Next part of that point is there is rumor that Mr. Zelensky, President Zelensky, will be in attendance in New York City, September 18th and 19th. That is, I don't believe 100% confirmed, but I believe that is the rumor going around, that it is very likely, if not confirmed, that he will show up. I would imagine that he will participate in some way, no matter what, whether he shows up in person or not. So, I think that it sounds to me like you listened to an interview where somebody is putting out some conjecture there, that there may be, or they may have information that I don't have. Some conjecture there that there may be some discussion about. Now I have a song from The Sound of Music going ahead through my head. Isn't that the song? What do you do about a problem like Maria? Anyway, what do you do about a problem like Russia? And so there, you know, I can't imagine if the heads of state and government of the UN countries get together that they would not talk about this. I imagine that they will talk about this. I think that's a pretty safe assumption. I don't know what their plans may be. I don't know for sure if President Zelensky is going to be there. There is a rumor that he is going to be there. And I know that the idea of a demilitarized zone has been brought up and floated here and there for a long time. So yeah, so we'll see what ends up happening with that. That's just sort of the bullet points of what I can safely say that I know at this point. And I think there are some things to find out and discover about it. And I think that given time, that we will discover what all of it is about. And of course, we won't know the outcome until after. And and we just have to wait, because as much as I wish I had a crystal ball to tell the future, I don't. Chris, is your follow up on this or something else? Because James's hand is going to fall off soon.
No, all I was going to say, Prince, is I will find that interview and I'll send it to you, and then you can judge for yourselves.
Absolutely no problem. And that article from that tweet from Constantine is up in the nest. So there you go. Nafo, Dave, anything to add before we go to James? Oh, sorry, Luca, I saw that.
No.
Sorry, Luca, did you have more to add?
Lucas.
Yeah, now that you guys put it like this, yeah, because I was in and out the space today, so I got like bits and pieces of the narrative, but now you put it all together. So yeah, the change in the Ministry of Defense, putting a Crimean, that I had noticed, not just like a Crimea citizen, shall we say citizen, but also someone whose family was historically affected by the Soviet Union, already genocidal policies in Crimea. So that and then the discussion today about the potential moves to deal with corruption in the context of the counteroffensive, and isn't there even new Reinstein coming up? I mean, it's a busy schedule. So I mean, we don't wanna read too much into that, but there could be like a thread linking all these different events. There is certainly some messaging, and hopefully it means some renewed push for even stronger support of Ukraine by the
the West and the allied forces. That's kind of like what I see emerging from this. So yeah, thank you for clarifying it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. James, how are you doing, my man?
I am doing okay. I am at the end of my my day shift. I'm getting ready to start my night shift, which means I'll be making Z's. And tonight I'm gonna get off Maria Report before I fall asleep, unlike some other nights this previous week. Anyways, no, I hopped up to say how brilliant Luca was about the Russians. And let me use an analogy. And since you said play Google, the piano, the Russian piano has more keys on it than our piano. They can do all kinds of nasty shit that we're not supposed to be able to do legally. And so they do have a lot of ways to take the initiative. And it is hard to play in all the spaces where they're doing that. And with what happened in Niger, I think that's an example of what I mean. Um, I think maybe the old USA would have gone in and done something disruptive, secret, and probably not in accordance with international law, but the Russians did it this time. And I don't think that the United States wants to respond in kind. So I think that we win because we've got a better set of benefits, if you will, as a democracy. And that's how we should be playing it. So that's the main thing I wanted to say about that. And I talked about, I remember kind of stopping up and down last year on this space saying stuff about the buffer zones. And I had thought like 100 kilometers, and then I realized it's probably a lot more practical to have something that tubed artillery could cover and enforce. You know what I'm saying? It would be more of a fiscal possibility to actually clean out anybody that decides, any Russian unit that wanders into that area. Not that I think it'll work that way or anything like that, but I do think it's a good idea, and I think it's all on the Russian side. And I hope that, who said it first? I don't know. A couple, I think, of our regular guest speakers said something like, "Yes, Ukrainians will be taking Russian territory to get back to their own territories," which kind of for me is tied in with this idea about the buffer zone being all on the Russian side.
That's that's a possibility. That as far as the Niger situation, I would just point out that the U.S. has we didn't have a functioning embassy there for some time, and completely left the door open. And whoever's doing the sound,
I think that might
you'll
have been an
be
accident.
please. Okay.
I,
From who?
no, I actually almost accidentally did that a few minutes ago myself. So I think it was.
How would you accidentally do these sounds?
I did this earlier when I clapped for Yehuda. I haven't touched that button since. I just want to double assure you.
Yeah.
So is this an Apple thing?
I don't think so. I think it's. I went to hit the mic button and I accidentally hit the soundboard button, and you could totally get lost looking for this. I get how it could happen. Let me just put it that way. Okay.
Okay, so what's the soundboard thing?
Do you see something that looks like a little wand?
Nope.
I'll turn on.
I'm on Android.
I know. I'll turn on my Android and see if I can tell you what it looks like. But let's continue with
Okay.
Hans.
No, don't worry about it. Let's continue with this. I think Tati, I can't see your full name. Tatiana.
Yeah, thank you. That was my problem. I actually still learning this X. So I was on this app not for very long, but there was a lot of changes. But this is the most logical conversation I heard. I'm originally from Ukraine, and I was working a long time with some people, and I learned a lot about propaganda. And my question is, do you have some fact checks and things? Because X has a lot of propaganda machine from Russia. And like Love Journal, we actually with Nosik were working together to have less propaganda. And that didn't work because after Nemtsov was assassinated and Nosik died, actually Love Journal became just like propaganda machine now because he's gone. So do you have any fact check, like a website or something that actually people from US can go and fact check? There's a lot of propaganda here, and I'm lost. I cannot find these people anymore online on X. I mean, it's the only platform that let this happen right now. Everything else kind of more fact checked. So, do you have any suggestions? Am I here?
You are here, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Prince. Prince was probably trying to find her microphone button. But so fact checking, well, the MriyaReport, this space, we're on here 24/7, 365. If you ever come across something, pop in here, and we've probably already fact checked it. There's the Kiev Post does a regular coverage of things that are Russia propaganda. So does Ukrinform,
Yes, yes,
Ukrinform.net.
I worked with that too before. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I think as a Ukrainian, you probably know more about Russian disinformation
Oh my God.
than most of us. And I do agree that the X, as I would call it, the app formerly known as Twitter, has become a cesspool of Russian disinformation since one Elmo took over it. And there's not a lot we can do to stop that because we're not in charge of it. What we can do to counter it is to call it out whenever you see it. That's part of what NAFO. So I don't know if you're familiar with NAFO. It's you'll find a lot of different people with NAFO in their name, or just have a Shiba Inu, the Shiba Inu dog, which that's what I have as my avatar. You'll see different cartoon versions of this dog. It's kind of the mascot of NAFO. That NAFO is all about fighting disinformation and Russian propaganda. So I would suggest you can go to follow NAFO, the official NAFO Twitter. They and basically any fellas, we're called fellas, are going to be fighting Russian disinformation whenever we come across it. So I think that's my what I usually do is I jump on here onto the space if I come across something I don't know if it's right or not, and then I'll go through the Kiev Post and Ukrinform and Euromaidan, Institute for the Study of War. They do understandingwar.org. These are all good places for finding counters to Russian disinformation.
Yeah, I understand, but I think somebody have to contact Elon and actually talk to him about this. It's too much, and one person or two people cannot do that. And there's two. I mean, there are more top people that actually on Twitter, they actually monetize on the mostly Russian propaganda. So this is what I saw. So this is what kind of scares me because I saw that before on LiveJournal, and that's big red flag. Sorry.
Yeah, well, you are absolutely correct. The monetization of disinformation is going to just spread it more and more. It's I talking to Elon is above my pay grade. So, but NAFO as a organization, we've actually been recognized by the Ukrainian government, and got a medal from the Lithuanian government for combating Russian disinformation. So, as a large group of Shiba Inus on Twitter, we can do so much. So I would suggest joining NAFO and getting involved, because what we don't have in money, we can make up for in just influence on the platform and shift public perception. We do what's called bonking, where we gang up on Russian disinformation accounts and get those accounts suspended or disabled. That's a good way of fighting the disinformation at its source. We go after these accounts that are spreading disinformation. We report them. We report the heck out of them for all sorts of different things, and we get their accounts suspended. So
the problem is that in LiveJournal, that was agents and it was Russians, but here it's actually people that actually believe and just making money. So it's a little bit more complicated. So yeah, I will follow you guys, and this was the most logical conversation I heard on Twitter, and I will see what is possible. Thank you so much.
Yeah, give us a follow here on MriyaReport. Sorry, NAFO. We actually, I guess, have a little bit of a reputation for dispelling Russian disinformation. Also, one of our founder, Yehuda, was recently, as in I think we found out about it tonight, recognized for dispelling disinformation, for fighting against Russian disinformation. And actually, it's something that we all as a space do. You know, if we hear Russian disinformation brought up on our space, we do everything that we can to fight back against it, to dispel that disinformation. We bring guests on a regular basis who help to tell the truth of what is actually happening, so that we are getting what is actually happening in Ukraine out to the broader masses without getting I don't even know how to word it, just putting the truth of exactly what is happening in Ukraine out there. I mean, we have different segments and different guests, and I myself, along with a couple of other people, have been hosting a talk about genocide on Friday nights. Saturday nights, we talk about the SBU and what they are doing to help to, arrest people and find corruption and find collaborators and find the war criminals and all of those different things. And then we have different people like Chuck Farrer, who is on our space two evenings a week in the U.S. time, who gives military updates with the best information that he can find. And he is a former member of SEAL Team 6 of the United States. And that is a very well-known and well-respected Navy SEAL team here in the United States. We bring guests on. You might have been here earlier when Lev Parnas was on. Lev Parnas is going to start having, I believe, co-hosting a couple times a week, and so these are the kinds of things that we do to try to get the truth out, to try to keep the truth out, to try to make make sure the truth is what is out there. And whenever somebody comes up to us and tries to give us Russian disinformation, we push back on that, and we push back on that with the truth, so that the truth will overcome the disinformation that we're hearing about. And that is something that we have been doing since the day before the full scale invasion. We have been to here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we are run by a group of volunteers, and we just keep it going. We keep it going day and night, 24 hours a day, with different co-hosts, and And like I said, we've been doing this since February 2022. And I feel like I haven't slept since February 2022, but I have. I and I will sleep again in hopefully just a few short hours. But I hope that helps. And just know you're welcome to come up and listen and join and ask questions, and we do our best at answering them with the best information that we have, and we always try to make sure it's truthful. So
Um,
yeah, go ahead, Dave.
and just one quick word, Tatiana, since you are Ukrainian, please join us whenever possible. We like to amplify Ukrainian voices in this space. So I don't know what your situation is, but we like to have Ukrainians because you have firsthand knowledge of what's going on, unlike any of us. So please join us. Come back whenever you can. DM me if you have any questions or comments.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, go ahead. No, no problem at all. No problem at all. It's again down to Nick and Chris, and I don't know which one to toss on their head first.
Go for Nick. No worries.
Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to throw in a plug for Julia Davis's amazing site. She's got a YouTube channel, but she also has a Jitter account, which is what I'm calling Twitter these days, because it deserves it. Anyhow, so Tatiana, look for Julia Davis. She has a really excellent account that exposes Russian propaganda for what it is. I thought that was worth mentioning, and I'm about to fall asleep, so thanks everybody. I will keep listening, although my icon will disappear, but I'll be listening, and appreciate you all, and I hope for great news in the morning, because why not? Thanks.
Yeah, sure you are, Nick. I'm just kidding. Good night, Nick. I hope you get some rest, and we'll see you back up here in about 20 minutes. Just because we get to know some people too, and they have sometimes they say they're going to bed and then they show back up. And Chris, I know you will understand when I do this, and I say, "Good morning, mockers. How are you?"
Morning. I'm all
Oh,
right.
she needs. Okay, no. She needs coffee first. Come back when you have coffee. Good morning, mockers. It's good to see you. Good. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh gosh, Mockers is here. That means I've been up nearly all night, Prince, doesn't it? What am I doing? I'm
Well,
pulling another.
I only saw you come up 2 hours ago at 4 o'clock in the morning your time. I don't know
Did
what
you?
to tell you. Yeah,
Oh,
you might have
okay.
been up before then, but I think it's only been 2 hours. Like 4 o'clock in the morning, I think I noticed is when you got up. So it's almost 6 a.m. So yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't yeah, maybe I did go to sleep for a while in that case then, Prince, which is maybe why I'm so chirpy. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, so Tatiana, this is the place to be. 24/7, 365, pro-Ukraine. This is the only place you'll get any sense. And yeah, Nathan Davo is right. Of course, sadly, we don't control Elon Musk. Although we did have a good conversation the other day, Prince and Nathan Davo, when we were finding out alternatives to Elon's products, which was quite funny, actually. Yeah, we found that there are a lot of actually satellite internet companies that you can use other than Starlink if you choose to. That was quite amusing. Yeah, the one thing I was going to say, another frustration of mine is indeed with the Russian disinformation and influence around the world. I really think that we could do a better job, and we ought to be doing a better job. I don't really know why we let them get away with it. They're nothing and nobody. and we should do a bit more work on it, get more involved. As you say, Nafo Davo, if you're not in the league, you can't win, eh? Yeah, and if you don't go out on the field.
Actually, Elon just doesn't have enough information, and I see the people that he following. There's a free agents that actually have a lot of disinformation, and this is why I'm concerned, because this is where it's headed. So to get like there is a freedom of speech, but it's kind of like there is a lot of propaganda machine inserted into that. So he doesn't know. This is how it works. I mean, I grew up in USSR. I was in pioneer camps where they brainwashed us, and I know how it works, and I know that Elon doesn't know, and he thinks that he's doing like a good thing, but in the same time, there is a free people on his profile that actually always put disinformation, and he reads it, and this is why it's complicated, because it's how it works. I mean, this is Russia, it's USSR, how they learn to do that. They did a lot of brainwashing before, so it's little complicated. So you see propaganda, how it works, and how it works in Russia, that Russians believe that Ukrainians are Nazis. And now I see a lot of Americans that believe that Ukrainians are Nazis. And it's the same type of propaganda that we had on LiveJournal. And we tried to fight it, but then when Nosik died, LiveJournal was took over by the Russian government. And this is okay, the same thing happening right now with Twitter, so this is why I was concerned.
I would point out you probably, your concern is very much warranted, because I don't think Elon, I think Elon knows exactly what he's doing. I think he's very much in Putin's pocket, or the other way around.
He is not.
He was. Go ahead.
He is not in anybody's pocket. It's just very easy to manipulate people when you know how to do it. That's how Russia do everything.
I just want to jump in really quick. I can attest to this. It's just as an American in the diaspora.
Yeah. So I just, because Elon has shown many times that he takes Russian side and Russian talking points. So yeah, he could be, he was on the phone with Putin right when he turned off some of his Starlink satellites to Ukraine. Right when Russia needed them, right when Ukraine needed them, and so I think personally that Elon is quite a Russian agent. Whether or not he knows it or not, that's another thing. He probably doesn't think he is, but he's very much acting like one.
It's very easy to manipulate people, and this is how Russia does it. And even parents go against their children goes against their parents, and this is more war about information than anything. What did Russia first is they assassinated journalists. They closed all they took over all the news. They control everything now. There is no only Medusa is the only outlet that actually reality in Russia. So they know how to manipulate people and how to actually use information. So I don't think Elon Musk is any agent. He just manipulated by information and acts. Actually, if you will see what he following, who he's following, there is a free agents in his who he's following, and he get a lot of disinformation in his circle. That's it. And if somebody actually tells him, and he knows how actually manipulation and propaganda works, maybe he will stop it. But in the same time, he likes freedom and he wants to push freedom. But yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah, it is very complicated. I'd like to see if Chris has anything to add to this. So yeah, Chris.
Well, everything that Davo said, Elon used to have a brain, but somewhere along the way he lost it. He used to have my respect as well, but somewhere along the way he lost that as well. He's a lost cause now. He went right in America, and then that was it. And but he's and he's made an awful mess of Twitter and X, isn't it? But then somebody reminded me the other day. So has somebody made an awful mess with Meta and Facebook as well. Seems to be a bit of a trend, actually. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Tatiana, some of us are alive to it, and that we know about this propaganda.
There is some talk of alternate platforms like Mastodon, Threads, what Tribal, Blue Sky, all these. There's lots of different places. We are in discussions about if we're going to vacate Twitter at some point because of what's going on with Mr.
Please don't do
Elon.
that. We need actually logical voice on Twitter here, and this is the first one I heard, and we need more. We need more of this, not less.
Okay, I should amend it that we would branch out. I don't think we're ever going to leave Twitter unless Twitter completely dies. We're here till the end on Twitter. I was talking about branching out to other platforms to further spread and to get away from the influence of Russia so much, because we do get silenced quite a bit on this platform. There's something called shadow banning that happens to most of us who are pro-Ukrainian. For some reason, it just happens that you don't show up on any searches and that nobody sees any of your tweets if you happen to be pro-Ukrainian. Surprising how that works. So, yeah, we're not going anywhere. We're going to stay the course here, as we have been since the day before the invasion. We will be here well beyond once Russia is pushed out of Ukraine, and we're going to still be here to help Ukraine rebuild, because that's what's going to have to happen. I can't tell. Was it Stephen or Mockers?
No, we need to check in with Mockers. How are you doing, Mockers?
I could hiccup for you, but I think now I've admitted. Oh no, there they are. Now I've admitted hiccups. I think they've stopped, but no, they've not stopped.
Okay, you have at least smelled coffee. I can tell that at this point. That's better. Oh, it's your first morning.
Did I sound totally dead earlier?
Oh, you did. I was like, no, we're not talking to you yet. You need to go find coffee. Oh yeah, you didn't hear me say that? Yeah, he's like, no.
I kind of did, but I'll be honest, I was barely away from being horizontal at that point.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to Stephen while we wait for Mockers to have a couple of sips of coffee and switch places with Dave. Go ahead, Stephen. How are you this morning?
Apparently, he waited so long he has fallen asleep.
Sorry, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Good morning, Stephen. How are you?
Yeah, I'm well. My connection is quite unstable, so can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Well, yeah, I'd like to address Tatiana with all due respect. The idea that Elon Musk is simply surrounded by bad information in some way is simply another version of the good Tsar myth. This guy is an information manipulator.
Can I just add, right? He also controls this platform, and we know that there are bad things to be said about him. However, I'll be totally honest. I try my best not to, because it's just, what's the point? He controls this platform currently, and you know, that is what Prince was saying. We and Dave was saying, we have looked at other platforms, and we have a problem that none of them have a talk to peer like this platform does. And so, whatever we think of him, yeah, I think he is easily manipulated. I think he's got a bit of a complex where he believes that he can save the world single-handedly, and I think that sometimes people play into that to make him make the wrong decisions. Don't actually think there's any real malice. I think he actually thinks he's doing the right thing, but he's a big kid, and he can't help himself from doing stupid things as well, unfortunately. Carry on, Stephen. Sorry, I have opinions, but let's not go on a big tirade about EM, because, well, what can we do? We're kind of at his mercy, if you get my meaning.
I will not touch the forelock.
Yeah, it took me 2 years.
Wait, sorry. I will
That's all right.
not. I will not touch the forelock. I am perfectly happy never to appear on this forum again. And very nice people. That's fine. Other things can be done. This is a nice platform. Whatever. But I'm involved in this fight very directly, and I will not touch the forelock because he provides something. Do you understand? And no, this is not correct information. You can boot me, you can silence me, that's fine. But it is absolute nonsense to suggest that a person who is only in the position that he occupies at all because he is an information manipulator.
Hello.
Yeah.
Well,
Actually,
he said he
Yeah.
said his connection was unstable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forever.
Can I
yes, we
add
That is
lost you.
something?
nonsense. And
Can I
I
add
will
something?
not touch that forelock. Do you
Can I add
understand me?
something?
Thank you.
It took me 2 years to convince my mother that there is a war happening. It took me so many years to convince so many people that Russia invaded, and they all were brainwashed. You don't understand the quality of Russian
History of this
brainwashing,
person.
and
I know the history. I know the history of this person. I know what he has done. I know how he got into the position that he is in. I can give you chapter and verse on all of the many subterfuges that he has achieved to get into this position. But this guy is
incredible. He's good.
No, I think Stephen is having some connection issues, and
I will not touch the forelock.
yeah. So I think Stephen's having some connection issues this morning. He said he was having a bad connection when he first came up, so I think he's in a bad service zone at the moment. So mockers, are you ready? Did you get over your hiccups? Did you stand upside down and drink water?
I tried all of those things, yeah, but in the end, they just went away.
Okay, well, that's a good thing. You know, they
All I
say
was doing, jumping in there, was saying, let's not have a big long tirade about Elon Musk, because it's first thing in the morning for me, and my brain just cannot take it.
Yeah.
Let's
I
talk
hear ya.
about Elon Musk. Yeah, for sure. I just want to add that it took me a while to convince my mother even. So, and she was brainwashed. So it's if you think about Ukraine, there is a lot of people that brainwashed, and they have relatives in Russia, and it's so complicated and how it all works. So, and my mom lives in US already for over 10 years. So and I had to convince her about because she speaks only Russian, she doesn't speak Ukrainian, and she reads a lot of Russian propaganda, and it was hard for me to actually convince her in anything. So yeah, it's very strong. And okay, so yeah, it's very late. I have to go I already have to go to sleep, so thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Tatiana. And like I said, we're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's not always going to be at me up here. I promise. I have a couple more hours to go, but that's all good. I could try to stay later. I have told you I would try, haven't I, Mockers? I told you I think I can probably co-host till 2 a.m. my time if you want. Anyway.
Oh, good.
Anyway, yeah. So, first thing I want to say though is that I found the numbers, which I know means Mockers found the numbers. And what I can tell you is that Mockers has had 2 mornings off. So she has had 2 mornings off. So you have not heard Mockers read you the numbers for 2 mornings in a row. She probably did it sometime while I was sleeping, but she did not do it first thing in the morning when she got up. So, in order for Mockers to read the numbers out to you, you do need to retweet the space so we can get a few more people in here so that Mockers will read the numbers, because you know Mockers will not read the numbers until the number of people listening goes up. So, please retweet the space, quote tweet the space, share the space, call your mom and wake her up and tell her to listen to the space. Okay, you don't need to do that. I was just kidding. But if you wanted to wake your kids up and tell them, that just could be entertaining. No, don't do that either. That could be a really bad idea. I'm just joking. So yeah, NAFO Dave, it has been a pleasure to co-host with you tonight. I think it's been about a week since I co-hosted with you, but it's good to see you.
Yes, it has. Though we did share the space yesterday. So I look forward to maybe. Well, I'll at least see you next weekend. But I think it's time to bid adieu, which is a French. That's French, by the way. And Mockers is going to come push me merrily down the hill to meet my untimely demise, while she sits fat and happy in the co-host chair and dictates how this discussion will go and feels the phenomenal cosmic power of being a co-host. Don't let it go to her head, everybody. Listeners, if Mocker starts, taking over the world, just come up here and put her in her place. On that note, I will say good night and Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. And I would like to thank Mockers for passing the hiccups on to me. And with that, Chris, you had your hand up. Go right on ahead.
Oh, I was just going to thank NAFO Davo actually for the vaccine and what they're called, phasers or something discussion the other night. That was quite interesting, I was going to say. And I'm just here, like, I'm help Mockers where I can. I was going to get her to read the numbers again yesterday, actually, Prince, but we'll wait until this morning.
Yes. I did get Tracy to read the numbers instead of Mockers last night, or this morning for people, but last night for me because it was still my night. You see, because I still am stuck here in Wayback Land, which is also known as September 2nd. Most of you have progressed to September 3rd. I'm sorry, oh boy, no, I'm not that way back. It is still September 3rd for me, and most of you have progressed to September 4th. Have you heard that I need some new glasses, and I have to I have to use my bifocals a whole lot more than I should have to. Anyway, Um, welcome to the balcony mockers. I hope that you are doing well, and I am glad to see that you can laugh. Shall we go to Maddie and see how her morning is going? All right. I believe it is morning for you, Maddie. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yes, it is morning. Yeah, well, yeah, thank you. Shame you are sounding tired, so hope that you're going to have a good rest afterwards. So, you know, South Africa had sanctions for 30 years. 30 years. But 20 years, we've been kicked off the United Nations. Why? Because of crimes of humanity, and apartheid, the act of apartheid fell underneath that. So we well know what it's like to have sanctions, and there were strict sanctions for all those years, 30 years of the sports bodies, and lots of various others, trade and travel and everything. So, but we were just kicked off of United Nations. Now, the act, crimes against humanity actually falls under the same body, United Nations, with along with genocide and the responsibility to protect or to prevent. And I've just actually tweeted it as well, take a look at it. And if you look at the definitions of crimes against humanity, for which we were guilty, they're very similar to the different definitions of genocide as well. So I think that we should all be calling, and yes, and for those years that there was apartheid, we are all, the white people in South Africa are still privileged, more privileged than people of color, because they still are poor. And even if some white people are just ordinary people and not all that wealthy at all, they were privileged in their education, they were privileged from childhood. So all of us alive, and even Elon Musk, he was South African. So his family were, like us, privileged, and he would have been being able to rise to better education and to better positions because of our privileges. And if you ride around South Africa, you'll still see the impact of apartheid because people are poor. They just never got the opportunity to rise up and out of where they were. So although we have a fantastic constitution and a Bill of Rights in law, so yes, you cannot if you do anything against that is incorrect in that Bill of Rights, you will be taken to jail. You will end up in court. So the way we get on here, or people of color, is there's respect, there's dignity, but there's still a poverty, and there's still that big difference. And I'm only bringing that part up about Elon Musk because one of them, I wasn't going to mention this because I've got something to say, was that he lived in those times, and he lived in those times when we were living, when we under the crimes against humanity, which is very similar and comes in the same definitions as genocide does. So I don't understand if he doesn't understand what is actually happening right now and what his views are, because he actually was one of the people living under apartheid because of what we had done. So I think so that is one issue, but I think what we should all be doing now is calling for Russia to be taken out of the United Nations, as we were. It was swift. The whole world was behind that. They were all against us. We're out of the United Nations for 20 years, and we only came back in 1994 after we'd had our very first democratic elections. So I think that what we should all be doing, we the people pay from our taxes, people in the United Nations, they work for us. They are there because they want to be there, because they want to work for the betterment of the world and the people and all the rest. Well, let's do it now. So we are telling them, we're not being nice about it. We are being firm about it. this is what should happen. Why can't it happen in this instance now with Russia doing what it is? The same as what happened to South Africa, what we did, and how we had to pay for it. So I think this is actually what we should be doing now, right now, because it's no more pussyfooting around. Everyone's been sitting and trying to see which old 50-year-old laws apply, which actually don't apply now, because this situation right now is nothing that they ever anticipated would happen. So they have to think afresh. They have to do what they need to do to protect Ukraine, which was a totally unprovoked invasion, but it's just, there's just no words for what has happened. And I think there's no discussion about where the border should be, or where what's it called, the area to be. It should not be on Ukraine's side. We've lost too much already. We have, the world has, with Ukraine. They should not lose another inch, another centimeter of their land. It should be on Russia's side. But that's just something that just is being discussed right now or coming up. So we should be firm about that as well. We're not putting around it. We actually have to now stand up for the right against wrong, and understand what is happening. It's a crime against humanity. It's genocide, and we had to pay for it, as every other country who does similar should also have to pay for it. So that's what I've just got to say this morning, but I think this has to go on like this. There's no two ways about it. It's in black and white what's happening, what they're doing. But it's a shame what the world or the leaders are not doing. So thank you for the opportunity to just, and I have tweeted that, so you can actually just have a look and look at the definitions again. And all the definitions are there, but in particular, the crimes against humanity, which was the reason why we were kicked out of the United Nations.
Thank you, Maddie. Yeah, it's a very good point, and it's. I mean, yeah, we recall the sanctions and the apartheid system, and the way it was dealt with. And yeah, you're absolutely right. There are times for this to be used again, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be making the right decision on that. We need to keep the pressure up, obviously. Unfortunately, our governments have got themselves into a place where they find it very difficult to make these decisions without an upswell of public support.
Well, you see, if it hasn't been mentioned yet, we are mentioning it now. So let's just all keep on mentioning it. And the next thing you'll see, there's become articles in the newspapers and people are calling for it and just debating about that, but we haven't got time to debate. We were swiftly taken off. Didn't take years and months. We were just taken off very quickly. So let's just push for this. We the people.
Yeah. The thing is, we all have a voice, and we can use it. That's the thing. We have to, empower ourselves to continue, even when it doesn't seem like we're being listened to. Well, if one person doesn't listen to you, you go talk to somebody else. You know what I mean? It's the whole situation is just a case of we have to keep up the pressure. And well, I particularly appreciate the work of NAFO, whatever you want to call it. In raising awareness.
But and also maybe Elon needs to just reflect back about his past, his privileged past, his parents and my parents' privileged past, put us where we were to have decent education and opportunity and just enough money to be able to take the next step up to improve yourself and all the rest. So yes, he was in exactly this situation, and he should, if he was a teenager then, I don't know how old he is, but he certainly probably spent his teenage years in a privileged situation, and I don't know how old he was.
So somebody like you can actually reach out to him and make this.
maybe you can reach out to him and he can listen. But the problem with Russia is it's a huge country. It's a really, really huge country, and they provide power to Europe. It's gas, it's oil. It's very complicated. So this is why they're not out yet.
Yeah, there are quite a few people who are still tied a bit too closely, I think, at the moment. That's a good point, Tanya.
But on the Security Council, and chair the Security Council, I mean, this is the most bizarre. When history books, when the books are written in history, people are going to look back and think, what happened to those people? Have lost their minds. Look what happened. Look what they allowed to happen. It's just the most bizarre. I can't think of a situation that you have someone committing genocide and war crimes and crimes against humanity, and they're sitting on the Security Council for one.
Yeah, you're
So-
absolutely right about that. That was a particularly bizarre. I agree. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
But
something that we need to continue to pressurize. I mean, I can't see any other way other than, continuing to do what we do.
Yeah. Thanks, Max. Okay. Have a good day.
Thanks,
Thank
Maddie.
you. Thank you.
So, what's been going on overnight? I'm sure Prince could probably tell me, but I think I've have a little bit of an update. So, there was a huge drone attack on Odessa yesterday, I believe. And that would account for some of these numbers that I'm looking at. In fact, shall we have some numbers? Why not? Bear with me 1 second while I find them. Here we go. So, what do we have? We have 460 liquidated personnel. Again, that's average. 4 tanks, 14 armoured personnel vehicles, 29 artillery systems, still plenty of them, 2 MLRS and 1 anti-aircraft system, 37 UAVs. Yeah, 37. 1 boat. Now, we did see a boat get taken out yesterday on video, and yeah, it's been confirmed by the numbers. 47 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 6 special equipment. Crikey, them vehicles and
3.
fuel tanks are adding up. Oh,
3,
yes,
mockers. 3
it's the magic number.
is the magic number. Magic number is 3.
3 more than they had in Moscow. Indeed.
You know it. Sorry. I usually leave my dinner in the garage fridge where I co-host from. But tonight I accidentally left it in the house fridge. So I had to go get it. And I wasn't here when you started the numbers.
That's okay. I knew you'd run away. So we've had a replacement of the Minister of Defence, which is quite a happening. Do you have comments? What have people been saying about that, Prince?
Oh. Well, we had Liv Parnas and Jason J. Smart up on this on the panel for a while together. And I got to learn how to pronounce this guy's name. Colonoscopy.
Kolomoisky?
That's it. Kolomoisky.
I like that.
It was a natural slip.
Did you just say colonoscopy?
You did, yes.
I think I named him. Anyway. Now I can't stop laughing. So what was interesting that it hadn't occurred to me it occurred to Dafo Dave because Dafo Dave is brilliant. But it hadn't occurred to me that yesterday, that guy, the oligarch, was arrested. And today it was announced that Reznikov was moving on to a different position, was being replaced. And there is some speculation as to causation. I don't know if you saw Constantine's tweet today about the Minister of Defense being replaced. But when you read that and then you consider both Jason and Lev wondering if there's some domino effect here between the arrest and then the replacement of Reznikov, those are just things that make you think. Those are things that make you say, I got to keep an eye on that. That's what I got to say about that.
Well, in my expert opinion, of course. What have Ukraine been doing recently? They've been going through the army and they've been pulling out anybody who's not been working out, and they've been stamping out corruption, and they've been looking at all the procurement, which has obviously been a problem because there was a big company that was having to pay back an awful lot of money because they'd taken a contract and then fulfilled it very poorly. And these were all things that Constantine brought up, actually, you know, that unfortunately to the soldiers on the ground, this is what they see. And when it comes down to it, whether he was tied up in anything or not, the book stops at the top. And, you know, if things weren't right, you got to say, well, sometimes, you know, when the book stops with you, you're going to have to pay the piper for whatever. And I think in this case, it got to the point where, you know, the level of trust maybe was also an issue because of the problems. And yeah, I think it's the right decision. Even though he's a very likable character, I think it is the right decision to have a complete and utter sweep through change. And sometimes a change is as good as a rest, you know. What do you think, Will?
Couldn't agree more, Mockers. I mean, this is what we were talking about in the SBU section yesterday, and I'm sure we'll be talking about Reznikov's departure and the replacement with Rustam. I forget his last name. Next week, as well as this Kaminsky or whatever his name is, because what we see Ukraine's SBU going after their long-term problems, and hopefully with the capture of these assets in America, recover some money from the activities of the fellow that we talked about last weekend. Just, you know, his initial visit and warning that he was under investigation, and now they've apparently taken him into initial detention. I imagine he'll get out on bail, but you know, they're the same time they're attaching his assets internationally and going after the ill-gotten gains of his suspected corruption, which we'll see how it proves out in court. But that, plus dealing with extant current issues of corruption and even hints of corruption. I mean, I don't think that they probably were going to bring anything against Reznikov and get to court with it, for a conviction. But there has been a stink of problem around him in relation to that, and I think he lost some of the support of the troops and the folks down in the chain of command, in the military chain of command, which is why I think it was a great idea for Zelensky not to replace him back then, because you don't make changes to your political team that runs the government and the Ministry of Defense particularly on the basis of what the people down the chain of command in the military think, because they have all soldiers have a history of, and sort of it's baked into them to complain, right? Grognards. All soldiers complain. If they're not complaining, you suspect they might be dead. So the key is you don't change them when these people grumble about stuff, but there is a groundswell of problems that they have tried to attribute to Reznikov over the period of time, some of which may have some meat to it on being ineffective but not corrupt. And if there's a stench of now corruption and it's a time to make a change, it's good, because he can restore faith in the political system at the same time that they're sweeping the old big corrupt out of they're chasing them down with the SBU, and they're making the stake in the ground that this isn't the way we're going to allow things to be done anymore, and going forward no one is above the law, and everybody's going to be treated essentially fairly, but with a straight bat on things about like corruption. And so I think it's a great thing. And further amazing, is it not, that Ukraine can go through and do this at a time that they're at war. The only thing that Russia can seem to manage right now isn't a corruption root out. It is a perceived enemies purge from the whole Prigozhin fiasco and assassination. That they're not doing anything to root out corruption in Russia. It's going to remain at the bottom of the list of least corrupt countries in the world, whereas Ukraine is rising and will continue to rise as on the basis of this effort. I would say that's my take on it. Mockers, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I look for the positives and I see them. So, you know, I'm kind of yeah, I'm not upset about the whole thing. I think everything happens for a reason, doesn't it? Karen, welcome up.
Hello. I was about to turn into bed a little early tonight, and I took one more look at the news, like I always do, and I was wondering if you could verify this report. The Russian Ministry of Defense claims that this last night there in Ukraine, that in the northwest portion of the Black Sea, an aircraft of the Black Sea Fleet destroyed 4 U.S.-made Willard Sea Force high-speed military boats with landing groups from the armed forces of Ukraine.
Yeah, you know where that goes wrong immediately, Karen? The Russian Ministry of Defense claimed.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I hope that's not true, because that's 4 boats and their crew. And
that's entirely incorrect, I would say.
okay, well, I'm going to keep my fingers and toes crossed and say a prayer for them, because I want them to be safe. Talk to you later.
Yeah, I think what they've done there is Ukraine took out one of their boats yesterday, a fast boat, and so they're just, you know, times it by 4 and tell it in the opposite. That seems about correct for Russian disinfo.
How many HIMARS launchers have they destroyed now?
Oh, all of them plus more. Yeah.
They destroy more than we send. Oh, yeah. So I'm just gonna say chalk this one up to no, not true.
Indeed. Morning, Bubbles.
Good morning, all, and good evening for ourselves here in Australia. And hello, Will. I do consider you an Australian. You have an accent. The way you speak is very Australian. I had a question for the forum, obviously, in terms of not what Can raised, but previously you had mentioned the replacement. How Oleksiy Reznikov will be stepping down. I think Doman started a rumor, and I wanted to confirm whether I may have only missed the conversation afterwards, or maybe he's talked about it since. But a couple of months ago, he had started the rumor when The previous CEO of Ukrainian Rail, and I'm not going to try to attempt to pronounce it, but
Alexander Commission.
not his name, but the rail system. Do you want
Ukasalaznitsia.
well done. Yes, indeed. Look, yes, because what Doman had sort of speculated was that his rise to the level of Minister of Strategic Industries puts him as a placeholder to potentially replace Reznikov. Like he sort of threw that up in the air. So what do people think about that? Because obviously he has had a great career recently and have done great things.
I honestly think he's in the correct position. I think he's proved that he's in the correct position. And he only seems to be, doing very well in what he's got going on there. There has been a successor announced, Ruslan, somebody or other. Not the big fella. This another guy, who's probably also quite stout, but it's not that fella. And I've heard quite a lot of praise for him, put it that way. I've heard lots of positive notes from the Ukrainian community. And even Bakhmut Demon got the news and said that it was the correct decision to, have this particular fella. So I think they'll be okay, But yeah, Alexander Kamishin,
And
he did an
Rustem
incredible job.
Rustem Umarov is the bloke you're talking about.
Thank you. I knew somebody would figure it out for me.
Thank you.
That's my
both. I'll sit
job.
down.
Pronouncing Ukrainian words and doing your light work, Malkers. That's me.
Go ahead, Bubbles. Did you want to add something? Or not? Okay.
Sorry, Bubbles. I scared you off, mate. Come on.
So this morning we've got a little write-up here about the consequences of the enemy's night attack. Thank you very much, Prince. So this is again an attack on the Odessa region, which I expected, to be honest. The attack lasted for 3.5 hours. 17 drones were shot down by the air defense forces, but there were also some hits in several settlements of Ismail. Warehouses, production buildings, agricultural machinery and equipment of industrial enterprises were damaged. Several fires broke out on the territory of civilian objects due to falling debris. As of 7 a.m., fire was extinguished, and obviously it's being emphasised that it's important to try and make it and stay in a shelter during these times. Thankfully, the conscientious residents of Ismail did just that, and there were no casualties or injuries as a result. So obviously all relevant services continue to operate. And I have a feeling we'll get a bit more information about what was actually destroyed there. It sounds as though it was some sort of farming or, production enterprise. So again, they're just, going after food, going after the stuff that feeds the world. And, that's just terrorism, is it not? Pure terrorism. So, there was an agreement. Go on.
Did you see the total number of drones for what were sent into Ukraine? I haven't seen reports from other places as far as damage goes, but I believe there were 23 out of 32 shot down. 17 of those, of course, would have been the ones that you mentioned in Ismail.
That's still pretty good going, isn't it? The absolute bombardment that they're replacing, that they're receiving from these drones. The other day, I heard that a new aircraft from Iran had arrived, and I knew exactly what that meant. And we see the results of that being allowed to happen. And I believe they land at Verbove Airport. And you know how they've closed that airport nearly every morning for the past 2 weeks. I think this is probably one of the reasons why.
You think so?
Well, let's face it, if it's down to that particular airport and you can keep it closed every morning for a few hours and, point out to them the error of their ways, then I think it's worth doing, really do. However, this is just another example of the fact that it is terrorism. It's not anything else that I can understand. It fully falls into the category of trying to hold the world to ransom, and that doesn't seem nice, does it? It seems like one more dirty tactic. Now, I did notice that there was another fire in Moscow, near Moscow, in a warehouse with paint and varnish products. How many times have I seen that particular explanation? Paint and varnish products. It's almost as though they have, a standard list that they choose from. It's either tyres, or it's paint and varnish, or it's a construction site. If we notice these things, it just, it seems strange to me that they're always the same sorts of things that are burning. Now, either that's terribly coincidental, or some of those things are lies. Will?
Yeah, so I mean, as it's a pity Genesis isn't here, Genesis Man, because he works in civilian fire protection, for like 35 years. And remember when we talked about this before, the issue, we're seeing a lot of fires in Moscow. We're seeing a lot of fires in St. Petersburg, like the refrigeration factory the other day, and tire factories, as you say, all these or tire storage areas, and repair centers that have combustibles built up. And it's a couple of things, probably. Obviously, some of the attacks or some of the fires when they're at like the electro-optical systems and stuff, those ones are probably suspect for sabotage. But as they say, don't mistake for malice that which can be attributed to carelessness. And the thing is, when you mobilize several 100,000 people from your economy, men from your economy, you're getting a lot of people that work in trades and work in factories and work in places like these other places that you see catching on fire. And when you get new people in, oftentimes, especially in time of war, when the quality of the people that you get in, because you got to fill the role, goes down. The excuse me, the care that's taken and the oversight by inspection agencies like the fire MJS and the folks that do fire inspections all goes down. In fact, they've lost staff to the wars themselves. So there's a certain amount of these fire incidents that happen in the cities and villages around Moscow or around Russia that you wouldn't have seen before. Just the incident rate has gone up just because of lower skilled people, less oversight, and less care given to things like that during a time of war. So little fires that would have been put out get to be big fires. Remember seeing those pallets of plastic that then I'm like, what are those guys, those MTS guys are just standing there leaning on the shovels. They ought to be in there with forklifts, getting all that combustible material away from that fire. And then next thing you know, Prince pops up and goes, yeah, those drums are now on fire. And then it becomes a whole an entire warehouse and storage yard is now on fire because they don't take appropriate response action. They're not trained in doing it, and they don't, most importantly, prevent fires from occurring regularly. So they're not preventing fires, and the fires that they do have get to be bigger fires because they don't respond well. So that is typical of situations where you see, other than wartime, things like after COVID, during COVID, things like that have happened, but would have raised the incident rate in Russia generally. But then you also add to that the fact that they're massively depleting their workforce in the 18 to 40-year-old range, and this would be expected in addition to any sabotage and attacks from Ukraine, which I also hope produce continuing fires, because we want to see ammunition depots and things blow up. But a lot of these black smoke fires would be fuel depots, which might be suspect for sabotage or attacks. But black smoke in refrigerator factories and other places, these storage yards, probably plastics and hydrocarbons burning up, and might be just accidental. But the electro-optical system fire, explosion that was all gray and brown smoke that smells and looks like an ammunition factory going up, was probably an ammunition factory going up. And we also saw shell fragments and portions laying.
Did Will just lose total? Did Will lose it or me?
Will did, it would appear.
Sorry, no,
goodness,
it was a call came in that I canceled. But so some of these incidents, the rise in incidents generally would be expected, but we also see incidents related to sabotage and or either sabotage or attacks by Ukrainian SWO, I guess, special warfare operators. So yeah, both. But more. I hope the SWO actions continue, because we want to see plenty of those. But I'd expect to continue to see a rise in the number of other types of incidents that are just normal accidental fires. And there he is, Genesis. Carry on, sir.
No, absolutely well said, Will. You're right on the money. And we used to talk about time of ignition to time of discovery as one of the major factors about keeping fires to the room of origin. The reason that's a problem is once it's out of the room of origin, it's then far more difficult to deal with. And also, those that are not fire safety trained properly, when they first attack a fire, that's a very important intervention point. And I'm totally with you. The lack of understanding, the lack of training is causing these fires that, you're absolutely right, would have been discovered and put out very easily, are now turning into major fires. Also, running alongside that is the clandestine activities of Ukrainian saboteurs, and I suspect a good 50-60% of these fires are being set deliberately. But no, Will, you're right on the money, sir. Well done.
I like the sound of that. At least 50%, you think, are being set deliberately. And, well, we have seen a lot of deliberate fires. Yes, that's very true. Signal boxes and conscription offices. And, yeah, also some very specific things, connected to war production. It's amazing, isn't it, how warehouse full of what appears to be shells goes up. These things just happen to have had an accident at these places, and also the scramble to cover up the information. No, they weren't shells; they were just metal pipes. Yeah, it's all very interesting. Genesis?
No, you're absolutely right, Marcus. And like I previously stated, you look for places that are rich in fuel of any type and description. So your oils, your paints, and ammunition and gunpowder. I'm just saying.
Yeah, all those places appear to have gone boom inside Russia in the recent past. You're absolutely right. it does seem as though it's almost happening for a reason. Call me a conspiracy theorist, but yeah,
Conspiracy theorist. Also, I'm unaware, and I would look for Chris to give me some backup on this. I'm not too sure about their automatic fire detection systems in Russia. I probably think there's not a lot of them, and those that are there don't work that well either. So that would also be a contributing factor.
Are you saying that they don't take their health and safety very seriously? Well, I'm shocked.
I'm saying that they give it a cursory papering over to make it look like everything there is there, but there isn't any there when you poke it. Genesis is 100% right. If you go look at the fire protection systems in some of the industrial sites or commercial sites in Russia that I've seen, you know, all the equipment will be hanging on the wall, like the detectors, the alarms. But if you pulled the plastic case off of it, there's nothing in there, and the wires don't go anywhere. Or there's just a conduit and no wires in it, or something like that, because it was sold for copper. It's there is problems like that in many places. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely will. And also, there's a testing regime that sits behind the actual installation of the detection system. And if it's not there, it's never tested, is it? So that's why they have all these problems. So the longer a fire is undetected, the larger it's going to be, and the more difficult it's going to be to put out people. And that's just the fact of life.
Chris?
Well, you had me worried there, Genesis. I thought I was going to have to answer a question on Russian health and safety and that. So I thought you must mean Will.
No, am I right in thinking that you spent some time in Russia like Will did?
Oh no, no! I've never been to Russia, and I never will go to Russia now. But no. Will's the expert on that. Yeah, so
No, sorry for that. And Chris's Will's absolutely right. So all these, any aggravating factor that stops the detection of a fire, and more importantly, a form of any intervention, is going to result in what we are seeing. And Mockers, you're absolutely right. You are a conspiracy theorist, and so am I. And somebody somewhere is lighting more fires than normal. Let's put it that way. I'm not going to say who, but they are doing it.
Some cheeky folks around, isn't there, Will?
Right, and don't take my word for it, because I remember having a conversation with Genesis, and you can look up the evidence for yourself. Look up the time-stamped videos of the fire in the shipping yard at Novorossiysk when we were talking about that one on the day, Genesis. We saw the MJS people standing around there watching that fire start to progress, and they didn't do exactly. I think you and I both said they should be in there getting all those combustibles away from the source of that fire, and trying to suppress if they can. And they didn't do that. They stood there like they should have sold them tickets until those drums caught on fire. And a few hours later, it's a massive conflagration, because they're not training people like they used to either, or the people aren't responding on the basis of what they're training they were supposed to get. So pick your poison there. But they're not prepping to deal with the consequences of incidents, and not preparing not to have incidents, which we can talk about in detail too. But I'm sure that the more of these are going to happen, and they're going to get worse, as Genesis said.
No, you're absolutely right. So all of these places will have accident plans of some, or action plans of some type or description. And in the Western world, it's part of the local fire service duties to visit these places periodically, once every 2 years or 3 years, look at their plans and then test them with the people on the ground, and then give tips, hints, and a bit of advice about, okay, if that happens, you need to move that, do this, do that. And that's where you get the proper fire safety from. If people know how to react and have been trained in it and feel confident enough to make any type of intervention, then the consequences of that small fire are kept as such, a small fire. If they don't, and like what Will and I looked at the other day, is that they just stand around on their shovels and go, "Oh Christ, what do we do now?" Well, it's getting bigger, chaps. Well, yeah. No, it will continue to get bigger the more fuel it gets, and they don't understand that concept because most of them are fighting at the front.
Yeah, they've kind of done themselves a bit of a disservice that way, haven't they? And it also tells of the just general apathy of it's someone else's problem. And I think that goes some way to it as well, that it's like, well, I'm not getting myself involved if I don't have to, unless somebody tells me what to do. I'm just going to stand here and enjoy the show. What do you think, Chris?
I was wondering what the health and safety experts here, mockers, thought about the idea of putting tyres on the wings of bombers to protect them from explosions. Does that sound like good health and safety practice?
It's a bit strange. It really is. I'm not entirely sure what that's about. I don't know if it's supposed to change the signature or camouflage them in some way, help them set on fire faster. I really don't know. But what they can do now is they can just change out the explosive device that they were going to use and just use something really cheap like gasoline. That it's kind of given them more options. What do you think, Will?
So I guess the best estimate of that when we looked at that late yesterday for me and with David Brookfield is that it would appear that they're trying to place those tires on the Tupolev 90 the Bear bomber wings as some prevention against shrapnel, small shrapnel that can hit them, because you would have seen when those Australian drones went over in the airport in Pskov and took out the Ilyushin 76s, that they fly directly over the center of the plane and they blow up their shrapnel bomb right there, and it spreads a pattern right below them that looks a lot like a very small Excalibur shell, and had been very effective at puncturing and setting on fire with hot metal fragments those fuel tanks which are in the wings of those planes. So it looks like they probably arranged whole tires on there to try to prevent that, but it isn't. It just isn't going to be that effective. As we all know, there's a big hole down the middle of the tire, and they may be reducing the cross section over which penetrations can be made, but they're not reducing it significantly enough to not cause that. But the good news is they now no longer have a whole bunch of waste tires sitting around that can catch on fire and cause a big fire somewhere else, I guess. But that's all we could think of, was that they were put up there to try to prevent some sort of skin protection for these things that I just don't think is going to work and is a massive waste of time.
It would seem so. Genesis?
Yeah, just to completely agree with Will. And that's a use of local resources that you're not going to use otherwise, isn't it? What can we possibly use to try and make the situation better, as cheap as possible? Oh yeah, them tires. But like Will says, they got really great holes in them. So it beggars belief. But there you go.
I suppose it does reduce the risk in some way, but I mean, what's saying the shrapnel's going to definitely come from above? It might come from the side. I've just, Chris?
Every day I give thanks to all of the gods that the Russians are so effing stupid. Yeah, but I couldn't help but think, right? There was a discussion about this last night with I think it was Mark and Rich actually, but like you know, I was born on an RAF station and then moved around with my dad until I was about 11 to RAF stations in Germany and the UK, right? And I was like thinking, I seem to remember that there were big like hangar-y things that you put like aeroplanes inside. And I also remember that they like they were like camouflaged. In fact, some of them I don't know. I think I seem to remember some of them had like grass on the top of them, like, you know, so you couldn't see them. You couldn't see the plane and you couldn't see the hangar from the air. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I
or
was
you
like,
bloody put them under camo netting off the end of the runway they don't expect them to be at. You do something but more effective than what that they're doing there. That's
yeah,
easy.
well, exactly, Will. And I don't know if you ever heard the story. Did you of what the Ukrainians did in the early days of the war to camouflage their fighters? Right? You might have heard this story, but they you know, these like massive printing machines. They printed these sheets off of these massive printing machines and then joined them together and then pulled them over their fighters, right? And printed on these sheets was like pictures of destroyed buildings or something like that, right? So they hid their fighters under these like massive big printed sheets, apparently. Now that sounds like a clever idea, doesn't it, Will? You know, but sticking tires on your bear, well, that's just weird, you know. Anyway, I was informed that bears were too big for hangars. That was the problem.
And also, they're quite grumpy when you stick things on them. Oh, sorry, you meant, yeah. Genesis Man?
Yeah, because Chris, they don't park 747s in any type of hangar in the world anywhere, do they? They're just mad.
That's right. Actually, Genesis, you're making me think of Roos Airport, where they I think they repair them there, don't they? Yeah, that's right. They're all parked outside, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, so you know, it always goes to the last and the cheapest version of anything we can think of. So the tires are fine for the wings. The air, they'll protect them to a certain. But you can't stick them on the fuselage because the bloody things fall off. So you're just doing it. And Chris, I don't know if people remember the Ukrainian fighter that sat in the dugout with his gun and he's listening to the Russians over there, and he just turns to his mate and he says, "Thank fuck they're so fucking stupid." I don't know if anybody saw that, but it did make me giggle.
Yeah, that is the one.
Genesis
Every
Man.
day I give thanks.
Genesis Man, where have you been? That is like a meme from the early days. That went viral.
Yeah, sorry, it just reminded me what Chris said. Yeah, brilliant.
Also, in that video, if you carry on watching it, they do something stupid just as he says that, and he turns back to the guy and goes, "See what I mean?" And they just prove it immediately. So yeah, it's even better when you watch it in the slightly longer form.
No, I never saw the longer form mockers. I'll go look for that. Thank you. Cheers.
Glad to have been of assistance. Will?
And you know, the most amazing thing about this, like Chris is describing, innovative ways of doing camouflaging, concealing, or maskirovka, which is a Russian word. You know, you'd think that they would be better at maskirovka, putting something there that looks like it's not going to be a target. It's like reverse camouflage. You can try to hide something, or you can hide something in a safe place because you make it look like it's something that's a worthless target. You know, this is something the Soviets were superb at doing World War II, and they've forgotten it, right? Maskirovka, I believe, you almost never find these. I believe maskirovka is a Russian invention, right? It's not Ukrainian that they stole for themselves and called it. This is actually a Russian word that's been adopted because there was no word in English to describe what you do when you camouflage something by making it look like it's not there because it's something else. So not only are they shit at being other things in the military, they've lost some of the basic capabilities that they, in fact, pioneered way back when. It's just continue. Like every day when I get up, this is why I continually think Russia should be forced to change its name at the end of this war into Absurdistan.
It's definitely absurd, yes. Chris.
I was just actually going to say that Tatiana, I think she's left now. She's fed up of us giving Russians a hard time at that. So, were you here when she introduced herself?
I wasn't, no.
Ah, okay. So
Me neither. Did I offend someone?
No. Well, I shouldn't think you're worried about it anyway. But she was born in Russia. That's all. But she left. Yeah. So yeah, and yeah. So but I was just like, did we reach the point where we'd said so many horrible things about Russians? It even got to her. Yeah. No. She's definitely pro-Ukraine and all of that. Yeah. So no, but Will. I was like, it was like, I mean, I'm getting a bit geeky now, right? But I was like, hang on a minute, wait a minute. Am I not right? That in some parts of the world they have like underground hangars, right? Or, I mean, I think it was Mark or something said to me, no, you mean hardened hangars, Chris, not really underground, hardened. And I went, oh, okay, hardened hangars then. But also I remember, that they built them into like some countries have them built into bloody mountains, don't they? Like in Switzerland and stuff like that, right? And then so they're going, yeah, well, you need mountains for that. Well, they've got the bloody mountains in Russia, haven't they? Yes. Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a rant. I'm like, I just can't believe it. When you think about it, you think they've got no way of hiding their aeroplanes. What? It's just like ridiculous, isn't it?
Well, they can paint more on the ground, like they've been caught out doing, can't they? The problem with satellite images these days is we can tell that apart from a real aircraft. And also, I believe they were caught with one half painted somewhere on a particular image. So it was a tiny bit obvious. Anyway, Genesis Man.
No, Chris, you're absolutely right. So strategically, they've taken a decision not to cover their aircraft. Now, in the West, we cover them in either prefabs or, like you said, these precast concrete shelters. Now, all you can see from the air is a shelter. You don't know what's in the shelter or if there's anything in the shelter at all. But what the Russians have taken the decision, as they do every single time, to take the cheapest option, which is no cover at all. Well, that leaves you, vulnerable to all sorts of stuff. And now they're paying the price. And it's exactly the same. I mean, Chernobyl is the building of the nuclear plant is a prime example. They made a reactor with carbon tips, and everybody, well, if you've seen it, one of the worst reactors you can make, but the cheapest. That's the way they operate, and it's coming to pay them back in the arse.
Yeah, so it's a sort of like super yacht or hardened hangar decision type of thing, isn't it? That's what it is, yeah.
Absolutely, Chris. Absolutely. Every single time.
Well, it just seems that that's what they do, unfortunately, for them. And sorry, too many messages.
Sorry.
I thought we annoyed you with our hangar talk, Marcus.
No, I don't think you guys annoyed her, but I did have to step away for about 10 minutes, and I don't know exactly what the subject is. But I have a feeling that Mockers needs a minute or so to read a couple of things. I'm not exactly sure.
You know what the best part is, Prince?
What's that?
It's not even my fault this time. Usually I'm shit posting her in the background, and finally it disrupts her enough that she goes, "Come up and speak, you asshole." So I don't have to read all his messages.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
I'm helping. I'm helping.
I
Prince,
appreciate it.
Prince, you know, you did such a great job with Tetiana earlier on in the morning and that, yeah. And unfortunately, we were all like bashing the Russians and that, you know. Now I know she's not, she left Russia, didn't she? But you know, but maybe eventually we got to.
Yeah, I don't know. That was interesting. Anyway, so I assume you guys were talking about airplanes, and did I hear you saying something about tires on airplanes, which amused me greatly, and it sounds like it amused you guys too.
Yeah, have you not seen that picture, Prince?
Dude, I was so busy yesterday. It was crazy.
Oh
But
well,
what I am going to say is I did see that picture actually. And and tires on airplanes to try to fix some problem or protect them somehow is just makes me laugh.
join the party.
Exactly. Will, go ahead. And I don't know what kind of answer what you guys were talking about, or what kind of response you were hoping to get from mockers. But I hope that I'm giving her a few minutes to deal with what she needs to deal with, and we will move on. So go ahead, Will.
Yeah, so I mean, the problem with this fundamentally, Prince, is if some of the military minds or us who are good guessers behind the scene have to try to come up with these folks what these folks' intent is with doing this thing, which seems to make no sense when they could basically open a book written in Russian from the 1940s that would tell, okay, I've written, my planes are at risk. We don't build revetments enough, and we don't put concrete bunkers. We don't have concrete reinforced hangars. So what am I going to do? They could open a book in Russian, and I'm sorry if I offended any Russians who are native Russians, but it's the truth. So if the truth offends you, prepare for some additional offense, because here's the thing: is, as I said, they invented the term and the practice of maskirovka. And so if they go to say we need to protect our planes and we don't have hangars, they should pull out some of their own writing from the 40s, 30s and 40s and do what they did back then, or use new materials and come up, use the ideas and do it. But whoever's sitting around the warehouse there, or the hangars, and thinking, "Oh, gee, our Tupolev 95s are in danger. What are we going to do?" I know. Let's pile tires on them. That'll protect it. It is a silly idea that they should know better. And this is the thing. What I mean, I am sorry if this offends Russians, but what I'm telling you is this culture is also broken. This military culture is so broken and so corrupt for so long that they've forgot to do the very things that they invented in the first time. And they ought to go and have a very good hard look at themselves in relation to, guys, Russians, after, when they're in isolation after this war, and they can, have the opportunity to have a good hard look at themselves and how they operate. And if they want back in the world of respectable nations, and they ought to say, no, the come to Jesus moment ought to be things like, folks, we can't even do the things we were good at. We invented, right? Close assault tactics using combined arms with troops fanning out, doing the thing Andriance describes in this space. That's a tactic that the Soviets pioneered. Maskirovka is a thing that the Soviets pioneered. They can't even do the things they invented well anymore, and that is a damning indictment of the culture of training, equipping, caring about stuff. Problem solving that it goes to the heart of what's exactly wrong with Russia in total across all kinds of areas: social, economic, political, all these things. It's a very good stark example that the society is broken and needs to have a fundamental root and branch look at itself, because it comes up with these absurd answers to any question, which aren't going to solve the problem and aren't going to move them forward as a society. So if they want to get better, they really need to have a, like a drug addict's intervention or something, I think.
Yeah, they got problems they can't fix. You know what you're telling me? You are basically saying that Russia needs a timeout in the corner to think about what they've done. I think we inspired some people, but David had his hand up first. So David, go on ahead, and then we'll go to. I'm going to have to toss a coin because Chris and Genesis put their hands up at the same time. Go ahead, David.
It's just a quick question. I was just checking my tweets before I head off to Dreamland here, and I saw a very interesting retweet by Miss Ockers there from Sarah with some lettering in the picture that started with a T. Is that a recent photo? I'm asking.
I don't think it's a recent photo. I think it's just illustrative. That's the word. But I popped it in the nest, and the wording with it is, "What's that in the distance? What a beautiful view from these elevated hills." Now, we all know that Ukraine has been taking high ground on the way to Tokmak. And I know recently there was drone photograph of Tokmak in the distance, very reminiscent of when they took a picture of Kherson when that was occupied. And it was basically a promise for something coming very soon.
Oh, okay. Well, slightly disappointing, but okay. Still, it's nice to see the sign. Good.
I would
Yeah,
venture to guess it. Sorry, mockers. I think it means so that there may be some progress that we're not, that we haven't heard about, and we should be keeping an eye on Talkback for very maybe not so distant future goals. What do you think, mockers?
Well, I've also heard that some Russian units already appear to be retreating from positions behind the second line of defense in the direction of Melitopol. Now, obviously, that is this Robotny, Verbove, Novoprovopivka. Wow, they were difficult. It's that sort of area, I believe, which we did hear that there were suggestions that some of them were being called to regroup behind the second line, and that appears now to be happening. So, yeah, I think it was Genesis Man.
Hey, thank you. Good night.
Thank you, David. Just replying to Will's point, when you've run a society on corruption from top to bottom, I mean, and this is why the Russian army is performing so badly. Money's allocated, but it never gets to actually the point where it's supposed to get. And when you take that out into society, in all the health and safety stuff we've been, excuse me, talking about this morning, it just you end up with nothing getting done, and that's the point. Even to the point with aircraft hangars, for God's sake, what's the best way to stop? Well, we don't have them, then we don't have to pay for them, and because money's allocated and it goes in the general's pocket, it's just horrendous. But if we're making advancements to Tokmak, I'm all in favour of that, by the way.
Absolutely, I am too. Chris?
Well, folks, as it happens, I did a Substack yesterday about Hill 166 and Fort Boot, which I can tell you about if you like.
It would appear that we have an agreement all around here. So yes.
Well. So I pulled together, various information. So obviously, I'm not claiming it to be 100%, right? But basically, was a lot of information about what happened, if you like, at Verbova and that area. And so I believe that I've only just seen what you've put up in the nest there, but I believe that what she would be referring to there is from the top of Hill 166, where the Russians had fought Boot, right? You can see Tokmak in the distance from the top of those hills. So I think that's probably what she's referring to. So there's a couple of versions of this story, but it's quite an interesting story, actually. We remember, and by the way, this would have been a lot of this was sort of predicted by Chuck, right? And actually, I added a bit of Chuck stuff into my Substack, which was where Chuck was predicted by Chuck, right? And actually, I added a bit of Chuck stuff into my Substack, which was where Chuck was